And there we are. Hello, internets. I'm Dean, yin and yang. Your turn, sir.
I'm I'm George. I'm the bear.
And I just took the picture off the screen. There's today's thumbnail, giant on the screen. We'll just chit chat through introductions and first couple minutes. Wait for the chat to get chatty if it's gonna get chatty. The guy in the photo is James Caan. I forget the name of the movie already. There's a lot of movies he was in.
Yep.
Yeah. What else can we chitty chatty about for a moment? See if the chat hooks up. Probably let's talk about the weather. It's cold and wet where I am.
And the same here. I'm not that far away from.
Intro done. Weather is bad. Where myself and George are. Cold and raining. But we're not complaining. We're just talking about it. And then we'll just do some chit chats. Because it could always be worse. You know, we have to always say that. Oh, there's chat. It's caught up already. Hello, Elizabeth. She said, "Hi, it is cold and windy, but sunny here." I'll put the handsome James Caan back up there in a minute. I'm just clearing up some. Always making space at the bottom of a file. Could end up being a lot of space at the bottom of a file.
Infinities.
Yep. The chitty chatties. I guess we can go to the. Let everybody have one more look. James Caan, 58 years ago. And we'll go check out, because I saw for a minute, the YouTube homepage. What might interest Elizabeth? David Lee Roth doing something in Thailand. Share, copy.
Is that David Lee Roth, the singer?
Yep. And we'll say DLR. 8 days ago video. I guess I can log it in the text file. DLR. I haven't seen it. 8 days ago video. People will just have to guess what a DLR is. Same
Isn't he the
audit,
one
the
that
audit.
did? Isn't he the one that did the remake of the Beach Boys' California Girls?
Well,
Yeah, he now has to wear a wig. Too much of that
probably.
hairspray thinned his hair.
But I know a secret, but I'm not going to tell it. I think it's been told in Greg Renoff's book. When the, or maybe he didn't tell it, added it later. Sorry, scrolling and looking at whatever's on the YouTube home or landing page. Some lady in a swimsuit. Yep, the eyes fell upon it. Some cop. This cop is smarter than you think with 8 million views. Hashtag must watch. Maybe. Maybe someday. Not this day. Never mouse your mouse over. Here's one from Hickok 45 Clips.
that
Would
one about?
trusting this for defense be a big mistake? It looks like a 10-round 22 caliber revolver. Let's get a share of it.
I don't know
Share.
if it's a
See?
big.
Don't put your mouse over the videos. You'll see something that disturbs you. If you're me. Whoever was operating the revolver, I would not trust them for my defense. Hiccup. I don't know how to spell it. How do you spell ring it?
Hick, cock.
Okay. Hick. Okay. 45. Don't want to get it wrong. Clips.
Hick, ock. OC. Oh, okay, rather.
.22 LR.
Well, he has a big
10
following, that's for sure.
round revolver as defense. Defiance. Defense. Blam. I have an answer, but anybody else have an answer? You want to answer George or Elizabeth before I say basically yes?
I put it like as someone else put it. If it's the only thing you have, yes. If you have something better, use it.
Yep, I guess we're in agreement. We'll give it some time. See if Elizabeth has an answer. Or anybody else. Let me go back over here. Up at the top, they've changed the link. It used to say live. There's updates happening at the YouTube. Here's a distraction for a second. It says streams now instead of live in the URL. And also, when you go to view your channel, as of
Which one's
today,
you?
for a minute, oh, we have 3 watching. Hello, number 3. Holla, type in the chats. Put a
Hello.
thumb, like, subscribe, bell thingies. You type in the chat, we'll answer. Oh, wow. This is my 100th video. Did not know that. I guess I should pay attention more. We should be having it celebrated. Oh, no, wait. I could fix that. Just upload some shorts. Change that number real quick. It doesn't say community anymore. It says posts. We've been keeping an eyeball on that. Because it changes, I guess, every couple weeks. It's a bi-weekly. They change the name. Okay. Got the homepage done. Elizabeth never answered, so we're just going to move on. Would trusting this for defense be a big mistake? In my humble opinion, the answer is no. I actually have one. I got about 5,500 rounds-ish through it before it did a bad thing. Exactly that model. Exactly. It's a Taurus. Now I just use it for classes, because even though,
She said, what was the question?
would you trust a 10-round 22 caliber revolver for your defense? Something bad happened in the thing after at least 5,000 rounds, maybe more than that. And the front end, what everybody else would just call the barrel, but the barrel in modern revolvers is just a sleeve inside some contraption up front. It's complicated. Go study it yourself. Anyway, it torqued. The G word is what's called fired out of time. Don't know if it was a hang fire or a mechanical issue with the handguns, G-words. So I did it again. Gonna get a hard bracket with some underlines in my YouTube transcripts. Anyway, it was bad. I didn't trust it. The gun store guy said, let me check it out. And he fired it a few times in his little personal private G-word store testing facility. And when he was one day talking to his Taurus distributor company about it, they said, oh, well, call this number and Taurus will issue a number and ship it back to them. So he shipped it back to them. They paid for everything. Taurus said, hey, Taurus, I'll give you this. And then they shipped it back. I guess I would have to draw a picture in my paint. I'm not gonna. Like I said, the front end of it twisted. So the sights would not align. Taurus bent the front sight so it could sort of align again. Claimed they test fired it several times and sent it back. And they said, have fun. And it gets used for classes. It's lived its life perfectly well. It was a yin-yang scenario.
Well, I have some single action heritages, and if that's the only thing I could get to, I would go, yes, I would use it for protection. Shot placement.
Anything's better than nothing.
Yep.
Especially if the other side of your defense situation is doing some kind of reach out and touch you from a distance engagement. Oh, the House Financial Services Subcommittee is doing a hearing on AI. Well, the world will be safe for democracy any second now.
Yeah. If they spend less time in committees and more time doing things, they'd be better off.
Elizabeth said, my favorite self-defense is my truck or a good old-fashioned hay hook or wrought iron pan. But I learned from a training Secret Service agent, retired to use anything and not be afraid to defend. Yep. Go watch you some movies to get yourself desensitized or play those video games. Whatever it takes.
What? Taylor Swift versus who?
It's not Taylor Swift, it's Taylor Starling.
Oh.
Versus Charissa. I don't care.
Whatever. It'd be interesting to see Taylor Swift in a fist fight. Funny. I'd laugh.
Maybe. You never know. She might know Kung Fu.
Well,
Elizabeth said,
yes.
not be afraid to defend yourself. It was a mandatory class for all at Caltech because it was often very dangerous there, thanks to outside creeps and criminals. Yep. I don't know. I'd wrestle with them fine looking dudes up there. As your aunt used to say, I am so tired of skanks. Debated. You talked like a child. 2 weeks ago, whoever Chip Roy is goes off on AOC. A G-word fight ensues. Open carrier yanked off him by man. See, this is why I hate and won't subscribe to ASP, active self-protection. Perp. The rest of you have your ducks. You have your perps. All of you call people citizens, and I don't care. That's all it takes for me. Very popular, very good channel. Everybody else who isn't activated by people that can't use their words, go ahead. Check it out. It's got to be good.
I will agree that AOC does not talk as an educated individual.
Yeah, I don't know. Name me somebody in Congress who does.
Yeah. 'Cause I look at it this way: either she's lying or she is naively stupid.
Chip is a congressperson. AOC needs to get free and be what she could be as a congressperson without the party crapola. She actually was great at one of the assassin attempt hearings. Told that, and here we go. It's all some whamming's fault. I've heard this song before. I'm gonna say, nope. I blame the old white dude. If we're gonna put everything, credit and blame, on El POTUS, told the Secret Service woman either resign or I will spend every moment to see you are fired. She is just a lovely example of our education system.
I wish I could afford to spend every waking moment to make sure she got fired. AOC, that is. Because I've never, say that. For someone who supposedly comes from the middle class and not know what garbage disposal is, I know people that have never seen one, never used one, but they know what it is. And and she is not from if she's from the middle class, she's from the extreme upper middle class. Because she didn't go to college on scholarship. Her daddy paid, and Columbia University is not cheap. And baristas, I don't care who. Hell, I'd take a job as a barista in New York if I didn't have to live in New York. At least get paid what they. Because you're not talking pennies there. They get paid good, and especially when you count in their tips.
And there's just something about her that has nothing to do with what's between her ears that makes me think she probably did okay in tips.
Well, I'm sure she did.
The patrons of the establishment probably didn't mind hanging around, setting their eyes upon her lovely smile.
Do research on her family. Her daddy paid. She did. I think the thing she did that got notoriety, she did equivalent to a TikTok dance while in college.
I think she paid a lot of it herself, working as a bartender. Yep. We've already been through that. But that's okay. You have something. That's fine. Yes.
Defense.
Just in, Trump reissues a stark threat to Hamas.
Oh, that was yesterday.
Well, Forbes says it was 47 minutes ago. It's just into them.
Yeah.
As he meets with King Abdullah of Jordan in the Oval Office. If I'm reading that correctly. Keep on threatening, Donald Trump. Keep on threatening. Do whatever you gotta do. Get our people home.
Carpet bomb.
At least he remembers that we have people over there in trouble.
Yeah.
The previous
And trying
guy, I
to keep
think,
hope.
didn't remember where he was. Just saying.
At least,
Kind of being rude.
yeah, at least he's trying to get them, even if it's just threatening. But things that we have in our arsenal that can hit single target, they need to be afraid. Certain people are just too afraid to use that stuff. But he
Something
already
about
proved.
Trump's DOJ to toss NYC Mayor Eric Adams' historic bribery case. Okay. I don't know anything about it. I just have heard blitz for the last couple of years.
Uh-huh.
That he was in a big trouble. They served the warrants. They snatched up his workers and whatever.
According to the news channel you don't like, Israel cabinet makes decision on Trump's ultimatum on deadline for Hamas to release all hostages.
We got to have it in all the directions. Is that like a personal attack or something?
What?
She was in the news again the last few days.
Oh,
The
okay.
lady playing Captain Marvel.
Oh,
And then, see, YouTube just gave me gray cubes. They said, you're done talking about us. That's it. That's all you get. Okay, thank you. Thanks, YouTube. We'll move on.
here's
Once
another
I'm
that
done with
says,
the lovely lawyer lady from Armed Attorneys. Can't remember her name. I'm bad with names.
talking about headline, House Dem under fire for promoting physical violence at Doge protest.
Well, I hope
Under
that.
fire means they're being fussed at.
Yeah. I
And
hope it
yes, it was
is
a king of.
in the lines of what I said I would wished we lost number 3. Sorry, number 3. Come back.
I'm just reading headlines.
Elizabeth said, well, I don't know when they got lost. I wasn't keeping up with it. I was scrolling home pages. Elizabeth said her in the student loan cash out. I sure is. As far as Israel, I thought USA taking it over to let both Palestine and Israel move on without putting the last 1.5 million Palestinians on the concentration camp train would be okay if. Dun, 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 dun. Let's put a timestamp in there while we wait. 0022. YouTube home done. Some headlines. Do better, AOC. Oh, anyway, what I said, is that like a personal attack or something? You said the news channel you don't like. I've never indicated.
Well, you said you didn't care for it. How's that? Let's see. Trump managed.
Trump managed the Gaza thing, and all profits were divided after paying back the USA 1/3 of annual profits. But to let the Israel manage it, said yesterday, is just another train to the concentration.
And I call
Yeah,
for.
I only heard 2 days ago, maybe 3 days ago, the whole He's going to turn it into the Riviera, the Middle East, and all the Palestinians got to go, and it's dangerous, dangerous. It's basically the speech he wrote and read for Ukraine back in October, November, December. It's all blown up. Who would want to be there anyway? But I'm, again, the only one that seems to remember anything from beyond yesterminute. He's just saying Donald Trump stuff. If the world bends their knee and readjusts themselves because Mr. Trump said that, good for them.
It says King of Jordan tells Trump where he stands on taking in refugees from Gaza.
Yeah, one of them YouTube home scrollers said that Jordan said he would take tens of thousands. I don't know. If what you're looking at
Well,
says something different, holla.
if he stands, and I'm talking about he, as in the King of Jordan, stands up to his other policies, once they get there, if any troubles arise, their new name is Phil. As in, what do you do to a hole? You fill a hole.
Yeah.
But here, another one. A Chinese balloon over U.S. was reportedly packed with American technology.
I think I saw that headline yesterday.
They don't change these headlines that often. That's the worst part.
I didn't check or read anything about it.
Let's see. Judge in Trump's suit against CBS issued a ruling on the motion to dismiss.
I guess that's kind of
Yesterday,
interesting. Did the judge dismiss it or not?
okay. Paramount as judge declares to dismiss Trump. Okay. They just reiterate it. Let's see what it says.
Trump v. It's Paramount, right?
Yeah, that's who's suing him. All right, that's who he's suing. That's who owns CBS.
Motion to dismiss? Question mark.
See, score of victory on Tuesday when the judge deems CBS's and Paramount's dismissed complaint mute. So apparently he's not dismissing.
That would
As an
be.
elected inference, the
Sounds
news
like. No. He's
distortion lawsuit moves forward. So it's moving forward, so he didn't dismiss it.
very
I don't
good.
need to go any further on that because I don't care.
Yeah, I don't either.
Just
It doesn't. Do I wish he wouldn't do things like that? Sure.
well,
Do I blame him or knock him or give him negative points? No. Old super rich
I
guys
think,
can do things, so there he is. He's doing it.
yeah, and I think the suit was actually started prior to him being elected and sworn in to be president.
I don't remember. It doesn't matter to me.
Okay, Palestinians react to Trump's new plan for Gaza. What would relocating them from territory? I don't remember him saying relocating anybody. He just said he'd want to build it up, which would
Oh no, he
provide them a
said
job.
everybody's got to go. All of them.
Oh, that means okay.
Trump needs to get out or tell Israel to go on the maps. And every American, German, Russian, and British business person needs to go home and let the Israeli people come home. I
Well,
really don't have an opinion. As long as it doesn't drag us into a war, do whatever. I mean, a
well,
hot war.
when they start taking Americans who are visiting a foreign country, and they're taking them out of that foreign country into another technical foreign country, and holding them hostage, they're dragging us in. It wasn't Israel that was dragging it in, it was the Palestinians. That's my take on it.
I agree with you, and it's the destiny of us as Americans that did they do that during a democratic rule or bossery
Yes,
administration
yes.
because it was that administration? Yes. My opinion, yes, 100%. Why? Because they knew daggone well
I know you
that,
can't blame the Palestinians of today for the actions of their father, but every issue between Palestine, the so-called Palestinian and Israel or Israelis was started by the Palestinians from day one, 1948, or actually pre to that, since 1929.
yeah,
I'm speaking historically now.
yeah, no, let me throw it back just a little bit more. Slightly after 700, after, I think I'm right. I don't remember when Muhammad was.
650.
Okay, so around about 100 years after, so about the year 700 or 725 or 750, this garbage started over there. I'm utterly fed up with it. I think it should be known. Everybody talks about what a tough guy Mr. Trump is and yada yada yada. That's why everybody's Sparkles better be glad I can't get his ear, because I'd have him put out in writing. You hurt one American, I'll blow up 5 of your biggest towns, cities. You guys play, but you better play nice. Be checking IDs at the door to your little war matches. Been going on for 1400 years. Us Americans got stuff to do.
And we can actually say this crap has been going on for 2,000 years because it's what, 2025, and Rome deemed it to be Palestine around 27 BC and kicked all the Jew attempted to kick all the Jews out of Palestine, sending them
And,
packing.
and by 60 through 70, mission accomplished. The Great Roman Purge.
Yeah, according to this, it's a wiki, so you can take it for what it's worth. The Roman Empire was in there between 27 BC and 476 AD.
Elizabeth said, soldiers, I work with the Institutes of Peace, and the Democrats have started this along with the British, American, German, and Russians. Got through the Hebrews out and did not say you can just take it over. The maps go back to, yes, at least 1000. That was Palestine, and the maps from 1908 show Israel just went on and taking land. Many rabbis contest Zionism, which is rich people who took land and saying, oh, it is our land. It is not. God threw them out for disrespecting God. It says that in the Torah. I went to Hebrew
Well,
University and University of Judaism, learned from the rabbis, not the politicians. Yeah, I just,
talking about 1908, they didn't kick them out; they bought the land. They didn't just go in there with armed forces and kick them out. In fact, there wasn't even a armed arm of Israelis other than maybe a few kibbutzes until after 1929, and the United Nations, the UN yet United Nations Israel deal, limiting the number of Jews that could migrate to Palestine. Palestine is the Roman name for it. And if you look at every
The
single
only
comic
way
book,
they could pronounce Philistine. This is
yeah, I know.
Old Testament stuff. This goes back
Right.
5,500 years.
And if you, okay, the people of that area were nomads when the first Jews went in, and then they started really building cities. And we're talking the time of Moses. And we know a lot of this not only from the Bible, but from
From the Egyptians carved it in the walls.
well, I was going to say archaeology digs, but if we're talking the modern state of Israel, they dreamed about it during World War II, but part of the promise to the Jews that helped out during World War I is that they could have their own homeland. Didn't come into effect till 48. And in fact, the Brits attempted to stop all European Jews from migrating to Israel, and they just went. And since the Allies also promised them that after World War II, they really started pouring in between 45 and 48 when the Brits finally pulled out.
Yep. Russians and British. Can we go back to the list? I work on this project, and Netanyahu should be in the World Court for the genocide. He has been indicted.
He hasn't committed genocide. That's the problem. People, he has not rounded up Palestinians and take them and execute them. The Muslims in Israel are Israelis, and he hasn't rounded them up. They have the more freedoms than anywhere else on the planet. They can hold offices. There's Muslim judges. There are Muslim politicians in Israel. This misconception of the Israelis committing genocide. No, you attack me, I'm going to attempt to guerrilla stomp you. Plain and simple. And they've done it every single time. They've been surrounded since its foundation in 48, and they've managed to beat back everybody that attacked them. All the Arab nations, the locals listened to the muftis and said, kill all Jews. Well, they got what they deserved. They didn't want to live. Israeli wants them to live with them in peace. They don't want peace.
In your
And
opinion.
I mean, if anybody's attempting to commit genocide, it's the Palestinians, the Egyptians, used to be the Jordans under the present king's grandfather, Iraq, Iran, all the Arab countries. They've been attacked by everybody.
And I'm only gonna say, sir, I'm not trying to change your mind or say you're wrong. I understand your point of view, and your point of view comes from legit definitions in certain other places. But in the United Nations and the International Criminal Court, or whatever it's called, that runs under the UN,
Yeah.
and I'm not going to look it up, the definition of genocide is far more broad and encompassing than
Then,
you just
yes,
said your definition is.
under the definition put down by Haig, every former leader of that in Russia that were under, including Putin, should be rounded up and jailed, because Putin, under the Soviet Union, committed genocide against other people that were in the old Soviet bloc countries. France needs to be held accountable because they've committed genocide. Congo, Liberia, all right? The Brits need to be held accountable for genocide. I
Under
hate to say it,
warrant.
America needs to be held accountable for genocide. There is not a country on the planet that has not attempted to commit genocide. Not a tribe, not a nation. They've all have attempted to commit genocide under the Hague's definition. In fact, there are more countries in Africa that have attempted to genocide than there are in Europe and the Middle East. Because it's one tribe trying to wipe out another tribe, one religion trying to wipe out all other religions.
And on March, when you say the Hague, that's the ICC, the International Criminal Court. It's located at The Hague.
Right.
On March 17, 2023, they issued warrants for Vladimir Putin, president of Russia.
Yeah, but what about all the other African countries' presidents? He's just one. I mean, I'm just using him as an example. Okay, what about the president of France? Or prime minister of Germany?
Elizabeth said, I work with Israel people who were thrown out, Hebrews who had to refugee to Los Angeles. Peace Institute is my career of decades, and killing people to take their lands is. And I think last year, the same ICC issued their warrants against Netanyahu and the leader or whatever he is of Hamas. I think, I don't remember, but yes. Both sides of that equation.
In fact, in some ways, The Hague needs to arrest itself.
Go arrest
UN,
themselves.
Yeah. The UN and The Hague hasn't been a viable, I would say, the UN hasn't been a viable force for any good since Korea. And they were barely viable then. We will never have a world government, which is what the UN wants to be, a worldwide ruling body. I mean, they have outlawed, UN has put that fourth resolutions to disarm America, the United States. And I know quite a few people that would go, bring it on, boy.
It would be easier if all people just learned truth in history, not the we the great ones idiocy that is pushed on us by the worst. And we all rebuild, restore, and clean up this earth for the next, probably generations.
I know.
concur. It
I
would
would love
be.
to see that happen, but it ain't gonna happen. We almost need to wipe the planet clean and start over with another species.
Yeah, they discussed that in the Matrix. We're talking about the
I know.
Matrix now.
Yeah, I know they
Agent
did.
Smith said humans are the virus, the cancer that's killing the earth.
Well, I look at it this way, and this is probably for any species of intelligence life, because they put themselves above everything else, including each other. It's just going to be a rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, because then no one learns from history. Some of us learn to look for the certain warning signs going, this is about to happen, people. But you're talking into the wind. The only things that's listening to you maybe is your puppy, if you got one, your cat, your tree, because no one else is listening. They tune you out.
Yep.
I would love to see peace in the world. And I do mean peace and brotherly love. You see it in small groups. And occasionally when you go somewhere, you can find it. But as far as the world is concerned, no, you don't see it. Because one country wants what the other country has, and if they can't get it by begging for it, stealing for it, they're going to fight you.
Yep. That's how we do.
Well,
That's
I
why we
mean,
have the simplified version. And we've discussed it before, but people who didn't hear it before, I'm going to say again. If you can't learn anything out of approximately 1,500 pages of moral teachery that some people take literally and base their whole faith system on it, take the page that contains what is called the Ten Commandments and do like when they banned it and made it illegal for any government place in North Carolina to display it with that title on it. A guy with a couple loots in my little town went and got framed copies made, very nice, that said 10 rules for friendly and happy living instead of whatever. And then
yeah.
that all the thing was changed was the title, and now it's okay. It's secular. It has nothing to do with geo-global interstellar travel, masses, billions of people. If you read those 10 rules, they deal with everybody one at a time. Take responsibility for yourself. Help your neighbor. It got refined later in those collection of books. Just love your neighbor like yourself. Go work
Yeah.
that out. Go read that fortune cookie to yourself every day and ask yourself, is what I'm about to do to whoever this is, everybody in your life is your neighbor. You, if they did that to you, would you say, yay? I'm really trying. There. Was that an okay or too much? Did I go too far in oversimplifying it?
No, you didn't. And
I really try. And I really try to, hey man, it's just
and
10 little things. Just
and
try
all your
for
almost
myself.
almost almost all your big religions, and you already said that gave up organized religion for land, have those 10 rules. But, you know, then there's a couple others that are put in there. Well, if they don't do what you want and they won't obey your rules, force it. Well, and that's in their religious text. What's in the problem is, this is one reason I don't support organized religion, is they, especially in this country, or in actually any country, they take something from an older text and bring it in, and they claim they follow the newer text, but they're using the old text with the fire and brimstone. When the newer text, when they claim to follow the newer text, preach love and forgiveness and helping people, not vengeance.
Yep.
Like an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You wind up with people that can't eat and they're blind.
Elizabeth said at both ends of the mess, it is the middle people going along, not the few living mean and crazy at each end. Yes, that is what Jesus told us. Is this honoring God? And is it caring and loving to me and my neighbor? No, you are right. But that is the middle, where few people will get to, because they excuse themselves. God is on our side. Bob Dylan put that into perspective. God is who we honor, not who we use to do our dirty deeds and attempt to get them. Okay. Yep.
Well, there's a quote, and I like the quote. I know we want to keep this secular as possible, but it's may God turn the hearts of those. So, quote, basically, those people that don't like you, may God turn their hearts. If he can't turn their hearts, may he turn their ankles so we know them by their limping.
And one of the best hopscotch is what your brain does. And that's from a song. It's called Mental Hopscotch. It's what my
Yeah.
brain does. The line you're saying was in the book, and I never remember the full name of the book. We Were Young Once and Soldiers or something like that. And Mel Gibson and the other guy we always talk about
Yeah.
did a great Vietnam conflict episode, not a war, movie about.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of the movie right now. We are soldiers. Mel Gibson.
I just find it funny that we're still calling it not a war. It was a war between North and South Vietnam, and he joined in on one side. Oh, it was a police action. No, it wasn't.
They don't even call it that. They just call it the conflict.
I know they call the Korean War
Police action was Korea.
Korea, and I'm like, no, it wasn't.
Ask all the soldiers that DOA'd there, and whether it was war or not.
I mean, we weren't arresting them and putting them in jail.
It's called We Were Soldiers.
Yeah, it's a
I
very good
think the
movie.
title of the book was, man, I love that movie. And we talked about the lady yesterday.
Yeah.
It's another probably 5 seconds of movie that, and there's a couple scenes. One is where they say that quote, and the guy really wrote it in his diaries.
I mean, it's an old quote. It's a very old quote. I have it on a sweatshirt.
Yeah, just
And
We were
The sweatshirt I
soldiers,
have,
quote, our enemy prayer.
um, the
Uh,
T-shirt the
this,
sweatshirt go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm still looking for it.
They had the title of the book. It was we were S- w- we were soldiers and young. It was on the previous page that you had up because it said we were soldiers based on a book titled "We Were Soldiers and Young."
Oh, yeah, maybe it was the article coincidental. I just always remember it. We were young once and soldiers.
Okay. Um, and on my sweatshirt it has a Jacobite Highlander on one side and an English soldier on the other side, and the English soldier has a bandage around his ankle.
And I hope it's okay to read this. I guess it's okay. Or I'm going to take the risk. Even though it has the H word in it.
Oh,
And Mel Gibson did a good job delivering it. And apparently, accordingly, because I had the book, I know it's almost word for word verbatim out of the book.
yeah.
That this guy really prayed this with his little tiny daughter. That it's a great light moment in movies when they're being very serious about some very serious stuff. When she says something about, she says like, either are we Methodists or are Methodists or something like that, but she says it with an N.
Okay.
Methodists, and I love it. Oh yes, and one more thing, dear Lord, about our enemies. This is after he said a big prayer for all
Yeah.
him and his soldiers' safety. Ignore their heathen prayers and help us blow those little bastards straight to hell. Amen. I love it.
Yeah. And see, she says Jesus told us to no longer. Okay, that was early. It went up and went back down, so I thought it was a new one.
Nope. I didn't see it because I was reading the quotes. We were soldiers from quotes.net. We're going to take that off of there. And one day we'll talk about that. Another, man, that was 2002. That's a long time ago.
Yep.
Madeline Stowe. That's her name. I don't even have to click it and look it up. My brain gave it to me. One day. Maybe later this day. I don't know. We got a long James Caan to run through. And I will say, especially to Elizabeth, I don't know how to say sorry, hashtag not sorry,
Yeah.
if the conversation was upsetting or activating. I hope we recovered from it.
Well, I don't know about upsetting, but passionate, yes.
No, I'm talking about to her, I sense.
Oh, okay.
Especially because she said, can we just go to the list?
Oh, okay. Did yeah.
Yes.
Let's just go. Let's just go to the list. We can move on.
But that's part of doing the live call-in radio. This may lead to this. This may lead to that. It's the dynamics of it. Someday, somewhere, somebody might happen across it and get stimulated in the thinker category. If it was really, really bad, ma'am, I'm And anybody who ever listens hears it. You can scroll back and live play the chat. I typed up there, yes, soon. And now I'm disclaiming and qualifying. To me, it's still good. It's good information, points of view, discussions happening. Nobody called anybody any names.
I like Elizabeth. Why would I call her a name?
It's
Other than
not
she's
the
lovely
point.
and she's lovely and produced a great son.
Yeah, my brother, he thinks a lot of himself.
I don't mean or I've never met your brother.
I know I'm being teasy. Elizabeth said, I appreciate going back to the list. I know people do not respect my work. See? We're going to talk about that one sentence in just a second. But my life is in danger for what I do, just to want peace on earth and people in this country to live in peace, not criminal. Yes. If there's more, then we'll just think for a second. And just so you understand what I'm thinking, George, well, she's typing. Hopefully she's not listening. Why that sticks out to me is because when somebody, and I'm not being biased,
I
I'm
got
saying
you.
what if somebody strange to us type that in our chat right now on our live show? I know people do not respect my work. Just like I've said before about you, sir, you take the blame because of how tan you were born and the color of your eyes, and you have a little twig and berries. For everything, man, I just trying to watch my movie, guys, last night, and it's just white man bad, white man bad, white man bad, white man bad. So I understand when you say you're tired of it. You didn't do anything to anybody.
Well, yeah, and
She's not
the
saying that you or I do not respect her work. For many, many decades, she's been poo-pooed for saying these
yeah.
exact things. Oh, we hear you and we respect it, ma'am. Utterly. That's
One
the
of the
good
reasons
that comes of it to me.
one of one of the reasons I when it's all whitey wrong, all whitey evil,
Only
bullhuck,
white men. The white man, male patriarchy, misogyny,
whatever,
blah,
is
blah, blah.
I have to look back at the people in my life, and I experienced and saw the opposite of what they're claiming.
Yeah, and that's why
Bending over
this,
backwards to respect people, bending over backwards to help people, regardless of skin color, sex, religious orientation, and so forth.
oh,
And that's the only thing I have to go by. And when they say all, that means they're insulting people I love and have lots of respect for. What's the quickest way to get a young man or boy man to fight? Insult their mother.
oh, I don't even know. Back to the title of me and this set of shows. World's most frustrated, inarticulate. Plural. Absolutely. I can't explain it any better. I wrote a little note in the thing. I said what I had to say. I can't think of anything else, but yes. we will hop back to the list and stop stimulating. Hey, man, we
Hey,
spent, man, woman,
I
child, we spent a whole, to me, extremely good 40 minutes. If if I owe apologies because I allowed it to happen and the organic nature of it, then I apologize.
at least we know my heart's working.
Everybody's is. Oh, we've already started the whatevs. I put it at the bottom of the list. Oh, that's another thing, Elizabeth. Did the community not community anymore? Did the posty post work better than an email with copy paste of the whatever's in the posty post? Were you able to see more and sorry, got the hiccups and the burps at the same time. Uh the joys of being on live messy can radio, and I'm not being offensive. I'm making fun of the word messy and the song. I'm on a Mexican radio. Oh, 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 oh. Eating barbecued iguana. Not criminal work each day. One of my friends spent almost 50 years in prison for standing up for his people and treaties. Another just was on TV news. He spent 8 years in prison before Trump commuted his sentence. Yay, Trump. Boo, whoever put him in prison to begin with if it's abuses of power. All right. Back on the list. Martial artist. This is the martial art of
Ah,
live call-in radio. Welcome to the live call-in radio. Hello, you're on the air. Yeah, my boyfriend doesn't wipe his butt good enough. Thank you for calling. Next time we're gonna take a different caller and have a pre-screener for the calls. We'll go funny. We're gonna go funny for a while. Let's 07 30. Elizabeth said, I saw some, but my Yahoo would not open the link. Sigh. They keep asking, how do you like this new format? I keep saying, not at all. I also have said, stop hiring your kids or their buddies, or the lowest bidder. Oh well, we'll keep trying. There's no need to make something new just because someone thinks it is great looking. Well, they're funny. While taking their funny graduate student mind altering chemicals. She spelled it drugs. I think we're still allowed to say that. Drugs. I'll check it out. I'll try to remember to come back here to this show in a couple weeks and see if it put hard brackets and an underscore around that. Oh, momentary tech talk about post versus email. Followed up with, follow up with. Here we go. Are you ready, George? Should I go first or you go first? The Kendo Tales. Repeated. You
okay.
first or me first, sir?
Hold on, my internet froze. Doing
Oh,
funky.
I guess that means me first. Ha ha, me
Oh,
first.
here
I
we go.
win. Me first is first. I
Oh,
won't even type it out
I
there.
got it up. Are we talking
Okay.
the black belt article I sent you?
No, we're telling the kendo tale. But it's all right.
Oh,
It's me
okay.
first. I'm going first. I
All
win.
right.
Here's the kendo tale. For any of you that don't know, I guess I'll pull that up on screen. What a kendo sword or a kendo stick is. Here it comes on screen.
Oh,
Kendo
the Shanine.
bamboo
Aren't they called Shanine? Something like that.
sword. Kendo
There we go.
bamboo sword. Images. There's many images on screen. Let's see. Can I zoom? A zoom. This is a big one. Open image and new tab.
Yeah. Shana,
It's
Shana,
coming.
I think it's pronounced Shanine.
Hey, I don't know its official. Maybe when I go back to the other page, I'll look.
It was Shinai.
From the guy I learned from,
Mm-hmm.
he called it kendo stick, not sword,
Okay.
stick.
Yeah.
Let me zoom it so everybody can see out in the internet worlds. It is a old, mostly dry piece of bamboo that is split and then tied back together. When this impacts human, that little split or slit opens up and then closes as the pressure releases, meaning it will pinch a stripe out of you. My master sensei, or Renchis, or all the levels, who taught me judo, and to them there's no do and jitsu to people of his class, family background, and region of growing up in Japan. It's very complicated. Us Americans can't understand it. Be glad you're not Japanese when it gets that complicated. There's no judo and jujitsu. He would say, I want to play judo with you, and then we would fight. Along the way, he had taught me what's allowed in judo and not allowed. No gya. That's karate. Karate. No gyas. Like wrestle. So one day, he was talking about learning how to do samurai sword, be the great samurai ninja swordsman of ancient Japanese past. And so easy, safe, learn kendo. I said, oh man, sounds fun. So he gets out kendo sticks. He gave me one. He had one. We stood several paces apart on concrete in the backyard. Well, I was still looking at the ding-danging thing. He said, defend yourself, and blistered and scarred and marred my body all over with those long, painful stripes picked out of my flesh by a kendo sword stick. And he said, ha ha ha, I win. And that's kendo school. Now he said, you go figure it out yourself. Basically, my version of it, without all the stuttering. English as a third or fourth language from this poor guy. Great guy. He's passed away now. Holy cow. You go figure out whatever you got to figure out. And when, like we were joking about the show Kung Fu, when you can snatch the pebble from my hand, when you can face me with kendo stick and not cry and rub ointment all over yourself and roly-poly on the floor in the fetal position. You are samurai. Or kendo. And now
I,
you're another color up kendo.
I have two great stories about. One's kendo, about kendo, or actually individual. The other's about using shenanigans or kendo stick. A friend of the family, friend of mine, to reenact. Is it okay to say his name?
If it's okay with him, it's okay with me.
I don't know if he's still living, sir. He's old.
Uh, First name, last initial.
Okay. How about rank? Because we always called him. I'll. Those that know him will know him. Colonel Caan. That's what we all called him at growing up. Citadel graduate, military. At one point, he was one of Stromtherm's military aides. Served in Korea and Vietnam. Anyhow, he retired from the military about 1973 or thereabouts. He became an ROTC instructor. When he retired from teaching, he became a proofreader of school annuals. But I think it was 65 or 70. He took it upon himself. He wanted to learn something new. He'd been fencing since college, so he took up kendo at 65, and then within a couple of years, rose pretty reasonably through the kendo rank. Anybody taking up a combative sport, because that's what kendo is, it's a sport, in your 60s or 70s, salute. The other story, as I've mentioned in previous casts, I once was a member of the Society for Creative Anachronism, the SCA. A bunch of us guys that hung out, we got a hold of some shenanigans, kendo sticks, and at first we decided to try and use them. No armor, no helmets. People started getting injured, and some of us that knew how real blades work got pretty good at it. Jump forward to a couple years later, and I'm at a place that made medieval armor because I apprenticed there. And between projects, we would horseplay. Men and boys. The only difference is the price of their toys. But we didn't have kendo masks, so we were using old style saber masks for fencing with saber. And which sort of kind of leaves the ears slightly exposed. I blocked the blow that was coming at my head somewhat, but as he did a draw cut, the bamboo versus bamboo and the bamboo versus the side of the mask made his kendo stick splinter and draw against my earlobe, which promptly put slivers of bamboo in my ear. And he goes, "I'll get the slivers out," and pops this knife off. And I wasn't going to let him come near me with a knife because he's also slightly inebriated. I picked up a hammer. I said, "No, Meanwhile, a friend of mine's mother, who was a nurse, came out. "I'll see if I can't get some of them out." She got most of the splinters out, but it took another 10 years for that last splinter to come out of my ear, work its way out. Because every now and then I could tug on my ear and I'd feel that splinter, and finally it came out.
For
Things
a
the bodies like to retain.
splinter to come out
Bamboo
of
splinters are very, very fine.
the ear.
They're like
Oh,
hair.
yes.
Now, SCA uses rattan, which is a bamboo-like plant, except for it being hollow, it's solid. Bamboo and rattan technically is not wood, it's grass. For our herbal, our plant people out there. And not to mention, when you hit with those things, they make a loud sound because the bamboo, as you said, spreading apart and then coming back together real fast.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, the Japanese has the right idea. Cover your ears. Because
Yeah, I
I'm
put the
guaranteed you,
armor up on screen.
uh,
And
and we would
the
do, we
real Americanized kendo training armor is more like a dog bite suit or a dog
yeah,
training suit. There's one. It is not a standard gi. It is
but
quilted safety protection material.
right. Uh, but in kendo, the sport, you're only allowed to hit the head, chest, and hand, and maybe the shoulder. And that's the reason they got that wings off the head. You're not allowed to hit the arms or the leg.
Yeah, in the official sport. But when you asked somebody to teach you how to be a samurai ninja,
Yeah.
okay,
All's fair in love and war.
you
But
might
we
you
would
might be
we would
careful and get a translation book first.
yeah. Well, when we were doing it, we were treating them like they were, tools to represent real swords. Except for we didn't wear armor. And the finally got away from that and decided to use at least fencing masks is brother Brett. I know he's up there in heaven. And we would, if you got hit in the arm, you couldn't use that arm type routine.
Yeah.
Had lost one arm, and he dropped the sword behind him with his others, and the person he was going against was expecting for his hand to still be up near the tsuba, the cross guard, for those that don't know. And instead, he dropped it, inched his hand down to the very other end of so he's holding just barely the tip of the sword. And as he came in close, he just came around with a round and caught him on the nose and broke his nose. We had lots of fun with him, and but young men / boys will do the weirdest things and fluff them off. He just went to the medics the next day, had his nose fixed, taped up, and back to doing the things the following weekend. The person that this is not his real name, it's his SCA name, named Lupus, who originally brought those things for us to play with. I wish he was still with us, but he fit a depression and offed himself. So if you're having those issues, please contact someone for help. There's my public service now.
Well, let me timestamp it and put it in there again. Oh, one. And sorry, people who listen regularly, I'm not sorry. Every time that stuff comes up.
Brett,
Public
he passed
service
away from cancer.
announcement. I think we're
Whether it's
still
your
allowed to say depression. I'm gonna say it.
depression,
Depression and
the
any
blues
other mental,
issues,
emotional issues,
go seek your
especially
rabbi, your priest, your mosque, your
at
a
the
doctor, hotline. There are all kinds of hotlines open 24/7.
thoughts of harm to self or others.
Yep. So that you may
Call
be
988 or
oh,
contact a mental, emotional, spiritual
support.
I think that covers it, all three. If I think of it
Yeah.
later. Mental, there's other names to keep it, whatever works for you. Anybody out there on earth.
Elizabeth, is there a
Counselor.
800 hotline?
Is there a what?
I was asking Elizabeth if she knew of a number that might have been a national 800 hotline where you can
It's
just put
dial
your
988.
okay. I'm used to 1-800.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're old, George. We're old. Got to get with the kids these days. It's 988, I believe. Let me make sure. 988 hotline. Help is available. It has the S word we're not supposed to say on the YouTube live streams. And the word and crisis. If you're feeling lack of hope, lack of worth, that is a crisis. Get the help. Dial 988. Text 988. Visit their official website. You can chat with them in a chat box. The vast majority of the people that work this S word and crisis hotline or lifelines are volunteers. For I
and
think
train.
2.5 years, I volunteered as much free time as I could give. I made some lifelong distant acquaintances that every now and then someone will come into my mind and I'll say, send out the email or whatever. Hey, you still out there? Haven't heard from you in 3 years. And they'll send back, yeah, just busy. We don't hang out. We don't do online stuff together. We don't godparent each other's children. And if you think you got some time and some good patience and you might be able to help somebody else, go to the official website. They always have help wanted. And if you don't want to deal with those well-meaning people, if you have a severe religious thing, contact somebody in your religious.
And I don't know about a lot of the organized religion also have their own personal hotline and helpline.
Yep. I don't know what happens now. It's been a long, long time since I was volunteering. Back then, we had a whole list of stuff computerized and printed out, book format. If somebody said I'm yada, 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 religious something, we had the list at, I think it was, probably then it was the 1-800 thing. That was the whole name of the. Somewhere somebody got lots of money from the federal government. You just have to ignore that. If you're going to volunteer, you're going to volunteer. But they were very good about it, providing us lots of information. And hey, if someone calls and says yakety yak, maybe you can point them in the. Let's say they were Catholics and they were having a problem. Sorry, with somebody at their local church. Where is the next regional level up in the Catholic Church? That we had all that information at the fingertips. So yeah, please. Sure, George. We'll take every opportunity we can ever get to go down that road.
Okay. He's just someone in my life. Different times I helped, he helped, and stuff like that. But when he moved away, I lost contact. I found out later that And he's one of those I would call a banter rooster. He was very small. I mean, he'd make you look fat, type skinny,
Yeah.
but but he was very much so a bantam rooster personality. He'd take on the biggest, baddest people you could imagine.
Well, we did good. We've been an hour and a half and 30 seconds. Even though I'm not having the tingly feeling. If you don't have a feeling like you have to urinate, you're probably underhydrated.
I
So
know
I
I'm
am going to
underhydrated.
go. What time is it? 4:31 p.m. Eastern. Break. We'll leave it on that and try to leave the 988. Yep. 988 is all on screen. Break is on screen. The dude or lady? Well, let's put the Be Right Back lady up. And nope, I didn't get music ready. One day I'm going to get it right and get it ready. We're going to take about 5 and we'll be right back. Yep. I unmute the machine. Back. My Bodyguard. Movie discussion. Probably not. Madness. And hello. Probably not. We'll take a quick look at it. I don't have that much to say about it other than I like it. But when I got back and unmuted the microphone, the loud hum is back in my left ear. Before we went to the live, George said he could not hear it. So,
Still can't.
and I'm just going to deal with it. I'm dealing with it, man. I'm just dealing with it. Moving on. Almost everything I say is probably a movie, a book, or a song line. Or some horrified rendition thereof. Alright, let's do my Bodyguard. Let me get... I gotta get some stuff down so we have our blue background. I'm not gonna start the screen sharing Discord, George, yet for this one.
That's fine.
Because I don't imagine we're gonna stay here all day. This is likely to be a short dip, just to clarify. I don't know how I could number star rate it. How about you, sir?
At least a 7.
There you go. Not www.mybodyguard. IMDb, not a sponsor. If somebody knows another one, YouTube hasn't knocked me for it yet. That we should be using, then I will be using. 1980, My Bodyguard. When Clifford Peach enrolls in a new high school and is harassed by a bully named Moody, he acquires the services of the school's most feared kid, the Sully Ricky Linderman, as a bodyguard. Yeah, George nailed that one. 7.1 at the IMDb. George said 7. I would say 7. Maybe 8, but I really, really liked it. So it's hard to say. And since the 80s, I haven't gone back and rewatched it because I don't do that to the picture shows that I like. I liked them and I like my memories of them. And I would probably, the theory is, or my theory is, you ain't the same you that watched it way back when. So if I looked at it now, I might say, man, this thing sucks. And then I would be all mad at myself for liking it all those years. Or I'd see something that my training and experience in life has focused my eyes on something different. So, yep. I don't know. 7, 8. Yep. Good. Good. But I really do like it. If you just said, well, did you like the movie? How do you rate it on the love scale of movies? 10. I looked a little bit this morning. Chris Makepeace has that old black and white photo because he did a couple more things and then he quit acting. He's a Canadian. I'm not going to click and open his page. Everybody else can do that themselves. Adam Baldwin, long-term famous actor. I didn't look up Adam Baldwin. Probably most, well, at least to me, most remembered for being Animal Mother in, I think it was 1986. Might have been later. Full Metal Jacket. Everybody knows who Matt Dillon is. If you don't, you're wrong. I didn't look up Paul Quand. I sort of recognize Hank Silas, but it's a very tiny picture. I'll zoom it. Nope, didn't look it up. We did the Cusacks for a long time last night. This is a very, very young Joan Cusack. Richard Bradley. I didn't look his up either. I don't think he did much acting after that. I can't remember. It's not that important. But he's the one I confused. I thought yesterday, wasn't the guy from, the bully guy from Karate Kid in that? The other blonde guy? You know, all blonde guys look the same to me. No, it's not him. And seeing the picture this morning, I said, nope, that's not him. Sweep the leg, sweep the leg. I don't know who Tom Riley is. Didn't look it up. If any of these, if you want to get into them after we look at the photos, George, then holla. We'll go down that road.
Okay.
There's not that many photos either. There's only 59, and a lot of them are the advertisements and posters. Matt Dillon making the big old muscles. Didn't you say something about the, and I know if you're watching the stream, George, the guy,
Yeah.
Hank Silas. Isn't he one of the ones you were talking about, martial arts stuff?
Remember.
Oh well, we'll leave him there for a second. We might look him back up later. Maybe, if we remember. Once we go down one of those other checkbox lists. Norm! Everybody remembers Norm. These two actors, very big, 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s. George Wendt and Martin Mull. Norm from Cheers. There they are, becoming friends, riding their motorcycles together. There is a very, very young, she's got to be like 10, but they told her, you're going to play a high school student. Can't really. Joan Cusack. One day we're going to dig through Joan Cusack's career. The big old.
When did she was she was a teenager, almost an adult. That I remember because she was born in '62.
Yep. But whatever. She's just a baby. That would make her 18 when this happened, but she looks young. But here's some of that. They used to call it banner printing. Old-fashioned computers that printed on dot matrix paper that you had to tear the dots off the margins. This must be the DA place. See? The year 2000s didn't invent spelling and talking like that. It happened long ago. There he is. He's a big old dude. Mr. Baldwin. I do believe, yes, I'm pretty sure I won't be wrong if I say yes, related to all those other Baldwins. Am I wrong, George?
I don't know.
I guess we'll have to ask. Oh, look, they're eating at Gordon Ramsay's place. It's raw. Or maybe it's Emerald. He's slapping that onto the plate saying, bam. Reading the news. There's a throwback for you. Man, look at that phone/intercom thing mounted to the wall. Maybe I should have shared the screen. We can fix that. One screen share coming up. Share. My Bodyguard 1980. Go. Coming at you in the Discord, George.
I got it.
That way George isn't waiting for the internet to bounce it around the globe and the satellites so he can, if any of this rings his bell, he'll say, oh man, and what about the other? Yep, they even
And
had
no, he is not
carnations.
related. He is not related to the other Baldwin.
Oh, very good. I was wrong. I was a test. I was just testing. Hello? Ring ring. Who was phone? Craig Richard Nelson.
Remembering mostly from TV stuff.
Yep. Very nice tie. He has a very nice knot in his tie. See how there's no creases down his chest part of his tie? Very good job, sir. Good job. How'd you like a knuckle sandwich? Give me your lunch money. I don't remember what all the bad bully guy things of. Look at what a handsome one he is. Matt Dillon.
That's when you take your right foot and you place it between both his legs very hard, very fast. And then
Man, she looks like she's
bring that
12.
thing in his nose. Yeah, it does.
Here's another one. Joan Cusack. We discovered last night. Yep. Her and all the rest of the family are actors. All the siblings. Maybe the parents. I don't know. Seems like all of them. And we're going to one day, not this day, and not in this day in her life. I don't care if she was 19 years old. She looks like 12. Not looking at it too much more. Indoors. Dude's got the forbidden stuff in his face. Inside a building. How could it be? How did humanity survive until now when they allowed that in the 1980s? I don't know. Miracles. We already discussed him. Holy cow. He's in muchety much. He can do serious and slapstick and full comedy. He's a full range actor. Whoever that is, doing something with papers in her arms. Just quite the smile, and look at that big 70s hair. And what they do different in the 80s? Made the top big too.
One of the earlier pictures, I thought I recognized someone, and I was right. It's John Houseman. I remember him from Paper Chase. Played the professor.
Which one? This one with the
Scroll
lady
up.
sitting at the
Nope.
table?
Scroll up.
That one?
Up. Nope. Older. Up. Up. Keep going. There's an old guy who kind of looked like he's shocked and leaning back in his chair. Right there. That's John Houseman.
Well, let's do the tangent. What else is he known for? What are you known for, John? Oh, he played the Adolf, the Paper Chase, Rollerball, the Fog, 1980. I like that version. They're very generous at 6.8. Doesn't stop me from liking it. 3 Days of the Condor is a good movie. Maybe we'll come revisit you someday, Mr. Houseman.
He played in Winds of War, which was a TV miniseries about the starting of World War II before the U.S. entered the war.
Who knew? None of us. Till right now, we got reminded. I don't remember where we were. We were
Oh,
somewhere.
Lord. Right about there.
He's rowering, I guess. I don't remember what he was doing. I think it was yelling at his protectee. All the bullies got splashed with stuff. More photos from the boxes and everything else. This is another one. Kids these days just absolutely wouldn't believe it. Where's their helmets? Yep. And still, somehow humanity survived. And that's really it there. It's the fine looking fellers of My Bodyguard, 1980. I basically have nothing else for My Bodyguard, 1980. How about you, George?
No, not really.
I guess we could go. We'll take the quick look. He was in Independence Day. He was in The Patriot. He was in Full Metal Jacket. He was in Serenity. I'm not scrolling his whole list.
No.
Still working.
As young as he is and has 127.
Yeah, as an actor. And he's got soundtrack. And he's got, I guess that's it. I thought he had done some writing and other stuff too. Nope. But that busy as an actor, he ain't got time for anything else. Elizabeth said, wow, Ruth Gordon. All right, we'll just look her up. Instead of scrolling the pictures, we'll say Ruth, G-O-R. Oh, that's from Rosemary's Baby. Yep, she was in there. And that's how these things go. Every which way but loose, she was Ma. Turn right, Clyde. Right turn, Clyde. Turn left. Right turn, Clyde. Harold and Maude. She worked right up until 1987. Muh Heart. She was on 2 episodes of Muh Heart. She was Grandma in My Bodyguard. That's life. Rumored. That's what people say. Taxi the TV series, 1 episode. Every which way but loose. She was Ma again in the previous. Right turn, Clyde. Columbo, the Love Boat. Oh, The Great Houdini, the TV movie, 1976. Who knew? Apparently Elizabeth. Wonder if she was the one that was calling. They did it on both Emergency and Adam 12,
Yep.
where they did the lonely old lady calls in a 911 so that some uniformed men might come visiting. And I giggled and giggled and laughed. Kojak.
I think
Harold.
Harold and Maude, it's sort of kind of a cross-generation love affair.
Ruth Gordon. Grandma in my bodyguard. Just putting it in the note. All right. Harold and Maude. Probably still not going to do her photos. Unless Elizabeth said, yeah, do her photos. Oh, no.
Young,
Bud Core. There's another Cusack. I wonder if he's related. Cyril, are you related? Answer me.
well, according to John Cusack, I'd say
Oh, there's Tom Skerritt. He was the one. I used to live in a house in Monrovia, and right down the street, they were making one of those. Some dude in his 40s or 50s is messing around with a tween-age girl,
yeah.
but it's all her fault. And I was waiting for him to open up my sidewalk so I could go to my grocery store or something, because we were trapped in a dead-end area. So they had closed off the street without notifying any of us to make their movie. They were like, oh, you busy for the next 30 minutes to a couple hours? And I was like, I gotta go get my grocery store. I learned to stop going grocery shopping every day like you're some kind of European or something.
yeah.
I said, whatever, I can't, what do you want me to do? Can I do it and get through this barricade and roadblock? They're like, we just need you to go stand over there. But, so I was an extra or a standing around uncredited person, and I didn't have to sign any waivers or anything, and I didn't get paid. So I stood around in a Tom Skerritt movie where the little hussy throws herself at him, and what's a poor man to do? And they didn't use it. Harold and Maude should have gotten Oscars, etc., but it was about peace and not unaliving oneself, but it was the peace that got it cancel cultured and kept being called a cult film. Yeah, I'll go back up and read the. I was just seeing who's in it, who done it. We found out who done it. Tom Skerritt. It's got a horrible looking, gory face. Young, rich, and obsessed with the end of life. Hard brackets. Harold finds himself changed forever when he meets lively septuagenarian Maude at a funeral. Oh, I have seen that. That's 70s, I believe.
Yeah.
Sept is 70.
71. Close enough.
What?
It's 71. I said close enough when you said 70.
No, septuagenarian means somebody in their 70s.
Yeah. I thought you meant the year the movie came.
Oh, no. I have seen it. It's rated 7.9. Whatever they
Pretty
did at
good.
the time. Get off my screen, all you stuff. You IMDb. Sorry. Had to get off the screen, Elizabeth. The pop-ups and the pop-ins and the sliding advertisers that got me in trouble last time were happening.
There's a title for a movie. Lord Love a Duck.
If you've never seen Rosemary's Baby, the 1968 edition, I would give it about half of that. But then it wasn't meant for me. It's about the devil. I don't remember who the Mia Farrow. We talked about her the other day. Oh, Lord Love a Duck. Let's look at it. What is it? 1966. Lord Love a Duck.
Well, ours pretty big.
It is dark comedy, satire, comedy, drama, and romance. A bright, satirical comedy about an innocent high school girl granted her wishes by a student prodigy. Teenage culture in the 60s. Progressive education. Oh no, in the 60s? It is satiring. Progressiveness. Progressive education. They got the schools. And the beach movies.
Well, it has Rodney McDowell in it.
Yeah, this one might be worth a giggle look at the pictures.
Hey, Bridget.
Martin West. Harvey Korman's in it. Ruth Gordon's in it. That's who we got to this from. Her name was Lola. She was a showgirl.
I don't know Donald Murphy, but Max Showalter. I've seen him in quite a bit, along with Joseph Bell.
The Sentinel and the Guardian were out about the same time as Rosemary's Baby and were so scary. The book The Haunting by Shirley Jackson and the book The Guardian are so much scarier. You, she said, you dotty dot dots. Seriously, had to keep reading no matter how late just to get it over and be able to sleep. If you could sleep afterwards. Dun dun dun.
I slept like a baby.
Yeah, I like the scary books, the scary picture shows. That's why I'm always on about Stephen King, but how bad the picture shows are. I don't recognize many others of these. Joe Collins. Man, check out that. That is 19. Whoa, look at David Draper. Hello, sailor. I just like this cutie pie with her matching headband and her 1960s hair. Late 50s, early 60s. Oh, I noticed that earlier looking at the other lady. She's mentioned in the G word safety in schools. Midriffs were a thing in the 50s and 60s as well.
Just couldn't show them on TV. A la I Dream of Jeannie. They
Yeah.
had to cover up her belly button.
Yeah, you could do all kinds of fun stuff. I remember Fireball 500. I would like to remember how to stuff a wild bikini. Hello.
That is one of the beach movies.
Yeah. Sergeant Deadhead. No clue.
Another beach movie.
Oh man, she was only in a few movies. Ski Party.
A takeoff on a beach movie.
3 photos. There we go. We got the bikinis.
And Mickey Rourke.
Mickey Rooney.
I wonder which one he wound up marrying.
All of them.
Well, I'm just ready. Mickey Rooney used to go through marriages like most people go through toilet paper.
Check out the Joe Collins in that. Awesome. Once upon a time in America, you either had to buy outfits that match your car or paint your car every day. That's how we rolled. Well, for what it's worth, she wears her little car quite nicely. Oh, I mean outfit. And car. Hey, lady, get out of that picture. You're blocking part of the car. I don't know what kind of car that is. It doesn't look sloped in the back enough to be a Carmen Ghia. Some kind of convertible. It's got a little symbol on it that you can't zoom enough to read. It doesn't look bubbly enough to me to be a Carmen Ghia. Oh well, someone who knows lots about cars. Tell me what kind of car this is. You car nuts. I'll tell you what this thing in the center is blocking the view of the car. A midriff.
Well, I know it's not a Ford.
And I'm going to stop looking at her belly button. Thanks for the memories, Joe Collins, whoever you are. I like the profile picture. Man, that's throwback. All right. A woman meated. That's man meat. David Draper. Rip. Sorry, sir.
Was a bodybuilder champion noted for his blonde hair and 24-inch biceps.
I was about to say 24-inch what? Move over, John Holmes. Elizabeth said, I think it might be an MG something. Leona had one. Yeah, could be. I don't care that much. I do care. Somebody who knows for sure or wants to dedicate the time to looking at pictures. But now I'm just going to sit right here and check out
Look at
Dave.
Tony Curtis staring at his pec.
I would too. Like, don't flex that thing where it'll poke out my eye. Holy cow. Arnold Schwarzenegger, eat your heart out. That's just not right. That either. I'm not attracted to it, world, in case you were curious. But I can't look away from this train wreck. I am utterly amazed and stunned by it. Lou Ferrigno had some competition for the Hulk.
Yeah. It's just because Tony Curtis is so small next to him, and this is like, what are you made of? Are you sick or something? You're swollen. And what's
Oh
funny
my
is
gosh.
that's probably not his competition set body, because you know how they beef up, they really work out just before competition.
Yep. Egads, I must say. Dave. What do you do for fun? Throw women in the air. How many reps
He's
of that do
throwing
you
or
do a day?
he's
As
either throwing or
many as you'll
catching.
do. I think he's catching. It looks like a trampoline in the background.
He's a big dude.
He is a big dude. And if you came back and found, the backyard camera footage of him throwing women all the way over that top power line, I wouldn't deny you. I would say that's what I thought he was doing right there. Right out of frame is Lou Ferrigno. They just play woman toss. How many reps of that do you do a day until she throws up? Yeah, it's trampoline. She bounced off her trampoline. Oh, it's Sharon Tate.
Ah,
Isn't Sharon Tate the one that got the
yeah.
bad stuff?
Off by her ex-husband. I believe that's the one.
Now I'm gonna have to look it up. I thought it was the Helter Skelter crew.
Oh, might have been. I'm mixing into. Yeah, she's the one that was off by Manson. 69.
Before knowing that was her, I was thinking little cutie pop in a bikini, but the horrifying end of her makes me feel so guilty or wrong.
I mean, yeah,
Looking
just
at
really
her
starting
or
her,
thinking thoughts about her that I just don't. I
really
ignore
starting her career.
it. And see, I didn't ever watch the Beverly Hillbillies, so I didn't know that was her in it. But she was
Well,
a
she
very,
might have been
very
in a
pretty, attractive woman.
episode.
Elizabeth said, yes, she was. And it was always rumored her husband at the time came on his private plane and got his friends to end her life. It was very scary of an allegation. His people said he was grieving.
I was
As
thinking of a different actress who husband, they were from Canada, married her at like 16 or 17. She finally got away from him after doing a Playboy spread. It got so bad Hugh Hefner had to ban her husband from the mansion area and then wind up offing her than himself
mm,
with it at close range with a shotgun.
Elizabeth said he was grieving, but he was nowhere in sight, and in those days could easily have flown that plane to L.A. and done what was alleged. His PA was a friend of Jennifer. Mm-mm-mm. I think PA means production assistant. Well,
The one I was
I have
thinking
no
of,
words other than if I ignore who that really is, I'd toss you around too, sweetie. Something. Something like that. Man, she would break me. If I tried to catch somebody jumping off a trampoline, I'd be on my back, broken. You go, Dave. Oh my gosh, it's not human. Whenever you find it, George, holla. I'll just be, and I gotta zoom his big bulge off the screen. Damn you, Dave. One of his big bulges. All of his bulges are big. Look at his fingers. He's got bulges in his fingers.
apparently there's been a few Playboy bunnies bumped off.
It's not normal. That's another Gordon Ramsay line that I don't do a good Gordon Ramsay accent, but he yells it in many, many, many episodes of Hell's Kitchen. It's not normal. Wow, David Draper. Holy smokes. Did David Draper make you into gay, Gordon? Question mark. Nope.
Dorothy Stratton is the one I was thinking of. They made a couple of movies about her. Murdered August 15th, 1980.
Oh, her name was Lola. She was a showgirl. I think that's a Barry Manilow song. I don't remember. Shoo, shoo. Shake it off, shake it off. Breathe. Uh-oh. You guys are going to drive me down the road. That's all right. I'll go there. Elizabeth said many. There is a series on cable about their deaths. I met quite a few because we hired them to sell raffle tickets to big fundraisers for hunters. I remember those stories about Dorothy Stratton. We will pause.
Well, in one of the movies, she was played by one of the Hemingway girls.
Interrupted Ruth to rip and sad. Sharon, Kate, and what's her name? Dorothy.
Stratton. Stratten.
Ian.
Yes.
Let's get her up on the main screen. Let's go, Dorothy. Do we do the IMDb? What was she?
A Playboy bunny from British Columbia.
Oh, yeah, Death of a Centerfold. I remember it. I've seen it more than once. Maybe we'll just look at that one. Let's look at that one, and then we'll find photo images. So I guess, man, that was Jamie Lee Curtis. Who knew? I didn't remember. And I've seen it more than once.
Well, Jamie Lee Curtis paid her, and I think one of the Hemingway sisters did.
But it
There's
would
been more than one movie.
appear. Is that on the screen, the real her?
Yes.
All three of the pictures?
She did 7 film appearances or TV shows. Americana, which we've done, or Americana-thon. Gate Town, USA, Fantasy Island, Buck Rogers, Autumn Born, Galaxia, and the year she was deceased, They All Laugh.
All right. The Untold Story came out later. Is that the name of it?
Remember? It's
Thought
been
it
too
was.
long since I've seen the movie.
Yes. And even though I like much of her work, and I forgive her for wearing bum floss in the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie.
Uh-huh.
Jamie Lee Curtis is another one of those. And thank you again, Jamie Lee Curtis, that $1,000,000 in Los Angeles. I have to love her like a sister. I don't get butterflies in my belly. This is some kind of TV movie. Yep. Jamie Lee Curtis. Oh man, I forgot Bruce White existed. These are the good of these things. We get reminded. You remember him,
Yeah,
George?
he was in
He's in
Hill
everything.
Street Blues.
Yep.
Well, I remember him in. I liked his character in Hill Street Blues. He played the undercover cop.
The dad from the hashtag cubes. The Brady Bunch. We saw Tracy reading something else yesterday. Twice. I remember the little pinstripes and the matching hair bow. I don't remember her from anything in particular. Mitchell Ryan is famous. BB, the original, not that dude over there over the seas right now. I recognize the face of Robert Clotworthy, but not his name. BB, she's the best. It can't be Jamie Lee Curtis, can it? Is that a photo
Yep.
of the real one, or is that?
No, that's Jamie. That's Jamie Lee Curtis.
Well, even though it shows a lot of her skins, they allow it at IMDb. If I have to get 18 and older later, I guess I will. Man, that does not look like Jamie Lee Curtis. Like that one I can tell. Way over here on the right, in the purple, it's the same outfit and same whatever. They just put some post-processing stuff on the photo.
Yeah.
But this just does not, to me, look like Jamie Lee
I
Curtis.
think there's something called Star 80. Came out 83.
If I just look at the eyes, like halfway up the nose up, yep, I can tell Jamie Lee Curtis. But taking it into a stare at it hard enough, I can say, yeah, oh yeah, that's her. But
Well, the other movie that came out in 1983, the one I was thinking of, has Helen Hemingway in it, and Eric Roberts played her husband, I believe. And I guarantee you, um, Marilyn Hemingway showed a bit more skin than Tony, not uh, Jamie Lee Curtis.
oh well, Jamie Lee, get off my
But
screen.
it's called Star 80.
Star 80 at the IMDb. Scroll, scroll. Get off my screen. Don't you dare. Let's see film. Rated R. Oh, yeah. Marielle.
Mariel Hemingway. She's the only one of the Hemingway sisters that is still living. They used to say her family was cursed because all the Hemingways, since her grandfather, off themselves. And she's done interviews talking about fighting with depression, other issues.
There's those stripes again. She wore the stripes. What does it mean? I don't know. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
Bathrobe and leggings.
Oh, there you go, car guys. Uh-oh. Whoa, Mariel Hemingway. Whoa. Even though it's more than a bathing suit. Far more. Let's see, the little triangle is Pontiac, right?
Yeah, that's a Trans Am. Pontiac Trans Am.
All right, 3, 2, 1. It's going away. Gone. You can find it at the IMDb.
The first movie I saw her and I think her older sister in was Lipstick.
Let's see, check this out. Back in the 70s and 80s, true story. Dudes wore a lot less underpants than the women. True. There it is in pictures. That's a cutie pie picture. Got the hair thing going. All her clothes on.
If I remember the story, that's supposed to be
Whoa.
her sister.
Whoa, Mariel Hemingway. Stop that. I mean this one, right? No, her butt came back on screen. This
Look
one
at
right
that.
here.
That's
There you go. That's selling cowboy hats shot right there. Or something. Makeup, whatever. That sells.
But if I remember correctly, Star 80 also had the backing of Hugh Hefner because
The
Cliff Roberts
hef.
played Hugh Hefner.
Panavision, Panaflex. We discussed how 10 years prior to that in the Clint Eastwood movie where they showed one, it was 10 times bigger. All right. Man, I've looked at so much meat I could faint. Man and woman meat.
Uh,
It's all
one thing
Ruth
leads to
Gordon's
another.
fault. Daggone you, Ruth Gordon. You madame of its official meeting. Edge of Darkness, 1943. I have seen it more than once. Abe Lincoln in Illinois. She played the Mary Todd Lincoln, circa 1940. Man, Ruth Gordon had lived a long one and worked all the way through it. From
First and
1915 to
silent.
1940, she didn't work.
Probably raised a family.
Probably. All right, let's hello photo lovely Ruth Gordon. On Saturday Night Live in 75. Choppers in whenever that was, wherever that was, with some kind of, is that a knuckler symbol? What are the three triangles?
Yeah, Neckler.
Nuclear. She must
Or
have been
atomic.
nuclear age. Oh man, this is just too good. I gotta see it.
Voyage to Rock Aliens? Rock Aliens? Eh.
Voyage of the Rock Aliens, 1984. That is not a good prop.
Unless it's supposed to be a mannequin's head.
I doubt it. But whatever. Making the movies, making the movies. I'd rather they use the cheap props and pay the actors better. Good plan, good plan. Shall I be rude? Let's be rude.
Another Rodney McDowell. Lord love a duck.
Tuesday. Why, Ruth? Them gams are all right. There, I was rude. I did it. So sue me. But it's true. Ain't nothing wrong with them gams. Oh, doing the suggestive stuff. Peace. That must be from that movie. We talked about it a while ago. Let's find out. Nope. Yep. Heroin and Maud. Peace. And peace to you, Ruth. I don't recognize any of this stuff. Sorry, Ruth. Well, there it
Well,
is.
that's the one where her and the young man. That's the one where he's obsessed with death till he
Yeah.
meets her.
There we go with the full-size Panavision panel. Well, that's a reflex. Just a few years prior. Man, that thing's a monster. Which one's
Her in
funny?
front of all those. The one with her standing there with all those guys that trying to look like punkers.
She is the queen of the Runk Pockers. Look at her. She got them.
It's just funny. That's all.
You go home and grow some hair on the side of your head. And shave the top off.
A reverse skunk.
None of their names are ringing any bells to me.
I don't know.
Voyage
I've
of
never
the
seen the
Rock
movie.
Aliens.
When you first read the title, I was thinking these moving rocks. No, it's rockers. Okay.
Yeah. Wow. I wonder if it has a year on it. Nope. Same year. They just did a little makeup. That's all. Forever Young was the Ruth Gordon.
Now there's a star set. All three of those women. 4 women, rather.
In the ties.
Yep. All big names.
Lauren Bacall, Ruth Gordon, Sandy Dennis, and Lisa Pelican. It's a pelican. It's a pelican.
And I'll admit, Lauren McCall is not a spring chicken in that movie, but she still looks good.
Hmm. Hmm.
There she is with Natalie Wood. I think that's
Right here in the middle
Natalie
with the
Wood.
trophies.
Yes.
They make
I think
the
that's a Golden Globe.
trophies of men. That is Natalie
Really?
Wood. In 1966. This is... So Ruth had to be at least... If she started in 15, I'm not looking up her birthday. I don't care. If she started in 15, she was at least 51 years old if she started at birth acting.
Yeah.
She wore it well. Good job, Ruth.
I think she's a little older than that. Yeah.
I'm saying the absolute bare minimum. She was a cutie.
Yeah.
Rosemary's Baby. That's still the middle of the 60s.
Yeah. Was that best actress or best supporting?
It doesn't say.
Yeah, it does. Best
Oh,
supporting
best
actress. It just
supporting actress. Rosemary's Baby. Well, glad she got herself the prize. Because she worked a lot of years in that industry.
Yep.
Where's Papa? I don't know. And that's it. That's all we got for Ruth Gordon. I saw this Harold and Maude sometime in the new millennium, which means the last 25 years. Can't remember when.
I think I saw it back in the 70s
Well,
or 80s. It could have gone on, when you started having VHS stores, video
oh,
stores.
there's a good picture. Is she grabbing his rumpity dump?
I think so.
George Segal. Nobody would recognize him with mustache and dark hair.
You're thinking of
Ye-
Steven Seagal.
No, George. I don't know if that's meant to be what it looks like, but it looks to me like what it looks like. You go, you bum smasher. Ruth. You go, girl. That's getting even for the what is it called? The male patriarchy, misogynies, chauvinist pigs. She got the payback. All right. Ruth Gordon. All done. Refresh page. Still 3. Number 3. Right now, you are number 3. Even if you were a different number 3 than last time number 3. Thanks for visiting. Thanks for listening. If you get a chance and you're not driving, put a little something in
Voice
the chat
manager
box.
giving us a call.
Say howdy.
Howdy.
How long did it been since last break? 1 hour and 9 minutes. I still don't have to pee right this second. I did before. I whistled it myself. Break. We're gonna take a break. I'm gonna go whistle it myself. Then we're gonna come back and see what's next. We're gonna see which direction the wind blows us. Probably gonna get on. Not in that way. Do the work on Mr. James Caan. Get to work. Because I imagine Mr. James Caan's stuff is gonna take a little while. Be right back. Oh, man. Sounds like I stuck my head in a wind tunnel. Oh, well. These things keep happening. 43. There. I made it a minute short. So if I take a minute extra next time, I'm balancing the books. Back. Calm.
That's wackadoodle logic.
Calm. Let's say whoomp, whoomp. Calm. Whoomp, whoomp. That's me singing Caan to the tune of the natives in the 1970s King Kong, where they sang Calm. Yeah. James Caan. Be prepared. Anybody listening? Tangents will happen. Discussions are going to happen. This could take a while. This will take some time. Hop in, hop on. Type up in the chat boxes. Hey, that reminds me. We will follow that road. I'll tell you a little secret when we get to it. Hey, George, are we going to do his career new to old or old first to last?
I'll make it dealer's choice.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Con, womp, womp.
As I said, I just found it funny that he's in movies after movie credits after his leaving the dirtball.
There will be tangents. Movie madness. Hello, photos. Hellos, comma, photos. In the plural sense. And they probably won't be heavily logged. For why? Because why? That's why. Why? Because why? Go. James, Caan. I didn't know that correctly. I couldn't remember. Born
Yeah.
March 26, 1940, the Bronx, New York, New York. Passed away July 6, 2022, age 82 years, Los Angeles, California. Couple of kids, at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that I don't know anything about any of them. 2 spouses.
I just know of one show that Scott Caan is.
Elizabeth
Did I?
said. Another is called MGB, and it shows clearly that logo medallion in front of the driver's door. We're talking again about, I can't remember her name.
Joe.
Yeah, Joe something. Good memory, good memory. I don't think I wrote it in the log. Nope. It'll be all right. I never knew until right now. I was this many seconds old. Didn't even look it up this morning. That his middle name was Edmund. Edmund. So here we go. Scroll. You visit often. Dib. The middle picture reminds me of the Uncle Sam posters.
Yeah.
I want you. No, James Caan, no, don't want me. You're a hairy and scary guy. Do you know who this is standing with him in this other photo?
That's his son,
Okay.
Scott.
And he's in an upcoming George. It says it's in production.
Yeah, exactly.
Favorite-est. It follows a young deputy who returns to his childhood home to investigate a mystery surrounding the town and its sheriff. Trivia, facts. Hello, IMDb. Storyline. Did you know? Final appearance of James Caan before his death. Okay, so when we discussed it earlier or yesterday or something, I don't remember when we discussed it. I was thinking, oh no, they're not going to computer him into stuff, are they? As is the
No,
way.
apparently he started filming it before he died.
Yep, because there he is, in person, sitting behind the desk. Madame, did you spill your wine? Oh no, she spilled her wine and slipped on it and fell down the stairs. There he is. 80-something years old. I wouldn't mess with him. Not because of the G word. Because look at him. He's still got veins bulging out of his arm, even though he has a wrist protector on it.
Yep.
You can see the veins in the other arm, too. That old coot will knock you out. The truth will set you free. The byline motto of something about the rye. I guess they're changing the name.
But I'm just saying, Fast Charlie came out after his demise.
I've never heard of it. Let's take a look. Fast Charlie. Ugh. Ugh. The picture is horrifying.
That's because you don't care for that actor.
No, I don't care for anybody cut saucer ripping their G words. I didn't even see who the actor. Oh, Pierce. There was some, of course, cheesy romantic rom-com something or other that Pierce Brosnan was in that I was like, that was all right.
What, Remington Steele?
No, some movie. I don't even remember when or who was in it with
Oh,
him. All right, what is this thing? Fast Charlie. For 20 years,
well,
Charlie Swift has been a fixer and a hitman for a mob boss named Stan. After rival boss puts a hit on Stan and his crew, Charlie is the sole survivor. Charlie decides to avenge his friend. Charlie. Well, oh, James Caan is the bad boss. Stan. I don't recognize anybody else in it. I
I
do.
do.
I'm just,
That Frederick Lean,
yep,
he's come across. I've seen stuff he's in.
yep. Susan Gallagher.
No, go away.
Yeah, go away. Yeah, Fast Charlie, go away. Charlie.
Well, Liam Neeson.
We're going to go
What
all
were
the
you?
way to the beginning. Liam Neeson, what?
The last person we were talking about. He's had a hard life. recovering from depression himself after wife of many years died of.
Your audio came in and out for me. Hang on, let me mute. Oh, now the audio, the hum is back, but maybe I can hear everything George says. You know about Pierce Brosnan?
Yes. I said he's had a hard life later in life, dealing with depression after his wife of many years died of cancer.
Poor feller. I don't have the right words for that kind of stuff.
No.
I hope he's getting back on.
Oh, he is, with help from his kids, and I think after a few years he started dating again. Wow, Naked City, Route 66.
Yeah, I don't remember him. I remember Route 66, and the song was almost in my noggin, but he was only in one episode.
I mean, I didn't watch them all. I just know a couple of them.
I don't remember Alcoa Premiere. I do remember.
The Untouchables?
Yeah.
I do not remember Doctors and Nurses.
And well, she looks happy. There's too many photos of the Untouchables. It has many peoples in it.
Yep.
We keep talking about the Walter Winchell. I don't think we've come across Robert Stack yet.
Yeah, not yet.
And you know it's got to be a while back. And these are all names of Once Upon a Time.
Oh, yep.
When a young and starting out, let me check again. I'm not seeing our friend James Caan in the top cast at all.
These are mostly recurring characters.
I'm sure he's in the all cast and crew clicker. We're not going there.
But
Well, I want to look at is this happy lady. She looks happy. That's Cloris Leachman.
yep.
Holy cow. Wasn't she another Golden Girl?
No, she was not. I don't
Oh,
think so.
she did something later in
Oh,
life.
yeah. As far as I know, she's still working.
Cloris Leachman. Your slip is showing. Wow. I'm glad I looked at that picture. I'm glad she was looking so smiley and happy. Man, I said there would be tangents, and her slip really is showing. And her brassiere. And her teeth. And her beautiful eyes. And her wearing her ring. Don't know if that's character or real world. Daggone. I said there would be tangents.
Yep. See, there she is from, because she was in Mary Tyler Moore. She did some Ronas.
Oh no,
She
she
played
passed
the,
away 2021.
oh, okay. I thought she was still alive. Because she's been in so much. She was in Sky High, which I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Young Frankenstein, which we've gone over.
Oh yeah. But we can deep dive the Young Frankenstein anytime you want. And that's an Adam Sandler movie I saw, Spanglish.
Okay, I'd never seen it.
But because it's the last impression I have, this is the image I have. Really, this one up here, these two.
Yeah, she was in Growing Pains. I think that's what it's called. About the girls at the boarding school.
Elizabeth said Tim really liked her when she came into the PBS studio to work. One time she brought her dog, but not a leash, and Tim said, I always have one for my dog. He gave her his dog bone, expensive black and white leash for Sherlock. Anytime on Young Frankenstein, I have it on my record, so watch it when I want to laugh. Or recorder. Yeah. Man, I didn't recognize her. Let me go back. Wow, Cloris Leachman. We're going to have to put that one on the list. I said there would be tangents. Hello. Someday. Cloris Leachman. Thank you, James Call. Holy moly. Worked right up until the end. We will revisit that someday. Who knew? What's that doing? Untouchables. Smack 'em. There's a smack 'em happening in the Untouchables. People could used to do that. Look at that. Once upon a time, they still made the girls do what we call in the new millennium the sorority sister bend. And the reason they make all the ladies bend forward like that for the digital photos and the film photos is so you can see down their tops. Bend at the knees, lady. Bend at the knees. Or we're going to look down your shirts. I don't care how pretty your face and your smile is. You show that, the guy's going to look. The Doctors and the Nurses, 1962, one episode. I don't remember it. Wide Country. Don't remember it. I do remember Dr. Kildare, but not much about it.
I'm with you. I might have seen one episode when I was sick and I couldn't get up to change it.
In Irma La Dolce, he was Soldier with Radio, uncredited. We're back to James Call. For those listening, not looking. Ben Casey, I remember the name of it. I don't remember seeing it.
I remember Death Valley.
Yeah, but this is Death Valley Days.
Oh. Well,
It's a
that's what I meant,
different.
Death Valley.
Yeah.
I'm not to be confused with Big Valley.
Right. Combat! Exclamation
love
point
that.
was a TV series.
Yes.
Combat! Exclamation point, a 1-hour World War II drama series, followed a frontline American infantry squad as they battled their way across Europe. Oft credited as, like the deep foundation or underlying Band of Brothers tale.
Oh, yeah. But I don't remember it in color. I remember it in black and white.
And there's a lot of pictures of combat! Exclamation point that we're not going to look at unless somebody says, oh yeah, look at the Vic Morrow, Rick Jason, Jack Hogan, Pierre Jalbert. Again, our fine Mr. James Caan by 62 to 67 is not in the top billing or credits. He was only
that's
in
right.
one episode
One
anyway.
episode. Yeah.
I remember the Craft Suspense Theater, but I don't remember any of the episodes. Nope. Breaking Point, Channing, Lady in a Cage. She's the bird in a cage. 1964.
Oh,
There's
you got
another
top
one.
billing there.
Oh, yeah. And here's another one. Depending
Oh
on
yeah.
demand, Olivia de Havilland could cause a huge, long live streamery.
Well, almost everybody in those first six could cause a long.
We're taking care of James Caan today, but yep, Jennifer
Yeah.
Billingsley. If people don't remember the name, zoom the photo at your IMDb, or just if you're playing your own IMDb, click her name. And you say, "Oh, that was her."
Scatman Crothers almost deserves his own stream.
I would, just for him in The Shining.
Him and everything. I mean,
Oh yeah, him and everything. Yep. James Caan has rubbed elbows with a lot of people. He got a long career. This is all the way back in '64. Here, guys wearing women's clothes. It's not new. For those just listening, it's the mugger bad guy with a stocking pulled over his head.
he smushed with his face so you couldn't recognize him.
Yeah. But I'm gonna say, whatever, dude. Whatever floats your boat. Better than putting her undies on your head. Lady in a cage. I don't know why I clicked on the photo. Well, mainly because of the dude in his. Here's a whole crew of them wearing stockings on their heads, and this one has I don't remember the Mexican wrestling.
That looks more like a ski mask.
Yeah, it's a mess. Why does everybody have stockings on their head? I don't know. You'll have to go watch Lady in a Cage.
Even with a stocking on his face, I could recognize James Caan.
Yep. It says right on the cover, art. Dang it. I can't find that cover art.
If I
Don't play.
remember correctly,
Damn it.
they captured her and was holding her in a cage, trying to get ransom.
Yeah. A woman trapped, it's not a cage, it's an elevator. A woman trapped in a home elevator is terrorized by a group of vicious hoodlums.
I think I've seen it. I
It's
don't
a
remember much
drama,
about it.
a horror, and a thriller. And it makes me laugh and laugh and laugh. There, I got it zoomed so you can't see the management warns you, quote, because of its frank nature, we also urge you, all caps, do not see lady in a cage alone. What happens in this elevator is not for the weak. It is perhaps not even for the strong. They were quite the serious when they did that in 1964.
Oh, it was go buy a ticket. What we call clickbait these days.
Oh, yeah. Oh, but that's another one that they would show it at midnight at the Rialto theaters. It didn't age well, or it did. It became a very cult classic-y. I love it.
Did one episode Wagon Train?
I like Wagon Train. The Red Line 7000, 1965. I know I've seen it. I just don't remember anything about it.
I don't.
El
El Dorado.
Dorado.
You know I've
Everybody
seen that one.
needs to know El Dorado. You must,
Yeah, I'm about to say.
even if
You
you
know
hate
I've seen
John
that one.
Wayne like me, or love John Wayne like George, it's required watching. And if you give it less than 8, you're wrong. So you're wrong, IMDb.
Oh, I gotta go.
Uh-oh. I hope you are okay, sir. Holla back if you want your back. Cole Thornton, a gunfighter for hire, joins forces with old friend Sheriff J.P. Hara, together with an old Indian fighter and gambler. They help a rancher and his family fight a rival rancher who's trying to steal their washer. Hold tight just a minute. Internets. I'm going to write a 03, 09, 00. George. I gotta go. I'm logging it and marking it and might delete it later. But after a certain amount of time, if he doesn't hurry up back, I'm going to start harassing him in the other than this stream way to make sure everything's A-OK. Elizabeth said the old Rialto, I think it is the one where Pat and Chris and I went with whoever we could drag along after horse duties and get a hot dog and a huge popcorn, and they got drinks. It was fun. Take care, George, she said. Well, he didn't click off and close the Discord. So he might have just had get rid of some bad lunch or something. We'll find out. It's all right. Maybe we'll leave this because he really is a good, honest fan of John Wayne. I'll just leave it on screen. We'll talk about El Dorado when George returns. Countdown, I believe, is where I got the thumbnail image. 1967. Desperate to land a man on the moon before Russia does, NASA hastily preps a would-be spaceman for a mission that would leave him alone in a lunar shelter for a year. Again, lots and lots of famous. Robert Duvall getting the second billing. See, James Caan had grown up. Now he was top billing over Robert Duvall and Barbara Baxley. There you go. Way over Ted Knight. Ted Knight's another one. Comedian, actor, worker. I probably, if you'd and they did in some of the shows that were comedy with Ted Knight, make him wear a chicken outfit and stand outside the fast food place. That's a hard working guy. A lot of the comedy was not of my era. It didn't land well with me from poor Mr. Ted. But that doesn't make it any less good stuff and hard work. Lots and lots of people were fans. So let's look at the photos. See if this is where I got the image. Now every third day or so, we watch Elon Musk's SpaceX blast 700 new satellites into space, and We take for granted that in the 1960s there was what was called the space race. So much so that they were busy making movies about it.
I'm back.
Very good. Are you okay, sir?
Yes, she's upset because the dog has the zoom zooms
Oh,
and
well,
it's raining and
yeah.
it's cold.
Okay, then I'm going to delete it out of the notes. I made myself a note so that I could compare the timestamp.
Yeah.
I left El Dorado so that when you got back, we could do El Dorado, but we're right now in Countdown 1967.
Wasn't that about a nuclear war?
No, it was about trying to win the space race, and James Caan,
Okay.
as an astronaut, gets stuck on the moon. People used to not only do the burning twigs between your fingers indoors, in airplanes.
Yeah.
It's a good thing the kids those days, 1990s, early 2000s, got to put an end to that. Surely we would have all perished.
Wow, there's a namesake
What?
right there.
Robert Duvall?
Yeah.
Yeah. I discussed while you were away that on the main page for this movie,
Yeah.
in 1962, James Caan isn't even on the credits first page. By
Okay.
1967, James Caan has top billing over even Robert Duvall. He was like a rocket. He became a star real quick.
And a leading man.
I was gonna use this photo of him and the lady
Yeah.
for the thumbnail and make some smarmy comment about, I wonder if she ever washed that arm and that shoulder and that face and that breast and that other arm ever again. But I thought, man, I can't write all that on a thumbnail. This is definitely where I got the thumbnail picture. There he is. And he's another one. He never got his credit or his due for all the girls throwing their dainties at him and screaming and hollering like the Beatles.
Yeah.
He took care of himself, always and forever.
He's in one of my favorite movies, Secondhand Lion.
Man, there's so many movies that he's in that I really, really like. Like James Caan. That's another. Set aside a whole chunk of live streaming when you go down Robert Duvall Road. That's a very good photo. Very good frame out of the picture show. I have no idea who that lady is.
Don't
Good
either.
job. Good job. Glad they caught the moment. Is he looking at her bum? Are you looking at her bum, you cheeky monkey? He's just a guy. What's he supposed to do? There she is, looking back, making sure. Are you looking at my bum? You better. Copyright 1967. Okay. There he is, walking on the moon. This is how they know, all those deep internet people. This is how they know that it was all a movie. James Caan's
That
fault. That daggone jacket just flapping around. Come on, guys. Do better. You can't dress like that and walk on the moon. Check out those little tiny computers.
And those aren't even, that's not even the computers. Those are just terminals.
Yep. And now you can understand why looking at all the blinky lights 40 years later, they have all those little green symbols dropping down the screen to represent the Matrix. There she is again. She's smiling. Look at her. You know that our children are not going to allow this, and they're going to think that's going to save humanity from itself. He's laughing. Kids. Slurpity slurp slurp. Have a beverage, man. Stay hydrated. Yeah, that's a good serious face. I could have used that one for the whole 58 years. Someone's going to spend hours talking about you on the internet. Mad face. I think I got a pretty good one. Where is it? Where is he? That's a better face. You can't see it, George. It's not on the Discord. It's up on the big screen. Or look at the
Okay.
thumbnail. We used to go, Elizabeth said, we used to go visit that computer when it was being developed at Caltech and JPL. Took up a whole block about 3 stories down at a building at Caltech. Now it is in tall glass covered stacks. Yep. So that's it for Countdown 1967. Elizabeth said, covered stacks around the world. People would always leave a chair or trash can to hold the door open so they could get to the restroom or public phones. And kids would sneak in. Oh, yeah. Wonder how in the heck does this thing do anything? Old people are strange. All right, back to it. El Dorado. And I already read the synopsis. Do we need to show stars? I guess so.
I know them.
We might as well
John Ray,
show
Robert Richard, James Caan.
Charlene Holt. Hey, whoa, Charlene. How lewd. She's wearing her 1800 style skivvies and her G-words.
That's actually, that's a promo photo from the movie.
Mm-hmm. And it's that type of photo. Let me zoom it in a little bit. Charlotte Holt, you don't win today. But you are a repeat of one of the themes or plot points of today, Charlotte Holt. See the description. See the community post. Why would I not say, oh, bad girl, Charlotte. Bad, bad. Don't answer, George. Don't you dare answer. It's a quiz for later. Well, we're looking at that other lady's caboose. Why? After all the ranting and raging about G-word safety, especially at the shouting ranges, what I say? Nice job, ma'am, and I love your attire. Gun bunny, you. Yowza, hubba hubba. As you were, continue, do it some more. Can you wiggle your hips and play with those G-words? All that.
I bet she could.
Why would I say all that? After all my other rantery, turn your thinkers on. Type it in the chats. Type it in a comment later. It's going to be a long time before we get to that piece of this puzzle. Back to Mr. Caan, Ed Asner,
Yep.
Christopher George. Not a good picture. Let me zoom it in. Now it's a good picture. Christopher George. Yes,
Robert
everybody.
Donner.
Yep. Everybody's in freaking El Dorado. Almost as many everybody's as Rio Bravo.
But some of these, when they did that, they were just getting started good.
Yeah, Jim Davis. I recognize her face, Marina Gain.
Yeah.
I just don't recognize her name. And this ain't about her. This is about John Wayne. Oh no, James Caan.
Well, Paul Fix has been doing westerns from maybe the beginning of his career.
And maybe from the
Since then,
beginning of movie careers at all.
yeah.
Period. There he is, the Duke. Everybody catch your breath. Yes, we're going to look at some pictures from El Dorado and see if we can pick out.
And he's in his 50s.
If we can pick
So
out,
no, 66. He's in his 60s when this picture is taken.
yeah. If we can figure out James Caan. I know it's
Played a
impossible for me to say. You must look away from John Wayne. You must. But there he is right there in the top row. Isn't that him?
Yep. He uses a sort of like a pistol, double barrel shotgun because he can't hit anything with a pistol. He can good with a knife.
Good with, they don't call them top hats in the cowboy days. Whatever that is called in the cowboy days, but we call it a top hat. Vernacular, it's a doiby.
No, that's not a doiby.
No, it's a line from a Three Stooges. The guy tells Curly to drop the vernacular. And he says, vernacular? It's a doiby. Throws his hat on the floor.
Oh.
We, meaning me, for we are
There he
many,
is throwing a knife.
go fast. These are all blurry photos. I don't approve. Smooches. How X-rated.
Those are all from. They didn't show that many photos from the movies.
Oh, they're getting
Oh, there
to.
we go.
Madame. Your shoe is untied.
There she is without the 6 guns in that outfit.
You gotta stop saying the G word, George. You gotta stop it.
Oh, the 6 shooters.
Yep. And I would. Zoom, but we already did zoom. Her in that outfit. Well played, ma'am. Well played. Look at. She stood right up there in the arms of the Duke, and she's still upright. It's because he's holding her. See? It happened. It's tough to be
There's a
John Wayne.
line. There's a line in it when John Wayne asked Caan, "Why'd you jump in front of the horses?" Well, they can't shoot at you straight if the horses that jump on you, and it's well known that a horse won't step on a man. And he goes, "They won't."
Is that James Caan sitting with his butt in a barrel?
No, that's Mike Mitchum.
Oh yeah, I can tell in the black and white photo. Hey.
Or if they'll show him with laying down in front of the horses as the horse. But you can tell, especially if you've seen it as many times I have, there's a board that he jumps in front of that's the marker for let the stunt guys know to jump over him.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of horse is that? Is that a Palomino or the spotted one?
Mm, it's right there in my brain. Appaloosa.
Appaloosa?
Yep. There's John Wayne, the Duke, having himself a smile. Somebody probably just threatened him 72 ways, and he said,
Well, now here's a little bit of trivia for you if you scroll back a picture of John Wayne. A, he wears that belt buckle in almost every Western he makes, and that is his 6 revolver. That's his revolver with real ivory handle. It was a gift. And if you go back and you start looking through his movies, you'll see that particular revolver in quite a few of them, along with that particular belt, the pistol belt,
yep.
and that belt buckle. He also wears a sort of like a bracelet on the other arm, and you can see it almost a lot of his movies.
And he has no reflection in the mirror. John Wayne was vampire. They said, if John Wayne was vampire, why was there Dracula? Because he allowed it. We're looking for James Caan. Oh no. What happened?
She shot him in the back because she blames him for shooting her little brother. But what happened is her little brother jumped up. He was asleep. John Wayne's character drives by, jumps up, starts shooting, and John Wayne just shoots in the direction that someone's shooting at him and hits him in the gut. And then her little brother does the S word because you know what happens to people that get gut shot.
Oh, I do remember that. The important question of the day is this a white guy?
Yes.
See, everybody, you little babies these days, an empowered woman on a mission to right the universe. Unalived, the white male
Well,
patriarchy, heterosexual, etc.,
attempted
etc.
to. Attempted to.
Well, for just this one frame, she got him.
Oh, she hit him. He just didn't kill him.
Well, for this one frame in time. Sure. Or she meant to do that so that he would realize the error of his ways and raise his children and grandchildren better. See? Mary Sue existed in 1966. She wins.
There's Caan.
Bop, 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 bop. For super women.
Playing dominoes. John Wayne's playing dominoes.
Smiling. She's still over there looking at his vest pocket in his hand. Look at her. He's like, ma'am,
Dominoes.
you gotta
The
stop
game
looking at
dominoes.
you gotta
Yeah,
stop
go
looking
ahead.
at the Duke, ma'am. You gotta stop looking at the Duke.
Dominoes is really big in Texas and New Mexico. Oh, I'm sorry for that one still because there it looks like the knife popped out from the shirt like it probably did versus him throwing it.
We better zoom it. Zoom, zoom, zoom. when it's flicking by at 20 to
can't tell.
30 frames per second.
But you can say that's because you can tell that sideways, not
Yeah, yeah.
straight aiming.
No one ever had the benefit. If you had paused a film-based motion picture show, the heat of the light would burn a hole right there, and now you'd have to get out the scissors and the tape and lose a moment of your movie. True story.
Yep.
No pausing. It doesn't matter. How's it look on the picture
There's
show?
that double barrel I was talking about.
Yep. And okay, even though it says say in the notes, well, never mind. I saw a double barrel down here on the left that I was started thinking about. Even though it says in the notes, I only looked at some of his photos that I was going to give him B's or better. I didn't look at this far back in his photo history. That is definitely a D. Don't put any part of your hands over the metal top of any kind of firearm.
Well, that one, the reason, and even in an interview, he said he had to just to control it, even with the blank charges. Otherwise, it'd jump up and pop him in the head because you're
You know,
shooting 12 gauge blanks from about a 10-inch barrel, if that long.
yep. But don't let, this is movie stuff. Do not do it. You will severely burn that thumb and that all-important ligament and tendon that goes between your index finger and thumb. Severely.
Even if it's a single muzzle loader, I have burned myself numerous times accidentally in a running battle, reenacting a battle, touching the barrel of my musket, getting so many shots off, and then touch that thing, and it's like hot. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
hot enough you pour cold water in the barrel, and it starts to bubble.
I
Nice thing about
would really like to
black powder
spend a
is
few
water.
moments talking about these two fine-looking curtains and lamps, but I'm not. This is about James Caan. That's it. You're about to get powderized, bruh.
That's when he get ready to hit him, but he's already unconscious. So they said he won't feel a thing. The the next picture is him mixing a concoction so he couldn't drink any alcohol.
And I can't remember his name, but you will see Redbeard here. Arthur Honeycutt. In many, many, many old motion picture shows, TV
Oh
and
yeah,
movies.
with that same beard.
Yep. Got a whole
Don doing
deck of
card tricks.
cards. Pick a card, any card. How could you look so cool?
Because
Somebody's
he's
got to.
reciting the poem. He's reciting a poem. Let's see.
Was he reciting it to woo a woman?
No, it's something he does throughout the movie. He recites El Dorado, the poem.
Look at, because this is the early versions of empowered women. Don't worry, women. She pulled that guy down there. She said, I'm going to allow you to top me and give me a little smooch. And you better do it right.
That one is she's getting ready to hit him again, slap him, and she said, "Don't do it, because you know I can slap harder."
Imagine. The
The
little
two
short
sides.
ones, little tiny short Appaloosas like this, spotted
Uh-huh.
Appaloosas, I can't remember the name of the tribe, but they're called a Pony of America.
Okay.
And they all originated with one of the Indian tribes, native tribes, whatever it takes.
The one with the two of them with crutches, that's the end of the movie.
Getting ready to
One of
get
the things,
duped by the Duke. Look, see, John Wayne knows how to do it. Protect the guy next to you. Take care of the threat.
well, he's actually telling Mississippi, Caan's character, to point the shotgun right at that table.
If
And that way they won't move while we do other things.
he got the drop on John Wayne. But we see John Wayne walking away at the end.
Yeah. What hit him was buckshot from Mississippi, Caan's character, who's inside the building, but shooting in that direction.
You don't get the drop on John Wayne. John Wayne gets the drop on you. He had to study in a class with 40 women actresses, so be taught how to do fisties on hips and make it look authentic. He did good. Good job, sir. So did he just reach up there and mess up her hair and say, well, what you going to do about that?
No, she was hiding out the shoot, and he jumped her and pushed her into the straw.
Yep.
Because she had, with a hat on, she didn't look like a guy. She was just a silhouette. That the guy holding the rifle in the beard, that's an old revolving rifle. I think it's in 54 caliber, and they were originally made by Remington. Can you click that one picture with the girl in pigtails? I wanted to see who the actress is.
That's that Marina Gain. Or
Okay.
Gane, if that's how she pronounces it.
I was just making sure it wasn't one of John Wayne's daughters. Because he had a habit of, at least as extras, putting his kids in films.
She was in one episode of the Wild Wild West.
Yeah.
She only ever did 1, 2. She was in the Green Hornet TV series. 3, 4, 5. She was only ever in 5 things.
There's where the kids supposedly got shot.
Yep. Where you hiding, James Caan? Where you hiding? I know I just scrolled past one, but it was a teeny tiny little. Not worth looking
There
at.
he is. I'm about to say, there's Caan with that shotgun on his hip.
And there's the well dressed.
There she's only got one 6-shooter, not 2. She looks like she's having fun, I can tell you that.
Yep. And let's see what it is. That's a big old blaster she's got right there.
Probably one of those firing replicas.
Well, whatever it is, ma'am, I did all the hand clapping and all the other. No. If that went off right there, even with blankers in it, it would explode out this cylinder gap and burn that face of yours. And that
And blow
shoulder.
out that eardrum.
Yep. And that thing is cocked and ready to go when her fingers are on the trigger. Bad girl. Bad. Not even for advertising. You too, dude. Check that out right next to your face.
He's got the thumb on the hammer.
Don't care. I don't believe so. Never and always have no exceptions. Yep, this is fine. At the YMCA or whatever letter that is.
He knew it took her a few minutes to put those shoes on because those are those button-up things.
Oh, yeah.
There's John Wayne with his youngest
Yep.
son, that is. Ethan Wayne.
Practicing your lasso tricks. It's
Probably.
okay. She's laughing about it. They're having fun. A lot of these are now behind the scenes stuff.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
man, look at that. He knocked out the Duke.
Working on a fight scene.
Here's James Caan.
Because even in his later years, John Wayne doubled as a stunt coordinator, especially for fight scenes.
Yep.
I think that's John
That
Wayne
guy
and
went
Robert
to the
Redford.
class as well.
Yeah, the one with John Wayne. I think that's their mothers.
Was he
If I
good
remember
to his
correctly, that was
mama like Elvis tried to be?
I don't know. I know he took care of her, both of them.
Having the
That was
smooches?
I think that was they were filming a Mother's Day TV special at that time.
Let's see if they snuck James Caan onto any of the
Right there.
art anywhere.
Yeah, he's
Yep,
between the
yep,
two.
there he is.
Whenever you see that top hat, that's Caan.
Uh-oh. Whoa, hey. That don't look like this kind of era of clothing. What are you doing there? Trying
That's
to
from
sell
her.
tickets to the movie.
That's from her headshots. And she never wears that outfit in that movie.
Yep. Man, they do that all the time. Where you go watch a movie trailer and you think, ah, man, I'll check that movie out. And then you go see it, and nothing from the trailer's in the movie. Anybody who bought tickets to a Western based on her in that outfit and was then upset because, well, she was never in that outfit in the movie. It's a Western, sir. But thanks for buying the ticket. No refunds. Games. We should have done that one yesterday. Or whenever we were talking about games other than foosball.
Yeah. Well, one of the little pictures on every movie set John Wayne was on, he always had a chess set and was always playing chess between takes. He would play with any, as he said, anybody came along. If he says, "You want to play a game of chess?" If you said, "I guess," sit down. He even did it to news reporters. I remember Journey to Shiloh.
Hang on, I'm writing a note. Back to James Caan specifically.
I don't remember
From
Submarine X1.
the heck was the name of that movie? El Dorado?
Yes.
El Dorado. The Duke. All caps. We'll come hang out with you some year, but we're gonna have to dedicate 9 or 10 hours to John Wayne at least.
I don't have all his movies, but I got a good number of them.
Journey to Shiloh. It's another one. If you're gonna do the westernized stuff, you owe yourself a dose of Journey to Shiloh. Other than James Caan, I'm not recognizing a lot of these names.
I am.
Oh, Jan Michael Vincent,
Harrison
Harrison
Ford,
Ford. Now I am.
Michael Burns, Don Strout, John Duchett, Noah Beery Jr., Rockford Files,
Mm-hmm.
James Gallman.
Tish.
Okay.
Oh no, that's Tisha.
Okay. Robert Pine. I know.
Robert
Chet.
Pine's another one.
Chet Straighten. Those are the ones I know. You'll just ask someone else about the other people.
Yeah, the other ones don't matter. Heck with them. Or we could click and find out, but we're not. It's just a fantastic, and I'm not fond of the westerns, but it's a fantastic western. There's only a few photos up here. Journey to Shiloh. Let's take a look. Civil War era stuff, leftovers of Civil War stuff in the movies.
Yeah.
It happens in many of them.
Just don't take it as historical fact. Those pistols and those rifles did not exist during the Civil War. Ooh, look at all the ones with the six shooters, and you see Harrison Ford on the end.
Yep. Little cutie pie wrapped up in a blanket. Either way, either one, you decide. Plow.
That's a bad art, but that's James Caan and Harrison Ford.
Yeah, that is some horrible bad art. But you can tell who it is.
See, that's Harrison Ford with the fringe jacket on the end. Caan in the middle. What's his name? Next to Caan. The one that's going to the left, the third one from Caan, is if you remember the movie Frankenstein, I believe it was made in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
He plays Dr. Frankenstein's creation, the monster.
I'm a monster.
Where they attempted to do more based on Shelley's book.
Yep. I like it.
And the one on the other very end was mostly did extra work. I don't think he ever really did much starring work, but you see him in a lot of things, even including Fall Guy, all the TV westerns of the late 60s and early 70s.
So put it on your westerns list. If you're going to educate yourself in western movies, Journey to Shiloh, El Dorado, you got to have them both.
Get Smart, the FBI. I always thought it was this, or is it the story of the FBI? That's a different one. That's a different movie.
It's a different one.
TV. Rabbit Run?
I don't know it.
I'm not familiar with either. Interesting title. And the character's name is Harry Rabbit. Oh, that's funny. Hairy rabbit. Shouldn't it be furry rabbit? And then 72 Godfather.
Well, Brian's song. I don't know if this is the one.
Yeah, it's about the
It's
I think
another.
it was Tearjerker.
Yes. Buzz Kulik's beloved Tearjerker is based on the real life friendship between Chicago Bears teammates Brian Piccolo and Gale Sayers, and the bond that was strengthened when Piccolo discovers that he has a fatal disease.
Yeah.
It is a tough one.
Yep.
A
And believe
very
Caan plays.
young Billy D. Williams,
Mm-hmm.
relatively, I guess. Also later,
Because
Star Wars fame and many other shows, Bernie Casey, Jack Warden, we keep coming across his name. I don't know who Shelley is. Faberez. Yep.
oh yeah,
The Chicago Bears play the Chicago Bears. Imagine that.
David Huddle.
But there it is. Brian's song. It is the one I remember. Because I know
Yeah.
James Caan was in it and Billy D. Williams.
Remember, Caan plays the Piccolo, the one that, yep, Brian Piccolo,
Yeah.
the one that dies.
Now, this is definitely the highest number we've seen. Or I can remember us seeing live on streams.
What, Godfather?
Hell yeah. And now I'm going to give subjectively, meaning only in my opinion, 10 out of 10. Subjectively, that's another one of those. Could we please, just for this one, can I go to 11? Can these amps go to 11? Objectively, maybe 7. And let me tell you why. Everybody did great. Everybody did a good job. If they were on a stage doing a play, it just, especially of that time, and some actors never grew out of it. Al Pacino's one. Everything he's in, it's like he's doing Hamlet in an amphitheater. And that's, to me, I try not to rewatch The Godfather too often, once every 5 years or once a decade or something. And I forgive it. I give it 10 out of 10. I love it. I know a lot of the lines. Everything about it is really good to me. I loved the book before, even though it was made when I was 3. And the book long before that. When I got old enough to be doing stuff, I read the book before I saw the movie.
Someone sent me a very funny headline. It's Danes launch petition to buy California and turn Disney into Hans Christian Andersen land.
That is funny. Sounds
It's a
like
true
The
headline.
Onion or Babylon Bee.
Well, it's kind of a response to,
Yeah,
sending a
Trump
request
and
to
all
buy
this stuff.
Greenland. Yeah, it's trying to, and it says the petition has gathered more than 200,000 signatures.
Good answer. Good plan. Sign it over, Donald Trump. Give him California. The Godfather. He played Sonny. He did a really good job.
Yeah. They
Don't
did to my son.
Yeah. I'm not going to deep dive The Godfather. That's its own special thing one day, I guess. I said what I had to say about it. Slither. No, not the 1990s or early 2000s goofy horror movie. I don't think I remember it.
What, Slither?
Yeah,
I don't either.
I ain't gonna look
You do
into it.
remember Roland Left?
You remember what?
Roland and Martin's Laugh-In.
Yeah. It's not. I'm not gonna try to hunt down his one episode.
No. The Gambler, I remember.
Everybody, that's another one. Here we go. The Gambler, not the other The Gambler. This is The Gambler.
No.
A lot of really, really big names, but at the time, they were all just working, starting out, still considered the young people. Of course, we're talking about James Caan. There he is, Paul Sorvino. He played Hips. Lauren Hutton, another big name in the biz. Morris Karnofsky. Burt Young, Rocky's
Oh, yeah.
brother-in-law. Vic Tayback, we keep coming across him. It's a shame that he's remembered only as the guy that owns the diner that Alice and Flo work at.
Yep.
He's been in much good stuff. Carmine Caridi, very young James Woods, Emmett Walsh. These are a lot of names we keep coming up with. Alan Rich.
Never hardworking actor.
Yep.
Not really a star, but another very hardworking.
And he's been in a lot. I'd hate to go down the list of all the movies I've seen of his that I really like.
Margolin? Is that
Yeah.
Margolin? He always played a comedic style role. Played the con man in the Rockford Files.
The real mind stopper about it is way back in 74 even. Yep. James Caan tops the list. He was the top over Lauren Hutton. Paul Sorvino.
Well, they were
The
just getting their
stars.
start.
Yep. The stars are the stars. Doesn't matter how much of literature professor Axel Fried is a gambling addict. I'm not even going to read the rest of it. It's a great movie. The Gambler, 1974. Freebie and the Bean. The Godfather Part 2. Rated less.
I don't remember Freebie and the Bean. I think I've watched Godfather Part 2. Probably watched Gone West.
Gone with the West. Look how low it's rated. 74.
Yeah.
Cow gets framed. Stephanie Powers, big name in mostly a lot of TV after the 70s.
That's probably the reason I don't remember it.
Has the Sammy Davis Jr. in it.
Yeah. Aldo Ray, Robert Walker Jr.
There's Michael Conrad again.
Yep.
I don't know if I haven't seen it in 30, 20 years, 25, 30, I don't know, a long time. I don't think I'd go as low as 3. The original, and they've remade both Funny Lady and Rollerball in a corporate controlled.
Rollerball, but I wouldn't put it at 6.5.
Yeah, I don't know. In a corporate-controlled future, an ultra-violent sport known as rollerball represents the world, and one of its powerful athletes is out to defy those who want him out of the game. And it's exactly what it sounds like.
Killer roller derby is what I remember calling it.
I'm just scrolling the names. I'm not reading them all. Some of them are a little bit known. Some are not by name.
I recognize
Rollerball.
most of them.
Yeah. Rollerball 75. The Killer Elite is another one. Planet Earth in the modern era gets 6 out of 10. Okay, I
Killer
might
Elite's
lean
good.
more towards 7. He worked for a private security firm affiliated with the Central Intelligence people. Is betrayed by his partner and left apparently crippled for life. Robert Duvall again. Bo Hopkins. Burt Young again. Mako. In Much.
Yes. In
Gig
fact, I
Young.
think isn't he the one that played the wizard in Conan?
I don't remember. Tom Clancy, probably not the author.
Could have been.
Could have been.
Probably not.
Let's find out. Tom Clancy. Nope. The KIA Elite. See, here's one of those ones. We can go B plus or A minus. G word handling skills. He did very good. Just doing a couple of photos from the Killer Elite. Big explosion. No CGI. They really had to light something on fire.
Who was the first actor to ever use a Mac 10 in the movie?
No clue.
John Wayne. In McHugh.
There it is. Kendo sticks.
Oh, that was funny. They were trying to make it look like an Uzi, but it was a Mac 10 with sort of like an Uzi grip on the front of the barrel. Yep.
Oh, yeah. Well, we might have to stop right there. Nope, that wasn't planned. It happened. I didn't remember Kendo in that mess. You can go listen to yesterday. We really did plot and plan it yesterday to talk about Kendo. Cool.
Though it's kind of odd for them to use kendo in a Chinese martial arts school dojo.
Yeah.
And Burt Young's been in a lot of, including Rocky.
Oh, yeah.
And I was right. Oh no, he's fighting ninjas.
Yep. Bad boy, Robert Duvall. Mr. Cup and Saucer. You ain't getting good grades like James Caan did. There you go, male attracted. Especially if you like the hairy mans. He took care of himself.
Hmm?
We're off to the photos. We talked about silent movie already. That might have been what led to, oh, let's do James Caan. I think in 2 other streams now, but definitely yesterday. And we're going to start going a little faster because we're only up to 1976. And if you notice, this guy does like 2 and 3 and 4 every year.
I definitely remember A Bridge Too Far.
Yep. Well, and
That's an all-star.
there's another problem with James Caan. He's been in a lot of good stuff that
Yeah,
you really need to stop and look at.
that is an
Giant
all-star cast.
names.
Yeah.
And just remember,
Huge.
if you will, please, dear listeners, in about the last 10 we looked at, superstar James Caan was top billing. Where is he now? Man, you're
Yeah.
talking Sean Connery, Ryan O'Neal, Michael Caine, Laurence Olivier.
There's heavy hitters right there.
Oh, yeah. Even though these
And
don't.
that's Sir Sean Connery, Sir Michael Caine, and Sir Lawrence
Yeah.
Olivier. Just tossing that out.
Some of these other world famous, if you just click their
Wolfgang
names,
Price.
Mr. Price, Wolfgang Price. Big
Remember he was,
German name.
yep.
Why don't
Hans von.
we?
Well, I've seen him in a lot of stuff.
Yeah, why don't we
I'm not.
recognize it here? Because we watch American movies.
Uh, I'm not familiar with Hans von Borsty.
Yeah.
Now, Dirk Borgen, I recognize. Who
Paul
doesn't recognize?
Maxwell, Gene Hackman. Yep. Here's the star of our show today, who's been the star of the last 10 or so, other than The Godfather. All the others that we just looked at, James Caan was the top billing name. He's not even on the list.
You go to.
Top
Well, I
cast.
mean, they
You have
don't
to
even
go
have
to
all.
the arrow or down at the bottom of the list.
And go to all. If you start looking at all crew, the whole crew, you'll start seeing just as big a names. I mean,
Oh yeah, for they are many. A
oh
bridge
yeah,
too far, and on several of the services lately, I've seen hello numbers 3 and 4. If you can,
yes. Hello,
if you
drop
can,
us a text.
drop us a text. Type a chat in the chat. Say hey. If you can't do it safely, don't try it. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. A bridge too far.
Yeah, I think it's on YouTube.
It is free with ads on the tube right now. So we're going to do share, copy, close, go back over there, and then go back over here. A bridge too far.
A little bit of trivia.
19773 with ads. Go. Go with trivia.
You see the picture at the top where he holds his umbrella?
Yes.
The officer in which he portrays actually did carry an umbrella everywhere he went because he had a hard time remembering passwords. And he says, what German in their right mind would carry an umbrella in a war zone? Has to be a bloody Englishman.
Mm.
His, I mean, That was the person that's based on the whole reason he carried it. And the Airborne, which is the picture next to that, it always used hunting horns versus whistles.
And Michael
And
Caine,
yep,
from the first time he ever appeared on scene until the last times he appeared, he is him.
yes.
The hair might be a little grayer. I don't know. There might be one more wrinkle or two, maybe. But from beginning to end,
Well,
Michael
most of these
Caine is
guys,
Michael Caine.
regardless of how old they are, uh, you recognize them.
Mm-hmm.
I was just thinking that second picture with them rowing the boat, we're using their rifle butts. That's because when they got the boats, they didn't have any oars,
Yep.
and they're rowing across. Who is it? Something full of grace. Holy Mary, full of grace. Holy Mary, full of grace.
Yep.
And I think that was the 101st. Both the 101st and the 82nd were on that. Not the movie, but what the movie's about.
And we're not going to
Adventures.
scroll those photos looking for James Caan.
No. Well, yeah, I could spot him in a second because his officer gets shot, takes him to the aid station. Doctor goes, "Oh, he's too far gone. I'm not gonna do anything for him." And Khan pulls out his 45, says, "Sir, either fix him or you'll be fixing yourself."
Yeah, but
And
out
then
of
after,
300 pictures, I'm not
no,
scrolling 300 pictures to try to find those one or two.
I agree.
Comes a Horseman, another pretty good movie, 1978. And then, of course, in 1979, 1941, we keep hitting on that one.
Yeah, but he's uncredited.
Hollywood
It says sailor in flight, uncredited.
in fight. Yep. Wonder if he was
That's
just
pretty.
like around the studio or the set or whatever, and they were like, James Caan, will you jump in here?
Yeah.
Sure, why not? Hanging out with James Belushi and all them. John Belushi. I don't remember which one.
Hidden in plain sight, I remember.
Very famous
He's
thief. 1981. I think this one's available right now at several mini streaming services. Not gonna look it up.
Willie Nelson, Jim Belushi.
Yeah, so it was John that's in 1941.
Yeah.
Robert Prosky is everything, everywhere. We saw her name yesterday, Tuesday Weld. I still don't remember her.
I know I always mispronounce her. I call her Tuesday Weld.
Dennis
Oh, Jen.
Farina.
Oh, yeah. Another good actor. Oh, Dennis Farina plays a cop, and John Sakuski plays a crook in Chicago Story.
Mm-hmm. So
I
maybe one day
will.
we'll have to go back and hunt this Tuesday Weld. She leans
Look,
quite well on an automobile in a red shirt. Oh, well,
64 credits.
yeah. I don't
Falling
remember
down are
her in Falling Down. I've seen it 3 or 4 times. I really like it. I've only seen Once Upon a Time in America maybe twice.
yeah.
But, oh well, one day we'll look at Tuesday Weld. She's sure to come up again with 64 credits.
I don't remember in Bolero. Is that the same Bolero with No, it couldn't be. Got to be a different Bolero.
This is Bolero
Well,
with,
we did one with Bo Derek that was Bolero as well.
yeah. I don't recognize any of these names. Robert Host, I do. But he must have been an extra in it because he played 2 characters in it.
I guess. I don't remember it.
Kiss Me Goodbye, Fair 6, 82.
Oh, Gardens of Stone. Another good but sad movie. At least
So
the ending's sad.
B, Gardens of Stone. Yeah. A sergeant must deal with his desires to save the lives of young soldiers being sent to Vietnam.
Yep.
It's tough stuff. All the
James
famous
Earl
people.
Jones. Yeah.
Angelica Houston, Tish. Mary Stuart Masterson, I lovey-dovey her.
Dean Stockwell.
Yep. D.B. Sweeney, big name. Sam Bottoms has another relative named Bottoms, and everybody always giggles in the movie picture shows. There he is, Larry Fishburne. Lawrence Fishburne. Bill
But
Graham, not Billy Graham, Bill Graham.
I just find the ending of the movie depressing. That's
Well, some of them have to be.
I know.
And those are the ones you got to test yourself with them every so often. Throw that in with, you can throw Gardens of Stone in with Old Yeller
Yep.
when it doesn't pull on your heartstrings. Even though you know exactly what's going to happen. You've seen this before.
Well, part of it is they're playing the old guard. For those that don't know, that's the Presidential Honor Guard up at Fort Myer. And when this came out, I knew quite a few of the old guard that had to pull these duties. And the reason it hits home to me is growing up during Vietnam.
I can't even spot
Knowing
him.
vets
Where
and
is he?
people that have
Is that him?
that's Caan.
There he is. Very handsome in a uniform.
You see that if you look at his shoulder boards,
Mm-hmm.
epaulets, that is a tricorn hat on a ribbon with a hackle on it. And that is the symbol of the old guard or Presidential Honor Guard. And it is an infantry unit. That's the reason they're wearing the blue cord on that shoulder. For those that watch parades in DC, the band that has the fife and drum corps are part of that unit. They're also the ones that do the guarding of the soldier, the tomb of the unknown soldier. Do all the ceremonies at Arlington Cemetery. If the president needs army security at the White House, they do not call the National Guard. They call those guys.
It
They're
says
not
that
just
it
splitting politics.
is. Yep. It says it is available at one we don't name here.
Yeah.
TUBI. I think I left enough space in there. I hope I did. Or you can
Yeah.
rent/buy with the Prime Video and everything over at that one I just spelled out.
Free with ads.
Free with ads. On any device. Or so you can stream it in your Prime video from $3.99, or you can search amazing to purchase
The next one above it, I like. It
Alien
led to a very
Nation.
good TV. Yes, it led to a very good TV show.
Oh yeah. I really like the movie a lot more than the TV show.
Well, of course, but the TV show is good too. Giving its own due.
Oh yeah. Terrence Stamp.
Patkins, Jeffrey Cobb,
Brian
Brian Thompson.
Thompson is in much, much, much. He never, I don't think, gets top billing of anything, but in a lot of shows. Very good.
Coney Young. The picture he's in, that's from Deadwood. Don Hood. Which one of those three are Don Hood? I know it's not the first one. It's not the first guy.
That's the only picture they've got of him. Photos
Yeah,
one.
so it must be the third. It's the third guy. Okay.
It's Jackie Gleason. Teresa, very well dressed under an umbrella. Hello, Teresa.
And Don Hood. So it's got to be the third guy in the picture of the three people.
Yeah, the gray. In this picture, he's in the gray suit with the red and white stripe tie.
Because the other picture's from what is it? Heaven something.
Oh, I closed it.
That's fine.
Oh well. Dick Tracy,
I
6 is
like.
fair. I like it.
Yeah.
I could maybe be persuaded to 7. Here we go. Misery, 1990. We finally made it. I might have to take a break first.
Okay.
God, because I gotta pee.
Oh, she's a lot younger in that picture.
Oh gosh, yes.
Kathy Bates. Lauren Bacall still acting. I mean, in that.
Oh, in 1990, yeah.
Richard Farnsworth. Very good actor.
And because it was
Very
one of
good.
my,
Very good horseman. He was originally hired doing movies. He was a stunt coordinator and horseman.
let me get this thing up on screen and we'll say 04.
Right.
25. Man, has it even been long enough?
I hope so, because I got to go.
Oh yeah, it's been almost 2 hours. Yeah, we went a long way. Go ahead, go. I'm gonna write the little note and run myself. Now, worse than ever, the hum in my left ear. I hope that nobody out there is hearing it but me. All the other sound checks I've done to everybody actually listening in real time through different programs and live have said, nope, can't hear it. I'm just going to trust that that's where we're at. See the description. Misery. 1990. And what you'll see in the description, it was one of my absolutely favorite Stephen King books. And that's another one of those, when I say something is my favoriteest, there might be 100 of them or 1,000 of them. But some of them have a little more est on them. So I almost, when Misery came out, of course, everybody that knew me was like, you're going opening night, right? And I was like, man, come on. Look what they've done to so much of Stephen King's work. And I love it, lovey, the book so much that I probably shouldn't, I call it dissecting or vivisecting your heroes.
Yeah.
Don't destroy something that you like. Well, somebody finally convinced me. Probably by telling me Richard Farnsworth was in it. Come on, Richard Farnsworth. I don't remember what exactly they told me. So I went and saw it opening night. And then went and saw it some more. And went and saw it some more. I don't know of many book to movie translations where I might almost fall over the other side of the fence and say, you know what? That movie's better than the book. This is one of those. Everybody in it did fantastic. The majority of it is just the two of them. James Caan as Paul Sheldon and Kathy Bates as Miss Annie Wilkes. And looking at that picture of her, holy smokes. I hope that that's on purpose. Man, she's lost a lot of weight.
She has. But
I
that
hope it,
movie also launched her career really into stardom.
yeah. And we may tangent it after we get done with the hello photos, but man, the big names. Richard Farnsworth, George said a while ago before the break. Francis Sternhagen, Lauren Bacall, Graham Jarvis. I don't know who June Christopher is. She played Anchorwoman. Maybe she was a real live Anchorwoman. I don't know. Misery the Pig played Self.
And the pig wasn't played by Ron Reiner?
No, he plays Meathead. J.T. Walsh, way down here on the list. The J.T. Walsh is way down here on the list. They
No,
had
I'm not
big.
a fan of Ron Reiner. Those are listed.
That's all right. But if you're not a fan of J.T. Walsh, and again, I don't know if he's one of those him twos, I don't know it. Then I guess I'll apologize. If you're not a
I've seen
fan
him
of
more in,
J.T.
as
Walsh,
extras,
you're
as
wrong.
character actor. I've seen him more as character actor.
J.T. Walsh?
Yeah.
Yeah, but somebody's got to do all those supporting roles
Oh, yeah.
and some of the lead roles. I'm not going to look at all 476 photos of Misery, but we're going to look at a few. Why? Because I'm a cock-a-doodle head. I'm a dirty birdie. I'm James Caan and Kathy Bates' #1 fan. If you won't go read the book, I'm just kidding, James Caan and his family and Kathy Bates and everybody around her, including her bodyguards. Remember your movie based on the book that I like so much? Uh, I'm not saying anything much more spoiler than the little blurb says. She's his number one fan. And she fixed his foot with a sledgehammer. Repair was needed. She took care of it. Oh man. They both did really good in that movie. Man, look at that fight. James Caan, Kathy Bates, fight. She's convalescing him. That looks like Terry Garr.
It
I
is.
remember her in it at an event for her. We already did hello photo and abuse of Terry Garr. I'm going to leave her alone. There's the meathead. I won't zoom him. For reasons. I thought about using one of these where he's typewritering for in misery for the thumbnail today.
Yeah.
But I couldn't think of something to write over it that would be any better than what we got up there. But I thought about it. I thought about using that one. Even though it doesn't have him in it. That's the pig. The pig's name is Misery. Wow, what a face. She did it. I would opine, maybe just for me, that she did a better crazy. What's the famous? We just looked at it the other night. The super famous, the crazy ant or something. He'll come back later.
But I drawn a blank.
The Crazy Lady movie, super famous. Maybe Betty Davis or another one of the stars of the era.
It wasn't Betty. There's something with William Holden. It was one of William Holden's early.
Oh no, I apologize profusely. 4 minutes ago, SL said in the chat, good stuff. Thank you, SL. Glad you're listening. Glad we're doing okay. Yeah, we'll get back to it. My brain will bubble it up 2 hours from now. Oh, I remember now. But yes, Kathy Bates did a much better. To me, my opinion, this lady is crazy. And doesn't happen in reality. Just in movie, picture show, crazy portrayals. You know, the personality switching in seconds.
Yeah.
I understand Kathy Bates did win awards for this. Oh, and people say, oh, Stephen King, that's horror. Yeah, it is. And the world famous Sonya Blade said, we talking movies. Yes, right this second. The world famous Sonya Blade.
Are you talking about Gloria Swanson in Sunset Strip?
No.
Okay. Different crazy woman.
Or is she in the Diddy list? LOL. That would be no. Better not be. I'll give that guy a knuckle sandwich. Glad you could listen in too, Sonya Blade. And so
Yes,
then we are, you may see below in the description, we are continuing upon the career of one Mr. James Caan, doing what we call movie madness up in here, including Hello Photo. But we had to pause for the long tangent on Misery 1990, because I loved it. And I am both a dirty birdie and a cockadoodie head. And now my curiosity is getting the better of me. Maybe we'll leave the little postcard snowscape pictures up here and ask the search bar, did Kathy Bates win the Academy Award for Best Actress in something 1991? Wait a minute. Going low. What is this? Okay. Yeah. She won Best Actress Leading for Misery. She deserved it. She did deserve it. I don't know how many more. Oh, look. Should we use the pig for... Oh, no. Let's use Kathy Bates. Cutting the cake. That'll be the last photo we look at of Misery. She terrifies me. Good job, Kathy Bates. I'm glad they gave you an award. They needed to invent an award. Oh, yes. In case you didn't hear it, Sonya Blade, I had already said before our little break. This movie may be better than the book it was based on, and that is an extremely rare thing in the motion picture industry. 7.8. Ha! 10. The Dark Backward. I remember it, and I probably saw it. I just don't remember anything about it. For the Boys, 1991. More of the Famous. Do you remember this one?
For the boys, yes.
Has the. She's another one. Even though she's, I believe, American. Somebody go tell that Charlie over there across the pond to knight her and make her Dame Bette Midler.
Yeah. It's loosely based on the career and the time period of Martha Ray. Because she would make frequent trips over to see her son,
Yep.
who was in the U.S. Special Forces.
There's that George Segal guy again. Not Steven Seagal. George Segal or Segal. It's hard to tell by his. They put a more modern photo on his little thumbnail. If we pulled him up and looked at, oh yeah, that's him. Everybody would know him. Norman Fell. Very the famous.
Ari Gross, very famous. Or
Sonya Blade
well
said,
known.
agreed. I always fear when a rumor swims about my favorite authors doing a TV show or movie. Very rare it's any good. And it would definitely have to be somebody other than me. I'll type the log and click clickies or something. But I would be curious to know, even though I'll probably fall asleep because I just don't care. Like, to Harry Potter fans, how do the movies translate? Everybody put it in
Uh,
there, put it in your back burner, George, because there's so much of that for so long. It deserves time and attention.
yes, but I'm just saying, as far as the books are better, say that, and they left main characters out of the movie
Okay.
or didn't show them as much.
And Sonya Blade said lacking, so she agrees. The the Harry Potter, according to the two or three we've got chatting and communicating right this moment. And the other one that I would probably see if I could convince my granddaughter to sit down and yappity yap with lots of warnings about everybody better be careful. You make my girly girl upset, I'll make all of yours upset forever. Dun dun dun. But the whole Twilight thing, and I would have to leave the room. I've never read any of the Twilight stuff. I've watched the first one because the grandchildren were allowed to watch them when they were way too young to be watching Twilights.
Twilight, what's that? Is that the one with the sparkly vampires?
Yes, yes, that's the one. That when they go
That's
out in
all.
this
You
into the
just exhausted
sun,
my
instead
knowledge.
of turning into smoke,
Okay,
they
you
turn
just
into
exhausted my.
bejeweled.
You just. ex- That's the limit of my knowledge of that whole thing right there.
I watched the whole first movie, me and my lovely missus, and all either one of us ever remembers from it, from the whole thing, is Sparkle Pyres. Haha, Twilight was better in books. I had to read it because number one daughter wanted to. Disney vampires are bejeweled. Ha, yep. They sure are. Does Disney own them too? Is that why it is what it is? Is that another Disney special? Anyway, for the boys, 1991, talented USO entertainer Dixie Leonard and comedian Eddie Sparks deal with their relationship over the course of 5 decades, from World War II to the Vietnam War era to their Twilight era in the 90s.
In other words, Martha Ray and Bob Hope.
Yep.
Though it's less Bob Hope and more of her show partner, but yeah, that character is supposed to be a representation of Martha Ray. The reason they can't use Martha Ray's name is she wouldn't let them.
Yep. And I don't know, maybe we need a new category. Instead of calling it comedy dramas as separate categories, maybe they should call it light-hearted drama. It's just a thought I just had.
Well, it's it's not so lighthearted there at the end when she loses her son.
Right. But they did a good job of not making the whole thing a drag.
Oh no, yeah, I mean to be true to Martha Ray, they couldn't make the whole thing a drag.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a
And
funny
by
story.
that, I mean a sad story. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah. I have it's a Martha Ray story. Here's two. Um, One, she was out at a Green Beret A team, and one of the drinks that at that time the Green Beret were noted for were gin and tonic. And she asked and they'd all been drinking a while, and she asked the sergeant to fix her another gin and tonic. He picks it up and he takes his male member, sticks it in the mug, and swirls it, and he hands it to her. She drinks half of it down and goes, "Needs more stirring." The other one I like is she's out on a camp in Vietnam as it's being overrun, and she is wounded. Martha Ray was literally shot, and the special forces medic, which are almost PAs, physician's assistant, wanted her to stop because she was helping with the patients because she was a army trained nurse from World War II. And she says, "I'm not letting you operate on me. I got varicose veins older than you." Those are some true Special Forces Martha Ray stories.
Very cool.
And her team room is now on Fort Bragg at the Special Forces Museum, not the Special Forces Airborne Special Forces Museum, but the actual Green Beret Museum on Fort Bragg.
Mm-mm.
How they shipped it from California, I don't know, other than disassembling it and moving it. She's also on the buried at the cemetery on Fort Bragg. I know because a friend of mine requested me go put flowers on her grave, so I did.
Good job. Are we ready to go back to Mr. James Caan?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No,
Side
don't be
note,
sorry. I'm always gonna say it. Stop saying that. And you're always gonna say it, and I'm always gonna say, stop saying that. Honeymoon in Vegas. I don't remember it.
I do. Nicolas Cage, big gambler, Caan. He loses all his money to Caan. Caan says, "Well, I'll give you $1 million for a night with your girlfriend, fiance." And they kind of take him up to wipe out the gambling debt. The last scene is he's trying to beat it back to Vegas in order to, after following her all the way to Hawaii because he's jealous, to prevent Caan from sleeping. And the only way to get to Vegas is on this one airplane, which is full of Elvis imitators that are parachuting in.
So is this like a spoof of that silly other serious Richard Gere, somebody else, and the rich guy offers the other guy a big stack of money to rub up and snuggle with the other guy's wife?
I'm guessing which came first.
I don't know. Probably the Richard Gere one.
I just remember
This has Mr.
Nicolas Cage.
Miyagi. This has to be a winner.
I just remember Nicolas Cage dressed as Elvis parachuting in.
Sarah Jessica Parker, Mr. Miyagi,
Pat Morita.
and Bancroft again. One
Yeah.
day, Anne Bancroft.
Peter
One
Lloyd.
day, you're
Peter
gonna get
Boyle.
so abused by me.
The monster from Young Frankenstein.
Well, I'm not even going to look up that other one. We'll happen across it someday. I'm pretty sure it had Demi Moore in it. The program.
That looks like a football film. Probably a football. Yep, football.
It looks like football.
Foosball.
It says, oh, Halle Berry. That's a very young Halle Berry.
Yeah.
Several players from different backgrounds try to cope with the pressures of playing football at a major university. Each deals with the pressure differently. Some turn to drinking, others turn to drugs, and some to studying.
Go figure. You're at college.
Studying Halle's berries. We know what them boys are up to. Omar Epps. Wow. Christy Swanson. Quite the popular once upon a time. Sonia said, hate Halle. Now, is that a command, or are you stating that you hate the Halle? I don't hate anybody. Man, that Catwoman. Yowza. Hey. And double down because it's got the Sharon Stone in it. That is one that is so bad it's bad, and so double bad that it's actually good once. Never do it again. I don't remember Flesh and Bone.
I don't either.
Sonya Blade said there is only one Catwoman. Well, no. We're going to be activated all up in here. But yes. Hopefully, of course, you mean the original. What's her name? Kit?
Well, there was 2 in the original, so I don't, you know. Lucy, pronounce her name now.
If you're
Lumar.
talking if you're talking about Michelle Pfeiffer, well, maybe it's a composite character of all three.
No,
Who
Lular,
played
Mular.
Catwoman? Answer me, AI overview. Oh, AI overview doesn't have. Who played Catwoman? In order. Julie Newmar,
That's the one I was thinking of. Julie Newmar.
Lee Merriweather, Eartha Kitt, Michelle Pfeiffer, and then, of course, Halle Berry.
She says, yes, the original Michelle Pfeiffer. Oh, okay. I'm
Well,
older than that.
I agree, I
I
guess.
like Mular.
Now, I didn't know Anne Hathaway played Catwoman. I have stayed away from anything related to any of that. And I never saw the movie where Michelle Pfeiffer was Catwoman. I don't know
Neither have I.
who Cameron Bicondova is. Bicondova. I don't know who that is. I don't know who Lily Simmons is. I know who Zoe Kravitz is, but I don't remember her being Catwoman. So, okay. Yes, she met Michelle Pfeiffer. Michelle Pfeiffer gets a pass. We've glanced across several of Michelle Pfeiffer things. And then there, of course, is a boy called Hate. I guess 5 is fair. Zoe was okay. When you hold anybody that comes after up to the standards of your priors, they won't win So that's why I don't subject myself to it.
Well, I like both the originals, Julie Newmar and Earthy Eartha Kitt.
Yeah.
But I liked how Eartha Kitt would purr at the time she would talk.
Oh, yeah. Set during the Alaskan gold rush of the late 1800s. For all of you people, this is another one. Men and women of all gender, sexes, and ages
I'll have to see if I can't find that.
really like
Lambert.
Christopher Lambert. I really don't, especially not because they used him for Raiden in the first Mortal Kombat movie, and I hated it.
No, I'm pre Mortal Kombat. I liked him in Highlander, the original, and as Tarzan.
Christopher Lambert's just another one of those ones that something about him makes me go ick, and then I don't like whatever is happening. Especially when they did that to Mortal Kombat. But anyway, North Star is a fairly rated, decent film. Look, there's Rocky's brother-in-law with James Caan again. Catherine McCormick's another famous that we keep seeing here and there and everywhere and saying, maybe one day, maybe. Yeah, a lot of people, like, how could you not lovey Christopher Lambert? Well, maybe I just have a bad brain cell. I don't know, but I don't. It's another one of those nails on the chalkboard. That person being in the picture show wrecks it for me. Bottle Rocket, 96. Come on, James Caan. I said I was going to hurry through this stuff. There he is. There it is. Beep, 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 beep. That dude's sticking his nose into the camera. You wear the puppy dog nose. I'm going to beep, 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 beep it. Luke Wilson. Owen Wilson. Bottle Rocket, besides having a lady in her clothes and her brassiere all wet in a swimming pool, that's got it for me. You win. Oh, wait. Three friends plan to pull off a simple robbery and go on the run. And this is really good comedy. Is this the same Wes Anderson? How do I keep finding? Real estate agent, parents divorced, lots of Super 8 movies. Yeah, I think that is the same Wes Anderson. Yeah, the Royal Tenenbaums. Sorry, went off on a tangent. My mind flew away. Anyway, I really liked the movie, including the lady in the swimming pool, if that's how she identifies. It's very funny. It makes my giggles giggle. And then, of course, there is Eraser. Man, I can't hurry up at all with this. James Caan, you did too much good work with Arnold. And
Oh yeah, I agree.
he never said the line. He never told Vanessa Williams. Much controversy there too, off screen, so I don't care. Drama, whatever you call it. He never said to her, in my worst possible, hell, let me sip a beverage. Pretend it's somebody who can do those Arnold imitations. Come with me if you want to live. He never said it. He never said the thing. He never said, I'll be back. They forced Mr. Arnold to say that in every movie since the Terminator. Eraser is pretty good. Has all the big stars. James Coburn.
Oh, another great actor.
James Coburn.
Yes.
Yeah. Andy Romano. Danny Nucci, I think they pronounce it, the Italian style.
Yeah.
Michael Papajohn. Is it his pizza place? No. Joe Vitarelli, but I'm sure if you wanted to give him ownership, he'd take it. Many in Eraser.
Roma Mafia? Okay.
Yeah. Is it stage name? I don't know. I like anybody's named Claire. Her character was named Claire.
Longo. Tommy Longo is another one that plays a big guy. Well, he is a big guy, but I'm just saying.
Well, let's see. You should have been here earlier, Sonya Blade. We talked about Dave. I can't remember his name. Oh no. Rip Tony Longo.
He's more of a character actor, and he plays a lot of bad guys and gangsters. He's got a bit of a belly on him these days.
Well, he ain't got no belly on him these days. He passed away in 15.
Well, that's probably where I haven't seen him. Last time I remember seeing him, he was in the movie, the TV show Number.
Women love the Rip character. In Eraser? Who was Rip? Rip.
Bulletproof. Bulletproof is okay at a 5.
Now I'm trying to see who was Rip. I missed something. Harper, Johnny C. Well, we'll figure it out later. Bulletproof. Yeah.
It's okay at a 5.
The news, radio, TV. Oh, and
I don't
Yellowstone.
remember it.
Nope, I didn't watch it. It was on TV. This is my father, 1998. I'm not going to pause on. 7's good for it. I don't remember Poodle Springs TV movie. Mickey Blue Eyes, another one of those actors I don't care for. He doesn't wreck movies for me, but Danger Close. Oh, look at him having the smooch and her well-dressed. Hugh Grant. And there he is. Burt Young with James Caan again. Something going on here. Is it a conspiracy? Could be. There's Joe again. Vitarelli. Yeah, Mickey Blue Eyes. It's a fine. All the movies, I guess to me it seems like, oh, rom-com, Hugh Grant. Whatever it is, it's going to be rom-com with Hugh Grant. And for some reason, the ladies don't want him to take his clothes off. Make him earn it, ladies. It's the accent in his sparkly, arkly eyes. The Yards. In the year 2000, we made it into the new millennium.
I don't remember it.
Ex-con Leo tries to go straight, but his plans are derailed after reuniting with his old crew and a well-connected railway contractor. It's got Marky Mark. I don't apologize, sir. You did it. Joaquin Phoenix, Charlize Theron. If you like to set your eyes upon the Charlize, there you go. And nope, ladies, Mark Wahlberg keeps his clothes on throughout. No, no. Why does his shirt fall off in every movie that he's in? Well, because he's Mark Wahlberg, that's why. They know what sells those tickets. But Faye Dunaway, Ellen Burstyn, James Caan, Joaquin Phoenix. I suppose he was really up and coming, earning it by the year 2000 and getting well out from under the shadow of his brother.
Steve Lawrence, isn't he also a singer? I'm thinking.
I don't know. We're gonna find out. Steve Lawrence passed away last year. Rest in peace,
Singer,
Steve.
composer, and actor.
Yep.
Yep, it's who I thought it was.
And then I don't recognize the other names. We'll take a quick. Sorry, what?
I said I do at least the faces.
Yeah. And we'll do the rather quick hello photo just to see, and for anybody new to listening to these, when they're outside in the world, even doing mandatory on the job stuff like award shows and red carpets and promos, we don't have fun and do what we call hello photo. Only in character goofiness. Something happened there. But that looks like two guys. I may not like this movie at all, unless that's
No, it's
Charlize
her with short
Theron.
hair. It's her with short hair.
Okay. Well, I might like this movie a lot. Hello, Charlize. Is it cold in there? Stand up. Let me see. The Fountain Motel. Well, we got a little bit of skin, but far away and blurry. I don't know if he was all muscled up then. They hit it. Hello? Hello? Who was phone? We're sorry. The number you have dialed has been disconnected.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
No, go stand on the balcony and hold your phone way up in the air where you can't hear it, and you don't know if you're even talking on the line anymore.
Is this supposed to be San Francisco?
I don't know where it's supposed to be.
Not too flat.
Yeah, I can't tell. Bad boy. Don't put your thumb down. Bad boy. C minus. Love the glasses. That is the world famous. Did you recognize her, or is her disguise too good? Them eyes. One day when we do Charlize Theron, the only thing we're going to look at is photos and pictures of her in the movie Monster. And everybody will be so sad. She really made herself not herself for that.
Looks like that picture above tried to wreck.
I bet he never washed that shoulder and arm again. James Caan said, "Did you really just say that?" "Yeah, I did, James Caan. I did." It looks like there's going to be no pleasant, aesthetically appealing views of Mr. Wahlberg. Oh no. Hey, have you fainted? Nope. No shirts off of the Wahlberg. I bet if we go to his... Anyway, The Yard's a good movie. Better than 6.4 to me. Lucky Town, round that off to 5. Sure. Fair. The Way of the G Word. You remember that one, George?
No.
How could I have seen movies that George hasn't seen?
Well, that's easy.
It's happened. On occasion.
As I see two actors I don't care for.
It has Ryan Felipe, Benicio del Toro,
He's
her
not my favorite actor.
her deity Ness herself, Juliette Lewis. Her. What were we doing up here? I forgot. Juliette Lewis. Yeah, that's what we're doing. No. Ty. I believe his name is pronounced Ty. Diggs. Very good. Opposite. What's his name? The American Psycho in Equilibrium. One of my favorites. The G word kata. And James Caan.
Shows Doogie Howser. Careful.
I didn't
The
hear
only
you. What?
movie I really liked that he's ever been in was Starship Trooper. And he's just a side.
I can't hear you. Are you leaning away from your microphone or something?
Possibly. I said Doogie Howser, the guy who plays Doogie Howser, I don't care for. And the only movie I've seen him in that I like is Starship Troopers. And even then, he was just a minor side character.
Yeah. Wasn't he the telekinetic or ESPs or whatever it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, he don't matter. Anyway, way to gun. Oops. Damn it. So sorry, YouTube.
Way
I
of the
get it.
Phaser.
Yeah, I already said it though. I'll end up with another set of hard brackets and underlines. I don't remember Warden of Red Rock.
Neither do I.
I don't remember A Glimpse of Hades.
Nope.
Viva Lost Nowhere is another one of those. I really tried. James Caan. I'm so sorry. But I ejected it, I found it, and took it back to the rental place. I guess the only real big name other than James Caan is Daniel Stern.
And he's the best as a supporting actor anyhow.
Yeah. Have you seen another baby standing in the shadows?
Nope.
Tell me a story about a hitman sent to KIA, a veteran Hollywood stuntman, falls in love with the target's daughter and decides to become a stuntman himself. And nope, it's not a comedy.
It's not a comedy?
No, it's a drama thriller.
Okay. That tagline reads like a comedy.
It sure does, doesn't it? But hey, it's semi-original, and it has many of the people, and maybe someone out there in the world knows. I don't know if we're allowed to say Mr. Cuba something name anymore. So we won't hear first name Cuba. Last name,
Matthew.
cancel culture, Matthew Modine again. Modine. I believe it's pronounced correctly, Modine. Joey Lauren Adams is a little cutie pie. I mean, quite the actress. Mm-mm-mm. Nothing. No one else in this ringing a lot of bells. Doesn't have a whole lot of photos, but it's okay. And besides, it's got Private Joker in it. Every time you see him on the screen, you can say, "Is it you, John Wayne? Is it me? Who said that?"
He was also in I can't remember if it was Gotcha or Killer, and they're both about. They start off about being a Killer is about a old game that was very popular in the 80s on college campuses, where you play a hitman, you get a photo, and you're supposed to go use a squirt gun or one of those sticky dart guns or something and hit and shoot your target. And then they hand you the picture they got, and you go hit that person, and the last one standing is the winner. Or he's in the movie Gotcha, which is similar to that, but he gets wrapped up in a real live spy game.
Yup. And that,
They
of
call
course,
it
is
Gotcha because they couldn't get the rights to use the word killer.
Matthew Modine. Now we're back to the James Caan, Night at the Golden Eagle. He was a
Don't
prison
remember.
warden, uncredited.
Don't remember it at all.
Yeah, I don't even remember enough about it to say whether or not those numbers are good. This thing of ours,
Again,
imagine,
one I didn't
it's
see.
about a mafia.
But two of those I can pretty understand about it. It's about the mafia. The mafia.
Using the internet. And remember, this is an O2 and global satellites. The Janksters pull off the biggest bank heist in the mafia's history. It has all the people from all of the mafia movies.
Those first two are, I think that's all they've ever been in almost.
Yeah, these are all, like, hey, what are we going to do? I don't know. Let's all sit around and improv. We'll tape it together at the end. What are we going to make it about? Yeah, you know these internets. All the kids are talking crazy about these internets. Let's make an internets movie. It was not good. This thing of ours. That's what loosely translated, you might say that's what La Cosa Nostra stands for or translates to. I don't know
I
what the
thought La
lay
Cosa
the
Nostra was Sicilian, and that was the Black Hand, which is a
no
form of mafia.
the Black Hand is like the precursor to what we would call mafias and blah blah blah.
Well, one's Italian, one's Sicilian.
Yep. The
But then
La
they got,
Cosa Nostra thing is really just New York American first and
okay,
second generation Italians. It means this thing of ours or this little thing of ours.
yeah. And then we as in Americans started calling all organized crime mafias. You had the Irish mafia, the Jewish mafia, black mafia, the Italian mafia, the
City of
Sicilian mafia.
Ghosts. Yeah.
Don't know. Set that part, dude.
A New York insurance man searches for his crooked business partner in Cambodia.
That's Depardieu. Yep. Gerard Depardieu.
Oh, yeah. And Matt Dillon again. We started out today with Matt Dillon, my bodyguard. I don't know who Natasha is, and I'm not clicking to find out. Another one of the Scars guards. Rose Byrne. I hear or understand there's been some off-screen excitement about Miss Rose Byrne. And I don't recognize the rest of them. But City of Ghosts is, to me, O2 is a pretty good movie. There, some lady with a miniskirt sitting on a lap. You can see her gams. What else do you need in a movie?
Oh, it's one of his Depardieu's movies I haven't seen. So.
Well, there you go. I don't know that I
He
would
has,
highly recommend, but if you're trying to sit there and it's free to you to watch, you're like, I wonder what can I do with this next 2 hours? Yeah, then I would recommend it. Sorry if I hurt feelings, but I think Blood Crime is way overrated at 5.3. Sorry, James Caan.
didn't see it.
Dogville, you ever see that? Look how high rated that is, 8.
No.
Dogville, 03. A woman on the run from the mob is reluctantly accepted in a small Colorado community in exchange for labor. But when a search visits the town, what is a search? When a search visits the town, she finds out that their support has a price. All the titles that I never know how to remember. The amazing, the rickety rackety, the upstanding, bedazzling, but not daylight bejeweleding Nicole Kidman. There she is again.
Lauren Bacall.
Lauren Bacall. Purr. Hello. Hello, Lauren. Patricia Clarkson. Blair Brown. Lots of
I'm
big
familiar with
stars.
Jeremy Davis. Davis.
Jeremy Davies.
Yeah,
Philip
he's a good
Baker
actor.
Hall.
Another good one.
John Hurt.
Tom,
There he is.
oh yeah, he was also in one of the Alien movies, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't know. He was in 1984.
Yeah, but I'm just saying he played one of the robots. I can't remember if it's the first one or the second.
No, not John Hurt. The second one was, can't remember his name. But it was not John Hurt. Nicole Kidman with a do-rag on her head. Anyway, Dogville. Here we go. It is. Oh, yeah, I already read it. A woman on the run from the mob. I don't know that I'd give it 8, but okay. 8 is fair. The Incredible Mrs. Ritchie. I don't know it. 2003.
Yeah, he was in their first Alien. Played K.
Yeah, that's the first guy that gets KI-8. He didn't play an android.
Oh, okay. I thought he was the one that played the android.
Oh, no. He's the one going down the hallway saying, here, kitty, kitty, I think. Alien. IMDb.
That's right. Ian Holm played the first android.
Yeah, John Hurt's the guy that gets the first chest busted. He's the one. Sonya Blade up there in the chat. Daughter drew me a fantastic alien face hugger. The girl can draw. I don't know if I should have said that on the internet, but I just did. Allegedly, in a fiction movie, space opera, like Alien. Elf, I have seen exactly once. I don't
refuse to.
remember Mr. James Caan in it.
James Caan, from the commercials, plays the guy, the elf's father, real father.
We have discussed in the past, but for anybody who hasn't heard in the past, I can't even think of the guy's name. Another, there's no point in me watching his movies, is Will Ferrell.
Yeah.
I don't want to see it.
James Caan plays Will Ferrell's father.
But anyway, I sat down with my missus. We both watched Elf. We might have been doing the whole once or twice each, and that was it. It was done. Got ejected, shoved back in its box, and handed back to who insisted we watch it.
And we both watched a few episodes of Crossing Jordan.
We both who? You and your missus?
No, didn't you say you saw an episode of Crossing Jordan?
I don't think so. Nope.
Okay. Well, then I have seen a couple of episodes.
Very good. Did you see the one episode with
I don't
James
remember.
Caan in it?
Do not remember.
Yeah, and I haven't, because I can't see them all in order. I don't watch any Simpsons. One day I will start and I guess spend a year of my life trying to watch all of the Simpsons and get myself
You
up to
can't,
date.
because they were first on what's her name's TV show. They were just like a little
Tracy
filler, like
Ullman.
Tracy Ullman show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Before they were its independent thing. I like her in movies, but her TV show I just couldn't get a hold of. Hang on.
All the Godfather video games. He did his original Godfather.
I do remember Caan in Las Vegas.
Vivo Las Vegas. This is another one.
He plays
Daggone.
the casino boss.
Yep.
Former CIA operative.
And for a TV show, it's very well did. Josh, I don't know how to say his last name.
That's okay. I don't mind admitting it.
Duhamel.
The reason I started watching it on episode 1 was because of James Caan and Nikki Cox. I just think, wow, when it comes to Nikki Cox.
Shall we take a closer look? Because I don't recognize the name. I don't even recognize her face. She has some lovely teeth. Are you an alien, Nikki Cox? Those teeth look like they get hop right out of there and bites somebody. And there's not a lot of photos of her.
Let's put it this way, she stands out in the crowd.
She was Girl in Terminator 2 Judgment Day.
Okay.
Oh, now I remember.
That's not what they say. Noted for it. No, she wasn't. Vegas, and there was another show. It wasn't Baywatch. Something else.
She's been in nothing since 2011.
She said goodbye to Hollywood.
Yay for her, I guess. If photo would do the, here we go. Hello, photo of, what's her name?
Nikki Cox.
All right. Elizabeth Wiley said Fort Bragg is Fort Bragg again. Yay! Thank you, Donald Trump. And I don't apologize. He's the president.
They just dedicate it to a different Bragg.
I don't care how they worked it out. I never knew who the
Yeah.
first Bragg was. I don't care.
Oh, Braxton Bragg? No one liked him. That's the reason no one could understand why they named the fort after Braxton Bragg. I mean, no one in the state of North Carolina.
Reported Fort Bragg is Fort Bragg again. Yay.
No, they named him after
POTUS.
an
Trump
ambulance driver.
and a Nikki Cox interlude. Hello, photo. Hello, photo. Girl in T2. She looks far too young to me for me to be worried. Oh, there she is. Girl that he
Uh-huh.
talked to leaning out the window. She looks like she may have some Asian in her background or Eskimo or maybe not.
I think she's Irish.
Well, she's got Irish eyes that are smiling then. It
Yep.
confused me. Have you
I
seen
don't
this
know if there's
boy? Oh,
yeah.
yeah, he's
I
over at the
do
arcade. I remember her line.
I do not know if they're still married, but that center picture, the bottom row that you're looking at, that's her husband.
Her with James Caan?
Yep. No, next to the one with James Caan.
Oh, okay.
As well as I think at one time she was married to
Oh, that's Jay Moore.
yeah.
She's wearing quite the shirt there. You know, just I noticed. It's got a little bit of bump going. Is that just curve in the back, or was she expectoring? I don't
I
know.
don't
It's
remember.
not that important. Or if she just had a pot, like the girl in the French girl in Pulp Fiction. Whatever. Lovely lady.
Yeah. She's she's no longer married to him, but she was married to Jay Moore.
And I shouldn't have said anything because that's a real world photo, but I did. If I have to apologize one day, well, she probably got her peoples to get up here. Like, get all my pictures off of there.
Well, she could have been pregnant. She has one child with him.
Okay. Either way, no matter what. Maybe she was just standing with her back really curvy. She just had a curve up front and I noticed it. Below that barely there top. How did any
It was a
man look away?
it was a sitcom that she was it was a TV show sitcom that I remember her in, and she played the older sister. As well as she was in Mama's Family for at least one episode.
Well, she was in T2 and she interacted directly with the T1000. She can tell her grandchildren one day. Wise gal. Ick. I mean, I didn't like it that much. It wasn't a home run. Several of my dude friends think that anything with Alyssa Milano in it it's a 10 out of 10. Okay, well that's good for you, but for me it
How about
don't
a
work
2
that
out of
way.
2? How about a 2 out of 2? Or a 2 out of 20?
For what?
Lisa Milano. I gotta admit, I liked Who's the Boss. It was funny. And I liked that one horror movie where she played opposite a vampire.
Oh, Get Smart, the 2008 movie. I have not seen it and will not see it ever and never. New York, come on. I love you. I don't know
I don't either.
it.
Nor do I know
Middleman,
Middleman.
09, 6. Okay. Not going to dig into it. Mercy.
Now, I do remember Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, but that's an animation.
Yeah. Mercy. A young novelist tries to write about love but realizes he will first need some real life experience before taking on the subject. It is a
Written
drama
by James
romance.
Caan's son. Scott Caan is James Caan's son.
Right. It has
That's
some
probably the
who are now.
That's probably the only reason James Caan's in it. He goes, Dad, would you be in this for me?
Erica Christensen. Dylan McDermott. He's another one. He's a bow hunk. He's a hunk of burning love. All the male
Who?
attracteds. Dylan McDermott.
If you say so.
And I don't know the rest of them. Mercy has all that. I don't know what to say about it. Yep, sure, whatever you rate it. Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs is a funny animated show,
Yep.
movie picture show. Doesn't
His
matter who
attempt
stars in
to,
it. They're just voices.
yeah, he attempts to solve world hunger.
I have never heard of Henry's Crime. I don't think. Not enough to remember it. I've seen the cover box of the Annoying Orange TV series somewhere, but I don't remember it.
I don't either.
Detachment has big numbers, 2011. Dang it, James Caan, did you have to stay working forever? Oh yeah, I remember
Yeah.
this one. I'm getting impatient. I just want to look at his pictures because he's so schmexy. Detachment is another one. A substitute teacher who drifts from classroom to classroom finds a connection to the students and teachers during his latest assignment. Adrian Brody.
Does he fall in love with a student?
Yes.
Oh my
Lust.
God.
In lust. That's what they're always about.
Women
It's
teachers, men teachers, keep it in your pants.
yeah,
They're
well,
students.
if you get paid a lot of money to make a movie about it,
Okay.
then you're making a movie and it's not really a child, but you're setting a bad example. You're showing that stuff on the screen. Someone might think it's real. It has many famous people in it. Lucy Liu. Hello, Lucy Liu. How would you like to spend 12 hours being clicked on by Dean? Poor Lucy Liu. Anyway, lots of famous people. It's just okay. Not good, not bad, just a movie. He also gets kind of, it's not just the students and they don't ever do anything horrifying like that, but messing around with the teachers and everybody's jealous of each other, and it's a lot about romantics and heavy breath romantics.
Yeah.
I kind of liked it, but I won't ever watch it again. I don't know what a small apartments is. That's my boy.
Well, I did see the episode of Hawaii Five-0 when he was in it.
Oh, the new one.
Yeah.
Was it good? Did James Caan make it good?
I thought it was humorous because he wasn't playing his son's father. He just played he played a typical Caan character, CIA mobster.
Mm-hmm. He did some other stuff, other characters.
Oh yeah, but I'm just saying that's
Oh, I'm
why
just
he's
saying
either
to the
noted for
internet
playing
in general.
he's very noted for either playing a CIA operative type or a mobster
Yep.
because of Godfather. That
For the Love of Money, 2012. Fairly rated by me at the thing. IMDb. Blood Ties, 2013. Guess what? Two brothers on either side of the law face off over organized crime in Brooklyn in the 1970s. Lots of more. This is extremely, if there was 10 male attracteds in a room and you said, Clive Owen, hot or not, a fight would ensue. I don't understand it. 10 female attracteds in any room. Mila Kunis. They're all screaming hot before you can ask the question. Zoe Saldana is the same way. So hey, if you just like eye candy, Blood Ties 2013. If you don't mind eye candy and acting, it's a good story. It's a good movie. Full of eye candy. And that's all of that. It has some drama. It has some action. It has Clive Owen and his deep, lightly accented voice. And James Caan. I don't know what a Magic City is. He was in Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs too. I didn't know until today that they made a sequel.
they did. It was not as good.
Well, obviously I didn't know. The Tale of Princess Kaguya. Nope, I don't know. Highly rated, whatever it is. The Outsider 2014 was not good to me. But okay, we'll take a look. The plot revolves around British military contractor Lex Walker, who is told his daughter has DOA'd. When he arrives in Los Angeles and discovers the body is not hers, he begins an investigation. I can already tell I hate it because of the G word handling. Craig Fairbrass looks like he could be eye candy for the male attracteds, but I'm not going there right now. Shannon Elizabeth, we keep coming up with that name. I don't recognize the other names. William Hayden's been in a few things I've seen. But yeah, The Outsider was not good to me. Back in the Game TV series? Nope. It's TV. I haven't seen it. A Fighting Man, 2014. I haven't seen it. Pregoland. Can't hear you. What? Or are you talking to someone else? I guess someone else. I don't know what a Pregoland is, so I'm skipping it. The Throwaways, 4.6. Okay, 5. Not good, not bad, just a movie. The Wrong Boyfriend, TV movie. Never heard of it, never seen it. I had access once to this Sicilian Vampire.
Your mic, you're going, like your mic's.
Sorry, what?
I said it. It sounded like your mic was cutting in and out.
Oh, okay.
Earlier.
And I
You're going,
just looked down, and guess what?
What?
I did not plug in the wire. Always something. Anyway, Sicilian Vampire. I don't know. I sat there looking at it. Watch it free. Watch it now. No. The Good Neighbor, 2016, I would rate higher than 6.3. Everybody getting a little long in the tooth. I mean, James Caan and others. Lots of people will tell me all the time, and Dudek, Lily Reinhardt, yada yada yada. They look like babies to me.
I don't recognize anybody in it other than Caan.
A pair of mischievous high school kids create the illusion of a haunting on an unsuspecting elderly neighbor while keeping his every reaction under surveillance. A series of coincidences leads to tragedy. It's okay. If there's anything good in the movie, it's James Caan. Good Enough, 2016. I don't remember it by the title and the picture. JL Ranch, nope. The Red Maple Leaf, I have seen but don't remember anything about it. A detective, deeply grieving over the tragic loss of his wife and daughter, becomes determined to find the kidnapped daughter of the U.S. ambassador, no matter what the cost.
It has some big names in it.
Huge names. Speaking of parent-children traps, it's got Mira and Paul. Armand Desante. It's got all the big names. I know I've seen it. Martin Landau, Space, 1999. I remember nothing about it. Eric Roberts, Doris Roberts. I don't know if they're related. Another Baldwin, Daniel Baldwin, Margot Kidder.
Yeah, he is a bald one.
Yep, you can tell. We discussed Margot Kidder several times. Maybe one day I'll think, oh yeah, that one, the Red Maple Leaf. Watch it again. It's rent or buy at Prime Video. They don't have any other plus this, plus that. View here, view there. If it costs money, I ain't seeing it again. Holy Lands, never saw it. Undercover Grandpa, I did see it.
A lot higher. Rated a lot higher.
All right, let's take a look. definitely comedy. It is very funny.
It is.
They don't have any photos of it up there. There you go. Put all the photos up there, George. Louis Gossett Jr., Kenneth Welsh, Paul Sorvino again. I don't know what I would rate it.
At
What?
least a 6 or 7.
Yeah, five seems kind of low. Con Man 2018. I haven't seen it.
Neither have I.
Out of Blue, not out of the blue. Out of Blue 2018. There's a photo of a lady with a G word. I will say, I don't know. Quick look, B. Called to investigate the shouting of a leading astrophysicist and black hole expert, Jennifer Rockwell. She is affected in ways she struggles to comprehend. Out of Blue. They got photos of them sitting around a talk show having laughs. They don't have photos of in the movie. Patricia Clarkson. No other names are jumping off the screen at me.
Faces are, but not names.
Yeah.
Got Gary Grubb.
But, okay, fair. 5. Not good, not bad, just a movie. I don't know what a JL Family Ranch #2 is. I don't know what the first one was. The Pack Podcast, 2021. Never heard of it. It
Neither have
says it's
I.
a podcast series. Queen Bees, 2021. Especially these last 3 or 4, I don't know anything about them. It's all too new for me. Again, with Ellen Burstyn.
Jane Curtin, Ann-Margret. Might be worth a watch.
Yeah, Christopher Lloyd.
It's got to be a comedy then.
Trying to see if there's any more. No, no more that I absolutely recognize. Looks like they're having some fun. It
Yeah.
feel good romance, romantic comedy, drama, and romance. After reluctantly agreeing to move into home for seniors, a woman encounters a clique of mean-spirited women and an amorous widower. It's probably cute. I would probably like it. And Fast Charlie, 2023. Released after his demise. We looked at it quickly earlier. I've never heard of it. There, go say that name 10 times fast.
What, Christopher Matthew Cook?
Oh no, this fine gentleman
Oh,
right here. And you got to
never
say
mind.
first and last name.
Is the B silent or is the G silent? Otherwise, it's
It's
Gabajinga.
Gubba.
Jabinga?
Yeah, I'm not even going to try. I would call him GA. May I call you
Yeah.
GA? And I don't care how you answer. When I said may I was just trying to be goofy. I mean, I am. So anyway, That takes care of. We did it. We made it
Yay!
all the way through his resume. Not as director, not with the stunts, just actor. No soundtrack, no 134 appearances, no thank yous. That ain't happening here. The next thing we're going to do after a break is hello photo. Well, what man on planet Earth can wear jeans like that? None. James Caan. And great photo. Look how they caught the flash. Go there. That's from Thief. Way back in the day. We're going to get it all set up. Hello photo. And then we're going to mark the time. Man, we went an hour and a half this time. We did good. We stayed on target pretty good. .45 at 9:02 p.m. Eastern. Break. And then at 06 XX. XX. I put too many X's. All them X's. Triple X. Back. Whenever we get back. Ready, kids? Here we go. Hello, photo. James Caan. Scroll, scroll, scroll back. Blump, 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 blump. We'll be back. Okay. Getting back at it. Hang on.
Just for your information, sir, and whoever's listening, I will have to probably leave after we do the photos because I have a doctor's appointment in the morning. And the wife unit said I have to go to bed early. Dean, you there?
I was here, but I was getting told all about it by the missus. And I heard you. Okay. After way too long of a break, and I wrote up on the other screen that you're not looking at, George. Sorry. Life a rue interruption.
I understand.
All right. But I guess it's okay.
Hello, our 6 watchers.
Wow. Up to 6. Yay. Hello,
Yes,
6 watchers.
please chat with us.
Wow. We're doing good. Once upon a time, we had 7. But we are danger close to tying our record. Yay. Thank you guys. Everybody. Guys is non-gender specific. And now, hopefully you saw it on your screen, we're going to do what's called Movie Star Madness or Hello Photo with Mr. James Caan. We scroll pictures. If something gets excitable, we might make a little comment or a quip or zoom it up big. There we go. I already did the first one, but that was 15 minutes ago. I guess I'll do it again. Get ready. I'm going to grade His G word handling. Nice high on the support side. Can't see his thumb, but it looks like because he has big, giant, manly hands, he's doing okay on his shouting side hand. So like I put in the description, I saw this one early this morning, so that's why I said he gets some B's and B pluses. This might even be an A minus. Nothing underneath. Still standing goofy, but I'm going to say, well, that's because of that's how we stand in this country for 150 years. Oh, G word? Stand stupid. Oh, there, I did it again. I said the word.
No, you didn't. You said G word.
No, I said low IQ.
Oh.
And I'm still trying to teach myself not to say the verboten words. Verboten is German for forbidden. Well, sir, who be this? Leaned up on his arm. This is Sarah Kennedy.
That's from Laughing.
Yep. So Sarah Kennedy, look how carefully she's keeping her skin from touching the James Caan. She wants to wash her face again once in her life. I don't blame you. Good job, ma'am. Good job. Keeping the distance. But what is it? I don't know. I like the pink outfit. I mean, I like James Caan in a uniform. Something about James Caan in a uniform. Pink dresses. Pretty cool, too. Sarah Kennedy again. They changed her hair. Good use of the cover, sir. Cover stops or slows projectiles. Concealment hides things. I don't know that that should be pointed up in the air. B. He gets a B. He said. B? Yes, B. And just like that, he was old and gray with a long, proud beard that I expect a little birdie to pop out of any second and say, cheep, cheep.
Cheep, cheep, cheep. Have a good night, Dean.
Well, you too, ma'am. Very handsome profile with a big old mustache and a navy clothes. Here you go. Male attracteds. I don't know what it is about this.
In the Navy. He will sell the 7 Seas in the Navy.
You know, I just really want to know which exact brand of canned food is this. All you male attracted folks, pay attention. Look at his giant mustache. Look how handsome him. Can't tell. Canned food. Maybe I can read the bottom of the label. Male attracteds. Can you read the bottom of that label? I'm only going to continue this for a couple more seconds. Bloop. All gone. Never happened. Like it never happened. It's very studious in misery. He should have also got an Academy Award. He may have. I didn't ask. I don't know what this is. Do you know what this is, George?
The not the longest short. Bridge Too Far.
Oh, I do know what that is. We talked about it at length earlier. Well, he looks very something. Perfect. Give him an award. It's James Caan. Yeah, get the computer and the AIs to algorithm, The burning thing. We got to pretend those never happened. Democracy and world peace and all that stuff. Look at them giant arms. Not as giant as Dave that we saw earlier. Those are some well-shaped arms, sir. Well-shaped. Oh, no. I'm sorry. I should have remembered, but I didn't. There's one of those terrifying images. B plus and or A minus. His thumbs are not crossed. And that's a tiny little revolving one that he's got those two giant ham fists of his wrapped around and covering up and still not getting anything underneath. Good job, James Caan. A minus. If he would just stop standing the fool. I wish I could have got to him. I said, do you want A's all along? Just stop standing the fool in your Weaver or modified Weaver as you've been instructed. Hello? Hello? Who was phone? They hung up on you, James Caan. This one's hung up. How dare you? Find the letter. That's a pretty good looking face right there. Inquisitive wrinkles in the brow. You know how long you have to train in acting academies to teach your forehead to do that? Oh no. Is it cold out there, James Caan? I think it's cold. The thermometer says it's cold. The man-mometer sticking out of both sides of your chest. See, I told you in previous live stream. Happens to men too. Oh my gosh, sir. Is it cold in there? Your belly's sticking way out. He torched it. The car. I do note it's well-framed photography with all the reflections of the sparkly lights on all the vehicles. I don't know if they meant it or they just said, wow, that worked out. Either way, good catch, good catch. We have to zoom the G words again. You know, when you're walking around and moving, all of a sudden, you're not standing goofy. Looks like his fingers on the trigger. Fingers on the activator switch. Dang it. B plus. A if that finger is not on the activator switch. And again. These are all from the same show, but see how when he gets ready? Stand. Fully bladed. Deep modified weaver. We do what we are conditioned to do. And I never did look it up. I don't know, did he do military service? He is of an age. He may have learned that legit, where they always teach everybody wrong. You're my brother. This is from The Godfather. I don't know what that's from, but he's got the, like they used to do in there. It's from Rollerball. I was about to say, and the 60s and really in the 70s, 75. Got the little zipper shirt with your chest showing just a little bit. Men, women, all kinds and flavors and sizes. Look at this. Just how they rolled back then. There it is. Quite the athletic without being monstrous or terrifying. Unless you're afraid of that hair. That's not any Vin Diesel or company. But that is not ugly, I guess. Oh. The
The answer is
flum.
no. He did not serve.
Oh, okay. Well,
He went from
then
high school to college to acting school.
then
Did
he
not
learned
graduate
it
college.
from overpriced consultants who claim, sometimes erroneously or fraudulently. Go ask the lady from Rusk how all that consultants about G words at movie stuff work for you. They paid somebody lots of money to teach him improperly. But he did better than most. B plus. Here we go. We have a good one. And it looks like he's trying to kind of be careful and not point it at the guy, even though it's a movie stuff. Maybe he was just nervous about it. Who knows? But see, even though this one's a little low, he's got his fingertip in there, not finger sticking all the way out this side like he could reach around and pick his own nose with it. A. Could, or A minus. Could be an A or A plus. James Caan, Once Upon a Time. If you'd let that right one sit on top of the safety button and take this left one and align it with the frame and the slide. Put the big pad beneath your thumb in your left hand into all that space that gets opened up if thumb is up and out of the way. Physics, not physical strength. We'll discuss it again someday. There he says, oh, yeah, physics, not physical strength. I remember. No, you don't. Then he looked over there. He said, the director told me to hold it different. Do what the director tells you, sir. You get paid for that. B plus, A minus, somewhere on the line. Academy Awards for every frame, every scene, everything. You both did so good. This was Once Upon a Time. Our enemy. This is the flag of the Soviet Union. How did they get their flag in this bucket of bolts on our moon? I don't know, because it's a movie picture show. It didn't happen in reality. We laughed about this photo earlier. She never washed her hand, her belly, her leg, her shoulder, her face, or her armpit ever again. I wouldn't either. I don't know what he was saying or thinking. If they redid it today, he was saying, really? Seriously? Seriously? Like, really? Seriously? He's reaching back there to turn off her switch. She's a Stepford wife. For those of you that don't know, I just tried to say a few minutes ago, this is why it's called movie star madness. Stuff will fly out my mouth. I'm just gonna contain what came to mind right there. Did you lose your keys, ma'am? He loves the smell of napalm in the morning, and he can't figure out right now, why is that in my head? And James Caan said, who are you talking to? The air. That's the photo I clipped for the thumbnail because he looks like he would be thinking about 58 years ago. Whatever I wrote up there. That 58 years from now, someone's going to be talking about you on the hard cloaks wrapped around it internet. What? What? Say again? Say again? One day, and that day may never come. That's what he's saying right there. What's important about it is James Caan in the background doing drama hands, learning from his father. And he kissed the hand. Smooch. I could get lost in The Godfather. You come here on the day of my daughter's wedding and ask me to do red rum. I don't know why I said it backwards. One day in the internet. Who knew? You'd have to say red rum. Or unalived. Forcibly. I don't know. I got something. He touched her hand. He took her hand. And something. Someone else fill it in for me. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Oh, here he comes. Here comes Speed Racer. He did the live action version. Who knew? This poor lady, she's looking up at the ceiling, thinking, is that guy in some future on something called the internet really going to do all this? 60 years from now. He's looking at her saying, what is this internet? Why do people keep saying this to James Caan? Yep, it truly is happening, Mr. Caan. He's telling somebody in the room. You too? I keep hearing that one day there's going to be this internet. Some lunatic's going to be talking about me. Look at that. Comb in. Make him old. Fail. Oh, isn't that Barbara Streisand?
Think so.
Follow the nose. It always knows, says the cereal commercial of Once Upon a Time. Sure is. You can't miss that. Like all those guys I said you can't mistake their profile, but I can't remember who they are. You go, Barbara Streisand. You go. You be you. I saw this movie in the theaters because adults who could babysit me for free in movie theaters. I'm sure I didn't like the funny lady. Nothing wrong with it. I was just 5. But because of that same pattern of stick the kid who just is mesmerized by the motion picture shows in front of the big screen. I got to see Star Wars on opening day several times and a lot of times after. Yay! You powdered all the noses. Look at them. They're having so much fun. Ha ha ha. You powdered us. Whoa, Barbara Streisand. Is that Barbara Streisand? No. But
No.
he has quite a attractive Barbara Streisand looking nose, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he didn't have the little broken spot. The bump.
Well, I don't blame me for the confusion. Yeah, she does have the. But okay. Not even going to look up who it is. Wonder how many practices or rehearsals she went through to figure out that she wanted to hold that holder that way. And the director says, Barbara, we need you to, and she just gives him side eye. As you were, Barbara Streisand. As you were. May I action now? And she says, okay. Can't remember that guy's name. He is in the minis. Well, I'm hoping this on the right in the hat is Antonio and not Starletta. But whatever, if I got it mixed, it's Antonio.
Well, I know in Beretta he was Sugar Bear. No, that was Starsky and Hutch. He was Sugar Bear.
Yep. And now I remember for right now. Ask me in 30 minutes. What was that guy's name? Yeah, I don't know.
Sugar Bear.
There he is. Paul Sorvino. At this stage of his life, there might not even have been a Mira Sorvino. He's very young there. She had to have been born by then. Maybe.
Yeah.
Chilling. Taking it easy. Crushing. It's James Caan. And she's an actress. That's Lauren Hutton. She just stood and put her hands against the wall. And it's like the wind blew him up against her. That's what happens to Lauren Hutton. Everywhere she goes. Even when it's James Caan. Hands, mister. Looks like he might have his hand on her rump. The wind didn't do that, James Caan. You did that. And her rump reached around and stuck itself in his hands and pulled those hands back there behind her. There he is. He's saying that's exactly what happened. Studying. Pajama party. They're having a pajama party. Who canoe? James Caan canoe. Even though it's the wrong game, all I can think of is Wesley Snipes saying, always bet on black. Mustang. Before the slope back or roach back ears. Oh, check out them gams. Male attracted. I'm talking about James Caan's. All's fair in hello, photo, and war. There he is. Burt Young, when he was young, forever young, pointing out his turkey leg, trying to convince James Caan something about his sister. Oh, sorry. Wrong movie. That was Rocky. Dig this. I dig this the most. Get out of the way, words. It's Lucille Patton. Related to generals? I have no clue. James Caan in The Gambler, 1974. Let's take a look at history in 1974. There's a sewing machine. Those are things. Duck art on the wall that isn't unlimited.
Oh,
If you know
yeah.
what.
Those ducks are very 60s, 70s.
Yeah.
I know my grandma had those hanging up. But those, I don't think those were ducks. Those look more like quail.
Or geese. There's something.
Yeah.
There's some kind of fowl on the wall.
I remember my grandma had ducks like that.
Thick. Almost matches the wall. I have to talk to
And
another color
such a
expert.
big TV for such a little screen.
Hell yeah. And not, what is this? What is this madness? It's all rounded. Yup. Oh, look, there's a cute little baby. Aw. There's a rather thin woman in this photo. I think I would like to feed her a cheeseburger. She looks athletic, like she might have a little rock of a bicep sticking there, but okay, ma'am. Let's have a meal. Humor me. James Caan, good job. Keep your hands to yourself. If you got to park them in your pocket so that they don't flail around. Good job. What else we got in this? Of Once Upon a Time in the real world. Right. Well, I can't make out anything else era specific. Oh, these are called TV trays.
Or
That's where,
TV tables.
yeah, that you unfold them and sit them in front of yourself on your cushy chair where you're staring at the tube. And they call it a tube because that is a tube inside the big box that makes up your screen.
Why you
So,
have your baked TV dinner, frozen TV dinner that you can never get the dessert right.
yep. And another because for you youngsters, because there was no way to play back anything or on demand or streamery anything. It was live or it was not at all. So you had to park yourself in front of that screen. 'Cause you sure weren't going to carry that around with you and look down at
No,
it.
even the portable TVs at that time had some weight to them.
Madame, your way upper thigh is showing. Gray hair is not a deterrent. You show it, I'll look.
I think she's wearing tennis shorts and just has a towel over her lap.
Yeah, that's all right. Poor James Caan. What's happening? Wow, look at him with a beard. Whoever a Maggie Lawson in. is she's hanging out with a bearded James Caan. He said, 1. She said, 10. 1. 10. They're arguing over how to rate a movie. How many stars? You see? Here he is trying to tell another one. I said 1. She kept
That's in
saying
Vegas,
10.
Las Vegas.
Yep. And Vanessa Marcil sitting there going, who cares? James Caan, who cares? 1 or 10, whatever. Can we get back to the list? Yes. You know where that light on her face is coming from? James Caan, of course. There he is with a goatee. Is it him? Can you tell? He's the chameleon. Now the message machine is going off. Are you looking at me? Are you looking at me? Oh, that's the other guy in a different movie. Hello. The secret message says, on the secret message machine, 35-mile-per-hour wind with extreme chill factor. I do not want to go outside and throw discs until Dorg feels like taking a break. Don't dox the Dorgs. Don't say their names. But how can I resist that mug? Yep, just beep the nose, beep the nose, beep the nose, beep the nose. One day I'll figure out how to put those things on the big screen. Until then, and that day may never come, he says. Oh no, is that dude trying to kiss James Caan? I don't blame you, dude. I mean, that's James Caan. I believe this is a comedy movie.
Yeah,
Silent
this is a
movie.
silent movie.
And here's Mel Brooks trying to
Big time
land.
Louise.
Yep, trying to land a smooch all over James Caan. And here he is, hiding out on the down low. That's Marty. Hi, Marty.
Yep.
Who wouldn't try to land a smooch on the James Caan? The Godfather, and you'll be the conciliori or whatever they call it. There he is, making the Godfather good, making the football good. Can anybody make football good? Sure, James Caan can. Ick. There's some more of those big foreheads we talked about in previous things. Big foreheads are a thing once upon a time. In the motion picture shows. I have no idea. And why would they call this a palace of joy? Oh, I can see why. Because they have a giant altar that's full of cocaine. Why the sad face then? Oh, because it's the thespian masks, like in my yin and yang. Yeah, that happened. I would look just like them. Why are we in a movie with you, Will Ferrell? I don't, sorry, Will Ferrell fans. I don't fan. Willie. There's a couple of dudes. Right there. I don't remember what movie that is, but
That's the football movie we talked about earlier.
oh yeah. It's just a good thing there aren't a bunch of male attracteds around because they'd all be laying in the hallway. Fainted from the Energy Corporation. Done in Futurama, computery fontorama in the rollerball. See how that is? Energy Corporation. That's a good photo. The black and white one.
Yeah.
I don't know. My brain drew a blank. Hold on. There's some more rollerball happening. You take care of them. Here you go. All right. This should sell so many sweaters, white pants. All the ladies run out to the local market and buy the white pants for their men's. And fake flat screen TVs that they had to cut a hole in the wall and shove those giant things back into the wall. But man, whatever he's selling, I'm buying it. Wine glasses full of orange beverage, sold. Thumb hooked at the edge. That is GQ right there. What, James Caan? What? I don't know. I'm drawing a blank. They keep rerunning the pictures. That's for Misery. That's where he's trying to burn the book. Spoiler alert. Oh, there's all his books that she had. Kathy Bates, Annie. Best wishes, he signed. I'm your #1 fan. I love you. Ouch. Rollover car accident. Look at her. She said, ouch. He lost a lot of weight before he started having his own leading roles. That's Jim, not John. Rawr, rawr. Can you tell that he's actively choking somebody? Of course you can. Because I just told you, and look at his face. Working out. Using the tools that are right there in front of you. He's weightlifting with his typewriter that she gave him. Improvised tools. Everybody should learn the lesson. Where in the world is the famous author? I wonder if that's his natural hair or if they did some work on it. We discussed in the past that in the 1970s, everybody wanted kind of a to and fro. Oh no, ma'am. Do you know how that happens? I hope you figure it out. What is this? Behind the scenes? I noticed some gams. She came in that room fully dressed. When she flopped down next to James Caan, her pants ran out of the room. Bad pants. Oh, yuck. Look at this. Early on, this dude that got all the B's and B pluses and A minuses, D. Never, never. Look at how much finger he had through there in his early days. O, H, and no. Never constrict your, in this case, right arm. Don't touch it with your left arm, let alone wrap your left arm back there. If you are unsure, put that left one over your heart and just deal with this G word one-handed. Them's the rules. That's the fact, Jack. I'm not going to zoom it. I'm going to give him a B plus, and I don't care whether his finger's on the activator button or not. Because why? Because he's James Caan. And then I don't know any of this. I can't tell if it's, we talked about those ones earlier.
Yep. El Dorado.
Her and Wardrobe and everybody else spent 9 hours getting her hair just so, and as soon as she set eyes upon him, boring. It just happens to people who try to work with James Caan. Here we go. Gotta do the hair again. Cut. Makeup and hair. Look at that mustache. Not many people can wear that mustache like that and not be in a movie that this is the whole script. Ding dong. Pizza Man. Thump a bass. Boom, boom. Chicka, 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 chicka. Boom, boom. Chicka, chicka. Is that Neo? It is. It is the Neo. Keanu Reeves, for those of you that don't know. If you don't know that Keanu Reeves is the one, otherwise known as Neo, go search your favorite search engine, figure it out, and watch the movie The Matrix.
Hey.
Cruising. Big old Detroit Motor City rolling iron with them cool aviator glasses on. That
There
must
he's crossing
be.
his thumbs. Down. He's crossing his thumbs.
Oh, bad boy. Yep, sure is. Big bad crossing of the thumbs. D.
That's a Browning.
Do not cross your thumbs. And this is another still, the ones that say Metro Golden Mayer and have a watermark on the corners. They're either just stills from the movie, or they had a behind the scenes photographer taking photographs while they were making their movie. But this is obviously the same scene they did earlier that we looked at, where I said, good job, bad job. They said, set it up again, and it fell apart, like it always does. He'll take two. Peace. He wants peace.
I'll be back in a few.
Okay. Sarah Jessica Parker. Very young. Probably not old enough to look at. CIA Alien Space Invaders. Movie and TV show. There he is. Got them thumbs all jacked up again. Something happened. Has he got a little number more years on him? It all fell apart. Again, some of this looks like behind the scenes or not in characters stuff, so I'm not gonna make any. Is that like a personal attack or something? Goofy comments about real people. There. He's teaching. He can't help it. He's the James Caan. The drama is in the hands. I always threaten. Someday, I promise, I'll tell the story here of the guy that was in the movie with James Caan. Oh no, maybe she's trying to teach him. I've discussed this before too. Let me zoom it in some more and see what I can see. Remember, I'm the hands guy. If you didn't remember that, now you will from now on. Remember, I dig it the most. Hands. No, she's holding something or doing something. He's trying to teach her how to. You must make your hand like this. Look at my hand. Don't look at my face. Look at my hand. Don't look at my face. Or the other way around. See, she's doing that one too. There it is. On full display. I've mentioned in the past that in certain Asian or Oriental cultures, whatever you choose to call it, being so flexible in your hands that you can bend them in curvies backwards. And look, she's got one crossed and bent backwards. That's very painful. Don't try to do that to your own hands if you don't have the conditioned flexibility. So she might be trying to teach him. There it is. There's a photo of it. Thank you, James Caan. So she really is bending her own fingers backwards right there. He's being a gentleman. His other hand is visible because he knew I would yell, hands, 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 mister. That's a very young person. Be a gentleman. Wow, James Caan. Anyway, I went and took an acting class once. They wheeled out a giant TV and an old-fashioned top-loading VHS and stabbed a tape in there. The lesson from the tape was that the drama is in the hands. It wasn't James Caan, but it was that guy that played his father in a Godfather movie. That's all you're getting. You can't figure it out. You can't figure it out. Tough guy. She said, don't hurt him. I'm gonna hurt him. I'm PD and I'm James Caan. Pinching the back of his arm real hard. This is soft. It is big, but it is soft, sir. You need to go work out with James Caan. Brian Denny, he thought I was funny. Aren't you glad I didn't wait till you took a sip, Brian Denny? I might have to take a sip. I've been running my mouth a lot and not taking a sip. Excuse me if you hear my gluck glucks. I don't want to mute the microphone button because every time I unmute the microphone button, I get a very loud hum that fades away in my left headphone. The Barbara Streisand, everybody has opinions. I just think, and I don't know, I really like that. Everything about her face, including her nose, it's very uniquely hers. I started to say earlier, but I still can't. Oh, I guess I should wait for George to come back, but I'm not. Charlton Heston. No matter how far away, no matter whatever's happening. Oh no, James Caan, Sonny. My son. That's from The Godfather. He was trying, like good brothers would, to go smack around a guy that smacked around his sister, who was also Adrian. Talia Shire is the actress name. It's a trap. It was a trap. Poor James Caan's Sonny Corleone. Go back, watch The Godfather. This is the guy who talked about the drama in the hands. On a VHS tape. There, I gave it up. I'll tell it again someday. It was about, I don't know, a 25-minute him giving a master class in acting. It's supposed to be about monologues, and it was about this monologue. And after you had that class, I could try to recreate 25 minutes of it, but the essential is go back and watch that monologue where he's talking. This guy here that says, I believe in America, America makes me my fortune. And then he gives a little bit of a speech. And see what happens with his hands. Do you notice? And I just thought it was my destiny because I was the hands guy before that happened. Yay. Thanks, The Godfather. The family photo. And one day we're going to do a career and all the things in all her movies. The daughter of the director of The Godfather. Can't think of it right now. She made a lot of good movies. There it is. See how they used to wear their shirts? Look at him. All the way down to his navel, practically. Lots of chest carpet showing.
I'm back, but I'm gonna have to cut out here soon.
Okay, sir. There it is. The topless James Caan. I know you have to cut out because you were worried that there's going to be too much sexy man up in here.
Yeah.
Yep.
and I gotta go see the doctor in the morning.
Yeah, I heard you earlier. I believe that is the Nicole Kidman. And you said that's his son?
Yeah, Scott
Okay.
Caan.
So many pictures of James Caan pointing the hard finger. What a frightening guy. Oh, I didn't know he could play the guitar.
Woo! We got 8 watching. Thanks for watching, people.
Thanks for watching, 8. Say hi in the chats. Likes, subscribes.
And I hate to see the 8 and go, but I got to do some things. I will talk to you later, sir. Hopefully tomorrow.
Okay, let me make a note on the timestamp. So I guess I can stop sharing screen on the other program.
Yes. Your computer can start to wind down.
Yeah, my computer thanks you. Let's stop streaming.
And I'll talk to you hopefully tomorrow, sir.
Yep. Have a great night.
You too. Bye.
So then we're going to have to say 07, 11. That was probably started about 40. George out. Good night. All 8 in all cap letters. From George. And hello. And no, I'm not done. I'll be at this for quite a while more. These are requested. Oh no, I just noticed something. I'm gonna have to look. You know, I kept saying something about once upon a time. Something down below Barbara Streisand's face. I don't know what it is. For all you other sophomorics out there on planet Earth like me, I was really trying to focus on. There's just something about that snoot, that nozzle, and my eyeballs fell down. Once upon a time in America, people wore their shirts much more relaxed. I'm sorry, Barbara Streisand. It happened. I'll demerit me. There you go. Hairy tree trunks. Chiseled monster of a man, you. Oh, look. He said, you look at Barbara Streisand like that ever again. The knuckle sandwich from James Caan. I said, I'm sorry, James Caan. There's got to be 40 years at least between that picture and that one. Other than a little bit of hairline. He kept himself well, and life kept him well. Good job, James Caan. A very youthful Al Pacino. I'm still going to be careful with these kind of photos because, oh wow, is that a reunion? It sure is. That is the reunion. When was this? 2017. Sofia Coppola is the name of his daughter. We will career retrospective and look at some photos. She makes many movies that I love, love, love. She does a good job as a writer, producer, director. Like her, Papa. Wow, look at all those people in 2017. They hadn't aged a day. Adrian. Oh, I envy your hand, Al Pacino. True story. Except I don't. Because if the Talia had held in my hand, I could never wash it again. It's a joke. Started long before I was creator. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Pop-ups are popping up on the other screen, obscuring my view. Don't make me angry. Pop-ups. You won't like me when I'm angry. I would say something cornball and hash-handed about the semi-sheer stripy dress. But I won't. I'll leave it alone. Make up your own low IQ, male chauvinist pig stuff. Ha ha ha. Because why? Because these are funny guys. All three of them. Meathead. Can't remember the other guy's name. Meathead is Rob Reiner. That's what Archie Bunker used to call him on the TV show. All the lovely people. Everybody so lovely and beautiful and handsome and all that jazz. Mickey Rooney again. I'm usually not this good with names, but we've been doing this for a couple weeks, months now. So all these names are getting regularly refreshed to me. There he is, Bert. We did the Bert the other day. I don't remember which one. A lot of that might have been during one we called Man Meat. Burt Reynolds was one of the Man Meat. And then we are down to, well, look at him. Show off. That's all right. If I had it, I'd show it off too. Good job, James Caan. Good job. Thanks for the memories. Oh, bad job, whoever put this together. Why did you take the one picture I hate? Somebody go Photoshop where I gave him an A or a A minus over this. Don't cross your thumbs on the side of your G words. Some of the fun of these photos way down at the bottom is seeing all these different collections in foreign country. Collections in words and names. Police movies. That's what cinema policial means. Thief, thief, thief. Yep. Standardized training. Pointing it up and to the left. Because you ought to be looking in the magwell when you do your reload. No, no, no. There it is. She can fix that for you, sir. Do you require assistance? Great book. Great movie. They did good. A la Misery. Oh no. I'll leave it alone. I better leave that stuff alone. Cause they keep showing me that picture of all the pictures. That one, Alien Nation, was good. I don't remember if they called the show that or was that show called V. I don't remember. I know they did another V in the new millennium. Same basic concept. Pretty much a whole lot different story. And that ends what we easily predicted to be many hours of the James Caan. Let's see what else. There's other stuff in the do list. What was that? 21, 55. Thanks for the memories. Apologies. If necessary, James Caan. Rip again. And I probably should have leaned away from the microphone before hacking and cacking. All right, back to the checklist. The checklist is in the description. My Bodyguard we did. F Troop we didn't do. When I was looking things up this morning, F Troop led to Melody Patterson, rip to her too. And looking at her led to Bye Bye Birdie. And this is the third time in 3 days that we came across Bye Bye Birdie. So I thought, it's the third time the charm. That leads to everyone is in Bye Bye Birdie. But Ann-Margret. Which leads to, and I'm not about to start this late in the game, Ann-Margret all by her lonesome self will take a couple of few hours, which is knowing so. I said, if nothing else, we don't do movie star madness hello photo, then I will find the letter and we're going to do the G word school. And very earlier in this live stream tonight, we accidentally crossed another one of, why would I say, violate the range and the clothing rules and the etc. And way to go, yay. We're getting there. So we're probably just going to go right ahead, and instead of question marks, we're going to say no to F Troop. No to Bye Bye Birdie. No to everyone. And we're going to take care of these couple, okay, big capital X. And the actors that are martial artists was something George brought up last night and sent me a link. It's below in the description. I guess we'll go over that on Thursday. I'm not sure. I'm still on the fence. There probably won't be a live stream tomorrow. Okay, and 7 hours, 25 minutes in. I think we can spend the rest of this time taking care of War Games, the Dead Code, Direct to Video. Oh, wait. If you weren't listening earlier, I'm still super dancing like Snoopy all around the room. And my little yellow birdie is saying exclamation points about 7 watching. Still believe that's our record. Somebody go lure one more, and we'll have a new record for today. I mean, for live stream concurrent viewers. The other day we did the original War Games many times in many of these streams, but I know you may not have heard those, so I'm going to say it again as fast as I can. If you really enjoyed something from long ago in your life, and they come up with some kind of redo, recreation, remake, reboot, or so-called sequel, my basic rule is don't look at it. And I don't even go back and watch movies that I remember fondly from 20, 30, 40, some as long as, I don't know, 47-ish, 49-ish years ago. If I think, oh, I like that one, I won't watch it now because I'll find out I'm a different me looking at this today than I was back then, and I don't like this. And then I'll be kicking myself because for all them decades I thought, I like that, and I shouldn't have. So to avoid inner turmoil, I don't do that. I did, however, because I am a nut about the original War Games, 82 or 83, whenever that was. When this silliness came out once upon a time, I watched it. I give it a 1. I go back and forth. Should I go as high as 2? So let's give it, I guess we'll call this movie madness. See, I'm not the only one. It has 4.5 out of 10, which relates to 2 out of 5. I give it 2 out of 10, which relates to 1 or 1. I don't know a lot of the actors, and I always say actor. I don't, non-gender specific. I'm aware of however you say that. Colm, first name. Feore, last name. And being more well versed in TV series and everything else, George might recognize more of these people than me. But let's see, what does it say? The United States Department of Homeland Security is led to believe an American teen hacker playing a terrorist attack simulator game online is a real terrorist out to destroy the U.S. And I don't know what else to say other than, to me, this is an utterly new millennium hogwash. They dug up the ancient old, this is from the original, the Whopper. And somehow this thing's still hanging around. They're very beautiful people, of course. And it was a little bit in the original that the dude, they made a great pair. Matthew Broderick and Ali Sheedy, and their characters were better written. That he was a nerd guy, and he was very book smart, but not very street smart, and she had all the street smarts. And it's another one of those, my favorite movie long format comment people on the tube is called EFAP, every frame of pause. It's over there in my subscriptions list under Mooler, and I'm going to get this over with. And I call my first ever live stream pre-fat, because way back in 04, I had about had it with their modernized takes and White Man Bad. Without her, this dude couldn't even breathe. He'd just suffocate. It's just the whole story. It's just, wait a minute, man. Come on. Then why didn't she tell him to not play those stupid games on his computer? Oh, I said it again. I mean, if for those of you that don't know, we're not supposed to. I'm not supposed to say stew that one that I just said. I get a demerit for low IQ or all the other derogatory supposed names. Yeah. I don't know. Is it Mary Sue level bad? Probably not, but it is. I only have jokingly say that because I was raised in that era, the male chauvinist pig, or whatever you want to call it, chauvinist, chivalrous, something like that. We don't all need rescuing, saving from ourselves because of something. I'll go look at the Critical Drinker channel. I don't believe I'm subscribed to his channel. So anyway, War Games, The Dead Code. It's another one of those that turned me away from the motion picture shows. Okay, got that out of the way. These weren't supposed to be long deep dives. There's funds. They're left over from, I think, Super Bowl Sunday. Elizabeth said, your rule is a good one. This is not War Games. It is propaganda. War Games was a warning, one we all need to heed. Yeah, thanks for the help. I really don't know what to say about all the... If all you needed was a teenage girl to save the world and make the world peace, then go get her. What are we waiting for? It takes away or suspends my disbelief. I can't get into the story. And then I don't remember which day we did the real long and slow serious about Tron, 1982 or 3 again. And it's the same thing. Tron Legacy. And I knew when I got roped into seeing it that I don't want to see it. It's not going to be Tron 82 or 83, and it's not going to be me of who I was in 82 or 83. They did a good job. It's well produced. It's Disney money. Go listen to all how that is not helping the Star Wars franchise. Go listen to EFAP talk about Disney Star Wars. Money does not solve problems of storytelling. And I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer. I'll come up with something. When we get ready to wrap it out, we'll find something to do some photo madness and be rude and funny about beautiful people and call them handsomes. And even Jeff Bridges, look at him. Who could wear a beard like that? what good comes from Tron Legacy? All these beautiful people. And these are a lot of big names. Disney money. It means something different in the 2000s than the Disney name and money did pre-2000. So the synopsis of Tron Legacy. The son of virtual world designer goes looking for his father and ends up inside the digital world that his father designed. Just the blurb of it is wrong. Did you even see Tron before you people started this? Obviously not. He meets his father's corrupted creation and a unique ally who was born inside the digital world. Oh, can you say Mary Sue? Yes, 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 yes. Because none of that has anything to do with Tron. That's not how Tron happened. This is just silliness. I don't even want to. Hello, Phototron, whatever. I don't know. We had already grown into the don't be rude and blah, blah, blah. Well, you're not hard to look at, whatever you are. How's that? Look at it. Pinhead. That's all I can think. I will tear your world apart. It's from Hellraiser. Maybe they meant to do that. See how big of a movie nerd they're really dealing with. Not hard to look at. Neither are the guys. If that's how they so identify. All the beautiful people go listen to the his name was there and then it went away. And he's a bad guy now. I don't know if we're supposed to talk about him. He did the theme song for the first Resident Evil movie, The Beautiful People, the remake of the Eurythmics, Sweet Dreams. Lots of beautiful computer generated imagery that could not possibly be done. It's called ray tracing and other kinds of things. Sure, in 2010, this was also very good, just like Tron was in 82 and 83. But now, online video game personalities would say, this ain't all that. This ain't nothing. But then, 2010, they did a really good job. They put Disney money into making this stuff happen. And at least they seem to care about the visuals. I suppose if I could get over myself enough to not be offended that they can't do this in Tron name, they cannot. I could probably look at the frames. If you go back and listen to my first ever one called Prefab, I talk about how every single frame of Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift is an absolute masterpiece of human and computer and photography blended art. Very good. They got motion blur in it. It's very hard to do with computer stuff. Digital cameras and computer generated images, motion blur is an effect you have to add to it. They had all the music. They had all the blinky lights. They had all the kids these days call it member berries. You know, use all the things. There's the thing that rides the light, the ship. I don't remember what it's called. It has a name. Oh, they had the guy that starred in the first one. Drag that back up. All the seals will clap and bounce your balls on their nose. No, they won't. There's the few of us out there. Great gams, ma'am. Great gams. Oops, demerit. That was objectifying and rude. Oh well. There's the things. I don't remember what they're called. Couldn't remember the other day and didn't look it up. I don't remember if they brought the bit back or not. Bit is my favorite pal out of the first song. He says, yes, 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 yes. No, 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 no. This is what they call skin walking. They use computers to put the young face of the old person or a stand-in. Many people hate it. I'm one of those many people. Do anything else. They didn't do as bad as in some of the Star Wars stuff of recent, far more recent than this happened. Disney does this, especially when they did it to Luke Skywalker in one of the TV shows. The term was invented about the internet's skinwalker, where they use computers to put some other something over the wireframe or the 2D face mapping imagery. It really disturbs the mindset. In movie making magic, they call it suspending disbelief. You have to have your disbelief engaged to be immersed in the story and the fiction. Whatever happens, happens, and makes you realize that that's not good. Now I'm thinking about, I need to stop on the way home and buy some groceries at the grocery. You're no longer immersed in the story. That's what they call the suspension of disbelief. Or you're just looking at it going, bleh. I wasted a lot of money to see this. Or I'm wasting my time watching it. I hope I'm not suspending anybody's disbelief in this live stream. Just running my mouth looking at photo of the Tron Legacy. They're so pretty. So well done. Rendered, matted, masked, fog effected. Particle magic with the shattering things that they tried 20 something years prior to this, I think, in T2 when they froze the T1000 and smashed it down on the ground. Well, this one is all computerized. It's supposed to be better. And these look like behind the scenes thing involving the real people, so I got nothing to say, but good job, good job. You guys really look like you're putting in the work. We can say whatever we want about characters in a fiction story, but when we're talking about real people doing a real job, I don't mouth off about it. We'll move on to something light and fluffy that we can exit out with. I usually don't scroll these very much. All their real people in the real world. I hope they all won awards and prizes, and I hope they got paid well, and the movie made money enough they could all get a little royalty or two, and the offshoot video games and everything else. Even Disney. I hope Disney made. That's hard for me to say. It's easy for me to sit here and say, yuck, hated it. What if if somebody asked me, what if we give you control of the Tron intellectual property, all the kids say, IP, and ask you to come up with something next? Man, that'd be tough. There's enough business guy in me to say, well, I think they call it market research. What's putting bums in seats and currencies in our coffers these days in the movie industry? How can we twist a Tron story around that? See, that's what happens. Sometimes you grow old, and if they'd have asked me prior to 2010, hey, you want to help us make a Tron movie? Yep, yep, yep. Yes, 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 yes. And we're going to call it Tron : Bit. And we're not going to do any digitized skinwalking. And that's about it. Beautiful photographs, but these are all production stills and behind the scenes and advertising, marketing stills. Scrolling. Okay, not too bad of a computer effect. There they are. There's bits. But they're inanimate and sitting on the shelf. See? They threw that there so guys like me would go, oh, bits, bits, bits. Clap, clap, clap. I didn't. I said sigh. Poor little turned to stone bits. So sad. They unalived them. Yeah, just like that. My bits. Bits. That was me. Ick. Ick. See, there it is. The face does not fit the body nor the head. I look at that and I don't think Flynn or Mr. Bridges. I look at that face right there and think Christian Slater. Let me show you. Not exact. In case you don't know who Christian Slater is. Well, not today. Once upon a time. Well, I would use this one, but, the G word. Improper. Third one. It's a pretty good photo. May have had some airbrushing or dusting up. What a handsome one. Good job, Christian Slater. And that. And that. Hey, someone type in the chat. Can you see it? Or is it just me? Do I have a mental problem? Christian Slater? That. I was saying exact. I was saying I think Christian Slater before I think Jeff Bridges. There it is. One more time. Bye, Christian Slater. Thank you, sir. We'll roll your career one day. Handsome feller. And I likes me some Jeff Bridges. He was in Tron. He was in King Kong 1976. 10 out of 10. Or you're wrong. And many, many other things. Jeff Bridges is a hard-working actor. And I always has been. And I don't. Everybody's listening to me, hearing me. I'm trying to be very careful now and leaning forward a little bit. I've been gotten slouchy. I am well aware of what my voice sounds like. It took a lot of convincing from a lot of people for me to go ahead and do this thing. lots of people make comments about how Jeff Bridges, real world and in movies, his speech. I don't. I think it must be some kind of impediment. And he works hard around it. And it doesn't matter. Look at how they mix the audio in movies. I've been watching them with subtitles on since they invented digital discs with subtitles in them. You can hear all the noise. You cannot hear anything anybody says. Purity. I like that. For those of you that don't know, I like skylines and like cityscapes, especially at night, even if it's fake and digital. Good job, Disney. I like that one. I found something good about your Tron show. Light cycles or lightsabers? Who knows? Disney owns it all. Who cares? Cool. We're done with the Tron legacy. All done. With it, same thing. And thing always goes in caps because I'm referencing The Thing, comma, 1982. Same thing. Brief. Zapping. Hated it. It goes in caps because of Stephen King's book. I haven't decided yet if I can use the red balloon emoji. For now, I'm leaving it alone. What else shall we do? We cover those. We're going to say no to the Kevin Costner because that was we did the what ifs. The first 2 hours of this, or hour and a half. We took some distractions. We read some headlines. We had some discussions. We may have activated each other a little bit. And then turned out really, really good. It's worth a listen if you're into world stuff and other stuff. It's very serious, not goofing about the movie. Even though I can always tie it back to a movie or a book. Okay. G word in the description. Number 1. Footnote number 1. And shouting ranges. Number 2. And it was an old Saturday Night Live skit back from the 90s, I think. Mike Myers. He would sit in a bathtub and make drowl readings. And then when he was about to get out of his bathtub, he'd say, "Don't look at my bum, cheeky monkey." That's where bum looker and cheeky monkey come from. So, G word that we're not allowed to say on the internet anymore rhymes with or sounds just like fun and has a G in front of it. Trying to be careful. And number 2, shouting. We just replaced an O with a U. In previous streams, and if you were watching during the James Caan stuff, I see things with G words. I'm a G word user and instructor and trainer at every level of every kind, and have been for decades. So those kind of things immediately catch my eye, and so do some bums. I admit it, I'm a human. G-word bunnies is what has been called for about a decade, maybe 15 years. the really very girly, womanly body types that would, in the good old days, maybe be another kind of bunny. But this time they put pistoles in their hands and giggle and laugh around shouting ranges, seeking mostly male attention. So you will have heard many times in many of my live streams, and if you come back for more later, like, subscribe, bell thingy. You will hear more about it. I call it G-word schools. They happen, especially about the safety. One of the ones that has happened several times in the last 4 or 5-ish live streams is we've had long discussions and given anecdotes and examples and looked stuff up on the interwebs, or the interwebs threw it in our face about how the appearing female folks go out to shouting ranges and play gun bunny and get burnt severely by ejected brass and casings, especially on their chest bumps. So that's the build-up, lead-up for those of you who haven't heard it before. Well, looking over some things this morning, and this is in the description, the G-word schools. Why can Ann-Margret demonstrate that, the horror, and I, or we, for we are many, say perfect, and be cheeky monkeys about it? I mean, looking at her bum. Well, I'm gonna tell you. We're gonna answer the quiz. I'm gonna say Ann-Margret at the IMDb, and she's another one. I had a severe shock. Oh, it's not a Margaret, it's a Margret. She's a foreigner. What can we say? Did I spell her name wrong? I'm sorry, hold on. I gotta make sure Bye Birdie. And yeah, I sure did. See what happens? Get in a hurry. I apologize, Ann-Margret. It's not even her real name. I so apologize. Okay, back to that. Ann-Margret. Not gonna do the whole career, everything, histories and backgrounds. Unhandle her, you cad. Could smack him. I did notice this morning, and we're gonna stop on a couple of these, that, wow. Talk about someone who looks different when you place a few years upon them. Or I don't know, maybe they went and got suntanned or something. But not the beginning of his career, but danger daggone close to it. I know, I'm getting to the G-word school and the G-word range school. Look at that handsome feller, governor of California for a time. That was 1979. He was a cowboy. Before he was a Terminator, he was a cowboy. But like, looking at her a few years ago, a few years ago. It's amazing how I think she identifies as she and woman. How you women do that. Never aging me on 34 at the most. Like, looking at her very young, I was like, wait, that's her and pelvis. It's like my fun nickname for Elvis. Throw a P up front. He got in trouble in the whole wide world for shaking his. But I would never put her like the Cloris Leachman we came across earlier. what in the world? Something changed, but it's not bad. It's just a little different when it's just a tiny bit over. Anybody male attracted? There you go. A non-threatening. He's in okay shape, but he's not. You could take him. He won't raise a hand to you. He does have some chest muscles, but not enough to feel threatened. He's a proper new millennium 2010s guy. I'm sorry, I'm going slow. It's hard not to stop and stare. For me, at the Ann-Margret sorority girl band. Oh, photo? Let me bend forward and make sure you get my good side, if you know what I'm saying. Look at those side eyes right there over the shoulder. Let me go, Ann-Margret, let me go. Thank you. There, got a little nudie man, and undies man, and you got your little undies gal. You can go see these pictures yourself at the IMDb. Ann-Margret did like to display prominently some assets, I would say, midriffs. I noticed, and I went and looked at some of the other people, and I don't even remember what era it was. Figaro, Figaro, Figaro. She's singing. She's a song and dance lady. I should have probably, here it is. It's right there. No, 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 no. Ann-Margret, no, no. It allegedly can't go off because the hammer is not cocked. But don't point it anywhere near your face, even if it's a toy. Never, never, never. See, G-word school happens just like that. This is the photo that obviously everybody's safe because the G-words are holstered. But I noticed in between the G-words is a mighty aesthetically appealing piece of statuary, let's say. It's easy to look at least to me. Hey, you need the other kind? The bulging trouser statuary kind? There you go. They're both on screen at the same time. Probably shouldn't tuck your index fingers into the holster. Might make a popping noise when it comes out. It creates tension and friction, which could cause you to sling your G word instead of I said it. Demerit. Instead of being a G word slinger, meaning you poured it out real fast and pointed it at the person you're dueling with, is you'll sling it all the way across the yard. So anyway, in the modern era, if she showed up at the shooting range, I would not allow her with modern G words anywhere near my shooting range. Why? Because this skin could get hurt or burnt all over the place. Or she might put her knee down on the ground and somebody else's junk they hadn't picked up, brass or casings or ejections, would stab or cut. And this is an oh no. No, no, no. But why do I say, besides, always wear those shorts, Ann-Margret, always. Why would this be okay to me in the G word bunny sense of the word? Because of the type she's using. It's a single action revolver. Nothing ejects and flies out of this one. To get the empty hot, by the time you get the little gate open and wind it around to the one you're trying to get out of it, the empty one, it will have cooled off. You can't possibly burden yourself with it. Modern G-words are semi-automatic or slide-based G-words that throw all that stuff back at you. I would recommend to him, if you're going to play, and these weren't single action cowboy pistoles, button that ding-dang top button if you're going to play with modern semi-automatic hand G-words. So that's the safety question discussion about Ann-Margret. And why do I say bravo, Ann-Margret? You can bunny hop all over my range any day. As long as you use those, ma'am. And sir, you can too. Look at that cool. Tied it around his thigh. She didn't tie nothing around her thigh. No, you don't touch Ann-Margret's thighs. Yes, she did. She got the string on the one leg, the other leg broke. And that's all I got for that, for Ann-Margret and the G words and range attire requirements. I would still ask her and explain to her, don't you dare set that unclad leg down upon my ground. Are you sure you can't trip and fall out here? If it's an indoor range, it would be on the concrete. She could get hurt. And especially if there's messes laying around on the floor. So I would require probably full-length pants, but make sure they're cutting the seat like your shorts. Hey, bad boy. I did it. I said it. I meant it. There's Elvis. There he is again. Look at Elvis. Back well before the 70s. They have derogatory names and code names for Elvis. Young Elvis. And later Elvis. Look at him singing. Who could sing a duet with Elvis? Not many people. Who could sing a duet with Ann-Margret? Not many people, but they're professionals. They're not all swoony like I am. Yeah, who knew? Who did knew, Ann-Margret? You knew. You knew all along. Oh no. Go away. One day we will see. There it is again. Something about this train that I really like the caboose. Just saying. Elvis. Well, Elvis, you're made out of stone, sir. Even with a couple of pounds on her. And, a couple of weeks since the last seen in the last photo. Not hard to look at. Good job, Ed Mark. Good job. And even though I keep saying, I didn't come here to do this. No Monster Mash. Or Thriller. Whatever suits your time frame. They weren't doing either one. Nope. Chicken dance hadn't been invented by about 40 years. I don't know what they were doing. Some kind of dance. Probably the mashed tater. I better close this. I'll just keep scrolling Ann-Margret photos. Hope that made sense. If using the modern ones, you must make sure that the little hot brasses or ejections cannot find their way into your clothing. If you're using the revolver ones, then you're okay to have a little stuff. Just make sure no one anywhere near you uses the kind that throws hot brass around or hot casings. But always wear long pants, please. I'll restate, and I didn't mark the time. I messed up. I got carried away thinking about being a bum looker and a cheeky monkey. Can you blame me? There was Elvis's and hers. Both very easy to look at. If they'd stop wiggling them. Oh, still frame pictures. The internet has us covered. And I think of that, I'm going to start winding it down. Winding down for the night. I'm going to say in the chat, winding this one down. Good night and thank you, everyone. I put it in the chat. And then I'm going to put in the chat. Elizabeth said in the chat, good night. Have a nice one all. I still am utterly undecided about tomorrow. I'm thinking no for tomorrow and maybe try to come up with something for Thursday. I think. I don't even know what day it is. I believe that's right. Maybe. And I don't know any other way. If I do decide to do live streaming tomorrow, the only place that anybody else would be able to find out about it, if you don't like, subscribe, and bell thingy, which is the notifications. Oh man, still 7 watching. 7 people, I love you a million much. Is now, if you go to mine or your page, yesterday it was called community, which I pronounce community. Today again, this has changed back and forth at the YouTube. If you go to posts, sometime within a few hours, if I'm gonna go live, within a few hours, I will make a post about going live. The next live, when it's coming, what's happening with it. If I have the thumbnail done like I did today, then the thumbnail goes up there. And check all your favorite under your subscriptions, or if you just happen across a channel on YouTube that you enjoy for a second, you like 1 or 2 of their videos, go look in their community or posts and see if they're active there. Most people are not. They do all the others elsewhere. Social medias, the X, face, what I call the book, Instas. Everybody else is much more younger and sprier and smarter than me, I guess. I had the busy face, and I used too many inappropriate terms, I guess. And one day, the algorithm and the bot added them all up and said, bye, peace out, you're fired. And so I was perma-banned from Facebook back in August. And I wish I had a backup, but I have not started any other form of social media. That was the only social I did. So anyway, check back tomorrow, look in the posts. hopefully we can lure you into subscribing. We only need to get to 1,000 to start getting monetized. Tell a friend. If you have suggestions, type it in a comment somewhere or put it under one of these previous posts, community. If you'd like to get on here with the Discord, we have to discuss it. I just still don't have my written rules written. I just have rules. And all that. That's all I know how to say. I hope the next time I go live, the 7, come on back. And bring a friend. Still 7. So many hearty hearts. I can't tell you enough. I better put a note. Put a note. Thank you, everyone. I/we had a tie the record 7 concurrent viewers during the live stream. And I/we love you for it. And thank you. But I already said thank you twice. I didn't write love you. It helps. It helps in so many ways. So yeah, like, subscribe, comments, suggestions. If you have something, the whole hours of, can't even remember his name. My brain's a little tired. James Caan. That was a request. Hey, could you do James Caan? How much? All of it. The whole career and hello photo. You request it, I will do it. Hopefully one day to get monetized and be able to do stuff up here far more regularly and all that jazz. How these things wind down, you numbers 7s. The way they used to start live TV broadcasts and still kind of do live streams, live TV shows, is they would always count going live in 5, 4, 3, and then they show 2 fingers, and then they show 1 finger, and then they make either a fist or a donut hand that says 0, and that means you're live. Well, because that wouldn't be recorded if I started these things that way. I exit them that way. So I first have to wiggle and move a whole bunch of little tiny windows on the little tiny other screen so that I can see my stop streaming button. And then I say stop streaming in 5, 4, 3.